care what a critic got to say, I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life, I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back, you ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like, hold up, I shoot my shot, wait, hold up, I'm really about to run this go up, you know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play it safe. Moving fast, already gone. Try to double cross me, dog. Just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get dangerous. Cause it can get please don't play no games with me, I promise I'm too much. Ay, I can never let up even if you had enough. Ay, this ain't for the faint of heart, we always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat a submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance ain't coming off track, no. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk about the show them. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling. They already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play it safe. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog. Just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get dangerous. Cause it can get dangerous. Cause it can get dangerous. Yeah. Gotta aim for the top like, hold up, yeah. I can never doubt myself, I know better. All of you critics be acting like you know better. Blowing the smoke, but I know when the dust settles that I'm in my element, it's evident that there's levels to the game. All of those dark nights I got then, breaking my back to make it out, got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help, I know you wishing me well, a penny for your thoughts, but seeing no change. I snap for the sun like Diddy, the riches got a mad ass son, I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up, whole team with me, but known for my city like OAGZ. Set the pace as long as you finish, consumers find a way inside your business. If they try to dabble in it and they hate the fact that they may have to witness. You tryna aim for the top like this and you're in your element with a fire like this and they hoping you fall and they praying you miss, but it's all in the risk. I got you with the switch, you know. I'm in the zone. Give me the throne. One shot, that's all that you got. That's all that I know. Foot on the gas. 155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, cause I know I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh. I'm in my element, I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. Keep that same energy. I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, flow is like water. I'm forced through the fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God and you grinding, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word to Spike Lee. And God came in the nick of time. They think I'm crazy, well I might be. Let's run it up, run it up, run it up. We beating the odds just to sum it up. You know it's a rap, never waistlines, and I'm cutting the weight like a tummy tuck. That mean I'm about to give it out right now. You see what's coming down the line, I never pipe down. I give 100% and be trying to stun on my enemies. In my element is crazy, it's the mic shine. I'm in the zone. Give me the throne. One shot, that's all that you got. That's all that I know. Foot on the gas. 155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, cause I know I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. Keep that same energy. I'm in my element. Never switch up. 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 Keep that same energy. I'm in my element.
Yeah, and the mute button is off. Salute, salute, salute. Salute to everybody in the building. It's a pop-up live. It's a pop-up live, man. You know how we carrying it, man. You know how we carrying it, man. You know how we carrying it. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. I know this is a last-minute one, But I decided to go up today, man. We're gonna open up the panel for sure today, very early. Open up the panel. The Discord lines will be open as well. I'm interested in building with the community on this one here, man. Tomorrow's show, we're gonna be talking about the Errol Spence Jr. Tim Tszyu fight. You know what I mean? I've got a lot of, perspective on that right now, and definitely a lot of questions and good conversation for the community tomorrow when it comes to that. Tomorrow we'll talk a little bit about Ryan Garcia. He did a little interview speaking on Oscar de la Hoya, speaking on Zuffa, speaking on DAZN, speaking on so many different things. And we might talk about that a little bit tonight as well, to be honest with you, right? Because that kind of bleeds into what this conversation is about tonight. But tonight we're going to focus on this Glamour division right now, and we're going to focus a little bit on the business of boxing as far as what it's looking like from the outside looking in as things are evolving. I've been talking to you guys about the Teofimo Lopez DAZN situation, and I immediately, and if you guys recall, as soon as that hit the news, that was probably one of the biggest announcements I thought on the back end of that Rolly Romero Teofimo Lopez press conference, or on the back end of all those announcements that were made around that time. That was the one thing that caught my attention very early, because I understood the landscape of things, right? The playing field, we can call it, right? And the playing field being that right now boxing is going through an evolution, a changing of the guards, even a changing of the way boxing operates, right? On the back end of the Ali Revival Act and all these different things that Zuffa's been attacking as far as the philosophy of boxing is concerned. And, at one point or another, it seemed like Zuffa and Paramount were this unstoppable war machine running into the boxing space, backed by Turki Al-Sheikh, of course. And people wanted to push back at the idea of what Zuffa was potentially going to be able to do. But I think for the most part, it was a lot of wishful thinking, right? A lot of wishful thinking from a lot of fans who just wanted the traditional space to stay the same. And I'll be honest with you, I feel like they felt like their favorite fighters weren't controlling the narrative anymore, right? The quote unquote A sides that were running boxing, right, wasn't necessarily in that same powerful position anymore without the big networks backing the PBCs, right? The Top Ranks or whatever, the Golden Boys, the usual suspects, right? In comes Turkey with this war chest. In comes a certified, experienced, winning track record general like Dana White, TKO group with Chris Khan. I mean, you just had Nick Khan. You had all these pieces that were there that, outside of the wishful thinking, it had to look a little bit discouraging from the outside looking in if you were looking for the traditional space to hold it down. When you think about the biggest fights that we've watched over the past, let's say 2 years, right? 2 to 3 years, they've all been pretty much funded or financed by this war machine, by this war chest that Turki Al-Sheikh brought into the space. So how exactly were they going to go ahead and be able to compete? How were they being the traditional space, right? The regular promotional companies, the Golden Boys, the Matchrooms, the Queensberry, the Top Ranks, even Salida Promotions now is in the conversation, Boxer, the guys to be the guys, the biggest promotional companies that most fighters wanted to fight on, right? You can almost say like a Def Jam Records of sorts. If you can remember Def Jam Records back in the day, every rap artist wanted to be part of Def Jam Records, right? But as soon as the big companies started getting involved, as soon as Interscope started really getting involved in the game, and as soon as J Records started getting involved in the game, these other machines came in with that money, that financing, and that control over that media space. Then Def Jam, eventually, we don't even hear about Def Jam anymore, right? Def Jam is really not even a factor anymore. They're more of a like a nostalgic type of name you bring up just to remember when they used to be the biggest, look like they used to be the biggest force in hip hop. And just to bring that full circle, to say that boxing did seem like it was going through a changing of guards of sort, right? But now, guys, we're watching things happen in real time with Dana White, with Zuffa Boxing. And more importantly, as we're watching, these events roll out, we're watching these big acquisitions happening, right? And not only the acquisitions that are happening, but we're also hearing about fighters being solicited and that there will be more acquisitions as time moves on for Zuffa Boxing. How was these regular promotional companies going to compete with the conversation, with that expensive conversation that Dana White was having with these fighters? In comes DAZN, right? DAZN looks like they make a powerful move, right? They sign Teofimo Lopez to an exclusive deal. Very interesting, right? Very interesting from my eye immediately, because we know that DAZN's finances are way above any of the finances of these regular promotional companies. If anything, they're the ones actually probably giving budgets to these different promotional companies. They never have done this before. This is a whole entire exclusive offer idea. And number one question is, why are they doing it? But another question is, what does that mean for these other promotional companies that are under them, right? If they're going to patiently wait out these companies who are building up these fighters into stars and not give these guys the budget they need to be able to finance and give these guys the biggest fights, if they're actually going to pull those stars away from these promotional companies so that they can control where these fights go, I think that's a great thing for us. That's a great thing for us as fans. I'm not too sure how the promotional companies necessarily feel about it, but for us as fans, it's definitely a great thing, right? So we got to talk about that right now, because right now we're watching Devin Haney, who's probably, I always tell you guys, man, it's like the pendulum swings, right? The pendulum swings with this conversation of Devin Haney, who at one point in time seemed like he was getting blackballed out of the game, took that fight with Ryan Garcia. We saw what happened with that fight. On the back end of that, he had to take a hiatus. These promotional companies were lowballing him, according to him, his perspective, right? They weren't willing to offer him any money. They weren't bidding on his fights. The Santa Martin fight, we remember how crazy that was and how diabolical that became. But then he had a big money. He got the war chest, took his side and said, listen, we're going to hold him down. We got his back. After the Brian Norman Jr. fight, it kind of got quiet again for him, where he was outside, Bill Haney, soliciting these different promoters trying to get these fights. He tried to solicit Eddie Hearn and get a Lewis Crocker fight so that he could become a unified champion, collect that IBF belt. He solicited the PBC, tried to get that Rolly fight. That the negotiations went to hell, right? And now, though, Zuffa Boxing got in his ear, but now things have been moving around a certain way to where Devin is back on the right side of the leverage. He's back on that right side of that leverage now because he's needed, right? You could argue Devin Haney's needed in Zuffa Boxing. And yes, you could bring it down to the whole entire Shakur Stevenson conversation and make it exclusively about Shakur, but I think it gets deeper than that. And we're going to talk about that tonight, because the Glamour division looks like it's up for grabs right now. Guys, if you're listening to Ryan Garcia right now, if you're listening to what's going on, he's getting close to being at the end of this whole entire situation with Golden Boy. I know we've heard this before from Ryan Garcia, of course. We've definitely heard, and we've definitely seen that crazy dysfunctional dynamic he has with Oscar De La Hoya, but it does seem like this time around we're getting closer and closer to seeing Ryan Garcia see this whole entire relationship through. And where does Ryan Garcia land on the back end of that? As Ryan Garcia has become a super brand. He's a star. He's a money machine for anybody. And he's a huge star when it comes to the casual space of boxing. When you're talking about the new and upcoming fans, this dude embodies all of that, right? He brings all of the Jake Paul attributes, right? All the benefits, all the pros of a Jake Paul, but he brings that boxing IQ, that ability to knock somebody out, that style that translates, right? That crosses over to the casual space. He seems like he's not only at odds with Oscar De La Hoya, though. He may very well be at odds with DAZN, right? If you watch that interview, and we'll play the clips, right? We'll go through it. But it seems like he may be at odds with DAZN. Now, he's trying not to make it, all personal, but he expresses in this interview with Ariel Helwani that, he was very disappointed in DAZN. And the fact that DAZN never came at him to approach him with any type of offer the way they offered Teofimo an offer. Now, listen, he was entangled. He had an entanglement with Oscar De La Hoya, with this whole Golden Boy deal that probably, didn't put him as an eligible person to try to shoot a deal at, right? But as things are coming closer and closer to ending with Golden Boy, he does know who he is. He knows how much weight and leverage he carries in the game, and his ear is definitely open to any opportunity that's out there. If we're watching the past couple of weeks, you'd be blind not to see that Dana White and Ryan Garcia are getting very close and very buddy-buddy. They're getting very close and they're getting very, very buddy-buddy, right? Very interesting. You're seeing Ryan Garcia pop up at UFC events. You're seeing him, and when he's talking about this, he's talking about this in a very positive way. The feeling is great. He's very impressed with Dana White. He's very impressed with what he's been able to do. He's very impressed with what he can do, what he has access to. He's very into, when you're talking about the media space and Ryan Garcia, this is a guy who's very familiar with how that space works. And he understands exactly what Dana White brings to the table with Paramount specifically, right? Not just Dana, but also with Paramount. We were just talking yesterday about DAZN, these paywalls and all these different little things that are going on over there. If Ryan Garcia were to sign over to Zuffa Boxing, Lord have mercy, that would be a huge, huge move for Ryan Garcia. That would change a lot of the conversation going on in the boxing space right now. One way or the other, no matter how you want to feel about it, it just definitely would. And it probably would attract a lot more fighters as well, with Shakur being over there. And if Devin signs over there as well, now you're looking at Shakur, Devin, Ryan. The 147-pound division might get stronghold. It's up for sale right now. And if these promoters don't find a way to work it out and make it make sense for these fighters, this conversation gets even more interesting, right? We got to talk about all that stuff today, guys, because I really see some writing on the wall here. I could be bugging. I don't know. You know what I mean? But I'm going to put the link in the chat right now. The panel will be opened up pretty much damn near immediately after I finish doing my spiel. I'll start letting people know, letting up here to give me their opinions, what's going on. Let me shout out to everybody in the building right quick here. Donnie956 in the building, salute, says, yo, what's good, man? Fist of the Black Star in the building says, what up, Clay? What's good? Well, my God, Low knows boxing, because Low knows boxing in the building. Salute, 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 man. VLM919 says, Clay, what's good with you, man? My God, manager of Julian Rodriguez in the building, Dimitri Popov, says, is Haney signed with DAZN for sure, or still just in a bidding war between Zuffa and DAZN? I think I don't know that he signed anywhere. And that's another thing we'll talk about, because Bill says, and we'll bring up those clips as well, Bill says that their deal is done and has been done for a while now. They're just waiting on the announcement. Guys, I don't think DAZN wastes the time on announcing things late. That is a Dana White, Zuffa type of MO, right? That's their MO, taking forever to announce stuff. I don't know. I'm not saying Bill signed to Zuffa or DAZN. I'm just saying we'll play the clip here. Bill, and shout out to my brother Ness, this is where he said it at. Bill says his deal's already been locked in for a while now, he says. For a while now. They're just waiting on these announcements to come out. I think that's very interesting, right? That's very interesting from Bill. WP 3636 in the building. Salute, salute. Eduardo Alvarez in the building. What's good with you, my guy? Marvette Holyfield in the building says, salute, Clay, the only real boxing talk show. Oh, man, I appreciate you. Thank you, brother. Clarissa, let me see. Clarissa Tercios 2346 says, Sean, let me see here, says, Sean out about 2 hours ago that Haney is signing a direct. Sean out. You talking about Sean Zattel? About 2 hours ago that Haney is signing a direct huge deal with DAZN. Okay. So Sean Zattel said that? Okay, maybe. Let me see. Kay Gunner says, why would DAZN sign fighters to exclusive deals if everyone is under the same umbrella? We're going to talk about that, man. We're going to talk about that, Kay. 9956 says, Kay, so they don't go to Zuffa. Dimitri says, because if it's easier for DAZN to make a fight with two guys directly signed to them versus getting Matchroom and Top Rank to collaborate on DAZN. 100%. Exactly. And of course, I'd expect Dimitri to understand. He understands better than me. He's actually in the business of boxing, right? That the fact that we gotta, I'll talk about it, right? I've talked about it before, but I'll talk about it again today to really try to paint this picture for you guys to understand how I'm seeing this thing working out. Lance Meyer in the building says, Wednesday, Clay? Yeah, man, I got the time. You know, I'm not going to be here this weekend. I'll be in New York at the event at Zuffa in Madison Square Garden, so I won't be calling the fights. I'll be at the fights. So, you know, I figure why not put an extra show in there. I'm still doing the one tomorrow, right? It is what it is. Dub winner 2068 in the building says Devin Haney stops Keyshawn in the 6th round. Maybe. Edward, he hasn't stopped somebody in a long time though, Dub. But I mean, that'd be great to see Devin do that, right? Eduardo Alvarez says Devin stalling, all talk, no fight. Okay, Selected Styles in the building says, hey, Clay, what's good with you? Dez 215 in the building with the salute. What's good with you? I'm just somebody. I'm just someone, says salute, Clay. And says, what's up to Dimitri in the building? Dimitri, let me see. Fist of the Black Star. I'm just someone. Who's this here? Pwa Pounder Northwest says, don't know if you're paying attention, but Zuffa is promoting Ryan like he's their fighter on social media. You don't know if I'm paying attention. Trust you me, brother. I'm paying attention. Trust you me, I'm paying attention a lot. I think I'm paying closer attention than a lot of people are paying attention, to be honest with you, man. Let me see here. What am I missing here? I think that's everybody, right? Lots of boxing this weekend, 100%. We'll talk about all those fights this weekend as well, man. Even we got to talk about Bubba Andrade as well, man, who's looking to make a big fight. He's looking to lock in something with a Jamal Charlo. He wants to get in a conversation of what's going on at 168. I think he makes the conversation very interesting as well, right? Offshoot everything. 1187 says, if the Haney's been locked in with the zone, then Bill was lying about Zuffa trying to make Shakur fight, right? Let's talk about it. Where is Bill going to end up? Where is Bill? And more importantly, Devin, right? Because that's, you know, shout out to Bill, but more importantly, Devin, right? Where is Devin going to really end up? Listen, things have changed. And I guess the question is going to be, how long has DAZN been out here shopping these deals? Now, Shakur Stevenson said that pretty much after that Teofimo fight, that it was a short while that past that fight when DAZN was already talking to him. But at the time when they reached out to him, he had already inked out or made a handshake agreement or a verbal agreement, or, you know, he already had his ducks, you know, in a row. He already had his T's crossed and his I's dotted with Zuffa Boxing, which, you know, goes to say that ever since as early as February, let's say, Shakur Stevenson and Zuffa Boxing were on the same page. Once again, Zuffa Boxing earning that reputation of taking a very long time to announce their deals with their fighters, right? I mean, if they were that long in works with Shakur Stevenson, we're in July right now, and they finally announced it. That's 7 months into the year that they announced something that was ironed out damn near, you know, at the beginning of the year. And even Julian Rodriguez, I remember when we had him on the show and we were talking to him, he said that his deal was inked out with Zuffa Boxing almost a year prior to the ABS Griffin fight. He said it was like, you know, a long time before the ABS Griffin fight, he already had an understanding that he was going to be with Zuffa Boxing. So this is what Zuffa kind of does, which if we follow the breadcrumbs to a certain degree and we listen to what Bill Haney says, it would lean you towards the direction of believing that they've maybe inked something out with Zuffa Boxing, right? Or something of that nature, right? From what he said. I don't know that DAZN has been working, if they're taking that long to make these announcements. I mean, with Teofimo Lopez, how long was it before he knew what he was doing, right? I mean, at one point or another, I thought Keith Connolly looked like he was negotiating something for Teofimo with Zuffa Boxing. It seemed like it was almost like a last minute change type of situation that Keith figured something out with DAZN for Teofimo Lopez. But that being said, saying all that, right, just to get full circle to say that Devin, whatever is going on with Devin right now in this whole Keyshawn Davis situation, is almost like he wasn't that excited about making this Keyshawn Davis fight. You know, he just wasn't. When he decided to concede to the idea of coming down to 144 to fight Shakur Stevenson, that seemed to be on the back end of, you know, I'd rather do this than that because there's really no money there. Now, we've been watching this Keyshawn Davis situation develop, and we've seen nobody bid on that fight. There's been no bidding on that fight. There's no, you know, on the 27th is gonna, you know, the purse bid or whatever you call it starts up, right? That's when we're gonna see this public bidding going on, and this is what the WBO is saying they're gonna make on the internet for the first time. I wonder why they're doing that as well. I don't remember the last time I seen something like that before either, what the WBO's doing. So there's a collaboration also. There's a real significance of what's going to happen with this Devin Haney, Keyshawn Davis purse bid. If you pay close attention, something is happening. Because for the WBO to put out that letter that they're going to make it public on Monday and they're going to do all these different things, it's like, well, why are they doing that? We know that Zuffa Boxing is not bidding on that fight, or we're not believing. More than likely, we know they're not bidding on that fight because of what Gustavo Olivieri said, right? Gustavo said they really can't bid on the fight. They're not licensed as a recognized promoter with the WBO to bid on that fight. So I don't think Zuffa's coming to bid on that Keyshawn Davis, Devin Haney fight. We know Top Rank. We know the usual suspects that could bid on it, but those guys can only put up with so much money, right? The player that's the wild card in this is DAZN. That is the wild card in this conversation, is whether or not DAZN is going to put up this purse bid. And if they do put up this purse bid, what does that mean? Are they going to give Devin Haney a one-off fight just to make the fight between Devin Haney and Keyshawn Davis? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think if DAZN is talking in this conversation, they're doing a multi-fight deal. They're doing a multi-fight deal 100%. And if they're doing this multi-fight deal, which I believe Bill's really not into the multi-fight deal thing, but obviously if it's very lucrative, it is what it is. Then the big announcement on Monday might not just be about this fight being put together between Keyshawn Davis and Devin Haney. It might be the announcement of a huge multi-fight deal going on with DAZN for Devin Haney. That changes a lot of the conversation now. Now, does it mean that certain fights aren't going to be on the table? I don't think so. And I think a lot of your favorite pundits and channels will still try to keep selling you this story of the across the street politics getting in the way of the biggest fights happening. I don't think so. I believe we're watching in real time Conor Benn and Ryan Garcia turning into something that might literally open the door to a lot more collaborations, because if this event is as big as I think it's going to be and it's very successful, I don't see why DAZN won't. I don't think DAZN doesn't want to work with Zuffa. On the opposite side of the conversation, I think that's exactly what they want to do because of the budgets, them coming together to put the biggest fights together. I think what they don't want to do is lose too many fighters to where Zuffa doesn't need them to put on the biggest fights, if that makes any sense, right? That's the name of the game from DAZN's point of view. The promoters may want to play that game, hence why we're seeing DAZN get involved in this conversation in the way that they're getting involved in it. They're signing the big fighters. They're offering the big deals to the biggest fighters in the space because they want to be able to make the biggest fights. I don't think for one moment that DAZN is thinking about fronting the whole entire bill to put the biggest fights together. I think without a doubt, they wouldn't mind sharing the cost and, helping to create this new era of boxing, this new era of the biggest fights, the best fighting the best, these big purses, and growing this fan base to what it needs to be, which is ultimately going to help DAZN as well. They still need to figure out their firewall, right? But at the end of the day, it is what it is. Shout out to Stock Chasers. What's good with you, family? What's good, Stock Chasers? Good to see you in the building here. Let me see what you guys are saying here in the chat here. Maybe I'm bugging. Let me see here. Locked in the zone, then Bill was lying. Well, yeah. Okay. Offshoot Everything says, if the Haney's been locked in with DAZN, then Bill was lying about Zuffa trying to make the Shakur fight, right? No. I don't think they've been locked in with DAZN that long. And I don't think that they signed with DAZN. I think maybe there were conversations probably happening, but without a doubt, I believe Bill. I don't know Bill. I know a lot of you guys want to say Bill's a liar. I don't know Bill to be a liar that way. I know him to be a very good wordsmith, very careful on how he delivers his messages, but I don't know that I've ever seen Bill Haney actually lie. I know a lot of people would contest that and push back at that idea of that. But me personally, Bill has a lot of credibility with me. When he says something, I do listen to him closely. But you got to listen to him closely because Bill will say a lot. He'll say a little bit in a lot of words. It is what it is. This is going to be real interesting because this is a big power play move opportunity by Bill Haney. Now, does Bill Haney does he remain loyal? How has the traditional boxing space treated Devin Haney and Bill Haney? That's a good question for everybody in the building. How has a traditional space of boxing treated Bill Haney? And I mean that because on one side of the conversation, the fans on the tradition, the fans of boxing have been very, I think it's a 50-50 thing. I mean, you look in the chat right now, you're going to see a lot of Devin Haney support in there in the chat, but we also know about the channels, the detractors, and the fans who are. And if you're a fan of Gervonta Tank Davis, who is the biggest star in boxing at one point in time, maybe not right now at this moment, then Devin Haney's been on the opposite side of a lot of, on the bad side of a lot of scrutiny, a lot of he's boring, you know what I mean? He pillow fisted, things of that nature. We don't want to watch Devin. Devin doesn't put bums in seats. He doesn't sell pay-per-views, quote unquote. All those different attacks on Devin Haney. But the traditional space of boxing, when we're talking about Top Rank, when we're talking about Matchroom, when we're talking about those type of situations, how have they treated Devin Haney? I don't know. I would say after the Ryan Garcia fight, there's an argument there to say that the traditional space of boxing told Devin Haney to kiss their ass. No? On the opposite side of that Ryan Garcia fight, Devin Haney took that hiatus and was this close to fighting for Black Prime. I don't know if you guys remember. He was totally, this was the foundation to his lawsuit to Ryan Garcia, because Ryan Garcia completely destroyed the value of his brand, completely dropped his stock into the ground. And the Bob Arums of the world, the Eddie Hearns of the world, turned their backs on Devin, turned their backs on Bill. The boxing space turned their backs on Bill and Devin. Does that impact the way Bill looks at this whole entire opportunity with DAZN in comparison to what Zuffa actually represents? Because, guys, Zuffa doesn't just represent, another space or a new brand. Zuffa also represents Turki Al-Sheikh. And without a doubt, Bill Haney and Devin Haney like doing business with Turki Al-Sheikh. I would argue it ain't, they definitely love doing business with them. Doing business with DAZN, Saudi Arabia is a part owner of DAZN. So is there still business there for the Haneys with Turki Al-Sheikh if they do sign this multiple fight deal with DAZN? That's a lot to process. That's a lot to think about and process when you're trying to figure out and you're trying to speculate where this goes. I know a lot of people, and Sean Zattel may be putting it out there right now that they've inked out this multiple fight deal with DAZN. You know how it goes, man. It ain't over until the fat lady sings, right? It ain't over till the fat lady sings. And when we're talking about multi-fight deals, that's not the last time I think I saw Bill Haney get into a conversation like this would have to be around that time with Top Rank when it came time to make the fight with George Kambosos, and obviously ended it with that last fight, that third fight being against Vasily Lomachenko. Other than that, they like to do one-offs. They like to get their money and go. Zuffa, on the other hand, is also giving out multi-fight deals, but is Zuffa willing to do a one-off fight? They did it with Conor Benn, right? They gave him a big bag of money to fight Regis. Conor Benn returned back to the table, liked how the experience went, signed for the multi-fight deal with Zuffa Boxing. It is what it is, right? It is what it is. Let me see what's going on in the chat here. I'm saying a lot here. Let me see. Donnie956 in the building says, I want to hear Eddie Hearns switch up from saying Haney is making 5 times too much money, too much, and Zuffa is overpaying, and that model doesn't work, to how great it was that DAZN signed Haney and overpaid him. Yeah.
Now listen, that's called motherfucking
broads,
man. Nigga. You know nothing about that.
Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting, right? Is DAZN trying to get back in that business? They did this before with Canelo Alvarez to a certain degree, but that was with the promoter, Eddie Hearn. I don't know. I think a lot of people, there's a lot of breadcrumbs leading me to believe that Bill Haney is going to be with Zuffa Boxing. I'm not going to lie to you. But listen, you got a lot of pundits in the space. I just saw Tim Bradley. I saw Tim Bradley talking about he had some news, and it's like, oh, Bill, if you're going, Bill kind of, he has me kind of believing that, Bill Haney may be screwing Shakur over and staying with DAZN and signing this multiple fight deal with DAZN. I don't know what that looks like, right? And also keep in mind that Bill Haney's a promoter. So if DAZN is offering promotional deals, partnership deals, that could interest Bill to a certain degree. Stock Chasers, what's good, family? Stock Chasers, you're muted, brother. You're muted. We don't hear you.
Yo, Clay, what's good, my brother?
Doing good, man. Just doing this little pop-up live, man.
Yeah. Nah, I see you. Yeah, man. Hey, listen. I heard everything you were saying. Mm-hmm. And look, man, this is kind of like what kind of like irks me a little bit, right? Mm-hmm. Obviously, let's think about it from your perspective. Mm-hmm. ATP, right? Mm-hmm. ATP's trying to get a deal.
Okay.
You're gonna look for ways to get the best deal. How do you do that? Oh, hey, well, guys, ATP, we got to deal with this one, or we got an offer from this one. Same thing, this happened to me in my past life with my job.
Okay.
I got a job that wants to pay me more. I go back to my current employer and I tell them, hey, listen, man, look at this contract. Are you gonna match? So basically, it's like, I don't know why people are so caught up in but Bill Haney said that the $100 million deal, he said it weeks ago. What's going on? I just don't understand. Is it that some people don't understand business? Are they trolling? Am I tripping, Clay, or what?
No, I mean, listen, I think, listen, first of all, just as much as I do that we're dealing with a space where we're not dealing with the sharpest pack of pencils, right? We know that it's nothing for these type of conversations to go above a lot of people's. This type of conversation is above a lot of pay grades, right? So there's some people who just want to keep it down into a frequency level that they can understand, and they really just can't process the idea of big business, millions and millions and millions of dollars on the table. And when Bill Haney says $100 million, like I said, Bill Haney says a lot sometimes in a little bit of words, or sometimes he says a lot of words but just says a little. He's very strategic with the way he drops information and the way he puts it on the space. You just gotta kind of take your time, allow things to develop. But if you're just gonna jump into a bag of just he's lying, he's not telling the truth, 100, he was capping, you doing all that, then you're never gonna get it, right? Because at the end of it, if you don't know anything about Bill at this point, you gotta know that at the end of it, when the smoke is all cleared, him and Devin are gonna get a big bag. Period. You know what I'm saying? That's tried, true, proven already. And by the end of this, when it's all said and done, the smoke is cleared, Devin's gonna get M's. Devin's gonna have more M's in his account, so is Bill, right?
Yeah, and listen, man, congrats to the guys. I'm even gonna say this. Hold this right, I'll be right back. Even with Shakur, I'm pretty sure Shakur had a couple of offers on the table. He had to go back and forth about. Listen, I don't have to be the biggest Shakur fan, but at the end of the day, okay, yeah, but he lied. He said he didn't have a Zuffa deal. Guys, he can't announce a contract with a company before the company announces it.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? And I'm just asking the space, man. Listen, have a little patience. Let this thing play out. Because look, Clay, I think it just got interesting. I expected Dana to make noise, start signing guys. But when you first mentioned the Teal deal, there were a couple of questions. Oh, Teal still has a deal with Top Rank, this, that, and the fourth. And turns out you were right as far as that's concerned. I mean, listen, this is kind of turning into kind of like a bidding war type of thing. It's almost like, you have the zone, you have Zuffa, and guys are getting deals, they're getting bids, they're having to go back and forth trying to get the most money. But now that kind of changes the game for me, because I kind of expected Zuffa to be able to just go around just signing people, but the zone is making it interesting. So listen, just to be clear, I'm not getting no M's in my pocket from Devin's back. So I ain't over here like, the Dev's gonna like shout outs to Dev, shout outs to Shakur. Listen, shout outs to the boxing space. These boxers deserve to get paid. This is a highly dangerous sport, but at the end of the day, I think we're in unprecedented times, bro. Like,
yo, you hit it right on the nail.
Yeah.
It's unprecedented, and that's what people don't. And this is what I understood. And even with the whole Zuffa conversation, what's always intrigued me about the conversation, it's not about me being a Dana White fan, or I don't know. I think people go into extremes with how passionate I am about this topic. No, it's when you bring a machine like Dana White, Nick Khan, and you bring a war chest, you know what I'm saying? Money, a war chest from Saudi Arabia, it's going to change a lot of what's going on in the landscape of things, right? It's going to change a lot. It's going to push things around. And that's what you're seeing happening right now. What you're seeing right now in real time is the pot is legitimately being stirred, right? It's like the DAZN is regrouping. They're thinking differently. They're signing fighters all of a sudden. All of a sudden, all the promoters have gotten under one umbrella. They're coming together. The sanctioning bodies are getting involved in the conversation. Mauricio's making his moves. Gustavo Olivieri's making his moves. Everybody's getting active on the back end of Dana White and Zuffa Boxing coming into the space. And you're right. We're in unprecedented times right now because they're literally fighting over the lion's share of the real estate of star power right now. And the DAZN has gotten their hands dirty. They're in the conversation now, and that makes this conversation level up, right? It just levels everything up. Now that the DAZN brings their war chest, maybe they don't have the same war chest as Saudi Arabia, but do they have a comparable war chest to Zuffa Boxing? I don't think it's unrealistic that they do.
And listen, one thing so I can let Mandalorian go, but I wanted to say this. It's crazy because look, when we think about it, Turkey has, Turkey, Sella, Zuffa, because I think Zuffa is owned, if I'm not mistaken, 60% by Sella, 40% by TKO. And right. What I'm trying to say is this: listen, it's like the same octopus, just different like arms of the octopus. Because listen, Turkey's in it with the DAZN. So what I hope is, man, get these guys paid, and I don't want no more crossings of the street. We got all the promotional companies with the DAZN. We got Zuffa. I mean, listen, man, I just hope that we just start getting these fights, bro. Like that's what I'm trying to say. This is major. Where we're headed, So
yeah. And I think keep an eye on what you're seeing happening with Conor Benn and Ryan Garcia as well, because don't be shocked if the DAZN isn't okay with Zuffa. You know what I'm saying? And don't be shocked that the DAZN isn't. Listen, man, just don't be shocked that Turkey isn't moving the pieces around in the back. He's the guy with the strings, right? He's the guy sitting there with the DAZN. He has the DAZN. He has Zuffa. Who doesn't he have? The promotional companies. Who's doing the signing? It's the DAZN. Why would the DAZN sign fighters that when they already have the promoters underneath their umbrella? Just think about that. Just let that sizzle in your spirit, right? Like, why do that? There's an argument there to say you already have the fighters. Or do you?
Yeah, and listen, speaking of that, I think you saw the news. Frank Martin, just signed the deal. Yeah, but this is the thing. What is Top Rank? The DAZN. So if you're signed to the DAZN, you signed the Top Rank, you signed the Matchroom, like it's all. I'm looking at it as well. It's all the same. It's all the same.
It's not stock. It's not. Because if it was the same, and that's what we're gonna have to figure out. We're gonna have to let time tell it. But I guess what I'm trying to say is the DAZN is doing something that's not consistent with the idea of them already owning the fighters. If that makes any sense. Why sign Teofimo why try to sign Shakur? Why try to sign Richardson Hitchens if they're already over there? Nah, they're signing these fighters because until the fighters are signed directly to them, those fighters aren't their fighters. You understand what I'm saying?
No, listen, you're 100% right. But for example, Frank Martin signs the Top Rank. He's gonna be fighting on the DAZN, right? He's gonna be fighting on the DAZN ultimately. Top Rank. So I know what you're saying. Like is that there is a difference, But this is what I'm trying to say. And it's crazy because you've been preaching this for a while. I gotta give you respect on this because you've been saying this for a minute. Unprecedented times, my brother. For sure.
100%, 100%. Bandalorian, what's good, brother? What's good with your family?
Yeah, what up, Clay? What up, Stock? You know, it's crazy, man. Clay, Stock really like, hey, and I'm tell everybody, Clay. Now I'm a comedy connoisseur. I know you get that sizzling spirit from Country Wayne, man. You know, I know that's where that come from. So, yeah. I was like, that's it. Oh, he said sizzling. I said that's that Country Wayne, ain't it? But nah, say look. You know, it's crazy. I think Stock really right, Clay. You know what's actually interesting about this? Remember last week, Clay, when you was playing that interview with Sebastian Fundora? It's so funny how in that interview, remember they had asked him, they said, well, how you feeling now that, you know, everybody under the same umbrella with the same network, and Fundora said the same thing you and Stockton said, though, Clay. He was like, we under the same network, but, you know how promoters can be. So that is what make it interesting. But this is what I was going to say. The interesting thing about what Stock said and why I agree so much, I think this was a smart move by Devin because the same thing that Ryan just did, Devin just did, but he just gave himself more options. That's all it is. You heard Ryan Garcia because I watched the interview too, Clay. I'm not a Ryan fan, but that was a damn good Ariel interview because he touched on a lot of stuff without Ari even asking him. Like Ryan just
clear-minded.
Hey, Clay. Ariel said, Ryan, how your day going? Ryan said, man, I don't know what's up with Golden Boy, man. He like, man, they tripping, man. And look, this what's going on, man. I only got 2 fights left with him. I got 3 fights left with Stella, and Oscar been selling off my fights. I said, well, damn, Ryan, tell us how you feel. Just lay it all on the table. So, but I think how Zuffa did it. Zuffa got Shakur because you need Shakur for sure for the legitimacy. They gonna get it done because Stock is right too. Turkey has the zone. Remember, you know, this is the thing I said. Everybody worry about this, but I think people forgetting though. Remember when they started them ring cars and Rick Reno was like, we needed Turkey to come in and start these ring cars because Eddie, y'all giving us BS and all that stuff. Realistically, the only ones they said we've been putting on the good cars consistently is Frank Warren with Queensberry. And I watched them cars. Frank Warren, them cars is crazy. The upsets all over the place, knockouts, everything. So I do give them that credit. But they stopped right with it. I feel like they need Turkey, but they need them on both sides. If Ryan did it with the cross promo with Conor Ben, it's no reason why Devin wouldn't still. If after he fights Keyshawn, he'll end up going into the Shakur fight. You know, so I think it's all gonna work out. I'm like shocked. I think they just did it. Everybody on each side just to get their money though. You know, it's like, hey, they giving me this bigger bag. Let me take it while I can get it. You know?
It's a combination of a lot of things, man, without a doubt. Big Herm in the building with the $2, man. I appreciate you. He says, why would the zone / PBC let Russell fight Shakur on Zuffa? It's money. That's it. We got listen. This is like government politics, right? Don't never get it twisted. I know they want to sell to you that this is just across the street politics and these things to make it sound like things are impossible. No, this is about business. This is about money. This is two sides to the same coin when we're talking about these conversations. And I'm going to tell you something else. PBC is not necessarily in a position, nor is the zone in a position to continue to tell a fighter like Gary Antoine Russell that he can't get money because he's not on the right side of the street. These conversations are going to start getting old because it's going to become a pick and choose type of situation because we're watching Ryan Garcia go get a bag of money, right? And you're going to see a lot of other fights, I think, develop over the time. That's why even if Devin ends up on the zone, I still believe we're going to see him in Shakur Stevenson fight. I believe if Ryan ends up over the foot, you're going to see Devin and Ryan fight. You're going to see these big money fights happen, right? Hold on a second. Shout out to Low Nose. What's good with you, Low?
What's going on, man? You know, I have to holler at you. I hear you talking to Zuffa talk, you know what I mean? But then again, what really brought me on is that we finally talking about the Glamour Division. You know, shout out to Teofimo Lopez and Rolly Guerrero, who's actually giving us, in the words of Two Tone, hood nigga boxing, real boxing, where everybody else is talking about love triangles and rumors of boxing fights and stuff, and Twitter trilogies and things like that. You know, shout out to those two guys, leading by example, friends, fighting each other. You know, they don't gotta act like jerks to promote a fight. We know that inside the ring, they're gonna put it all on the line at the end of the day. Nobody got to go out there and flash money around. Nobody has to go out there and talk crazy and disrespect each other and act like they hate each other. As long as when that bell rings, they come in a fight. 147's getting lit. You know, shout out to Devin Haney, aka chasing the Avengers all over the place. I've never been a Devin fan, but I gotta respect how he's moving. This generation don't deserve Devin. He belongs to the 80s. You know what I mean? Because he's fighting everybody. Keyshawn Davis versus Devin Haney, however, is a 50-50 fight, or maybe 55-45. And I say that because Devin's been more consistent on the higher level. Keyshawn is a little bit of a head case, kind of like my favorite fighter, but a little bit lesser because he's not as accomplished. But Keyshawn struggled, and then he had a shit performance. No, excuse me, he had a great performance against Jermaine Ortiz, and then he didn't look good against Albright. But, you know, maybe it's because of the style matchup, because once again, slick fighters don't look good against slick fighters. So even though Devin is a slick fighter, Devin has vulnerabilities that Keyshawn can capitalize on. But Devin is more experienced, and I'm probably leaning towards Devin to win that fight if it happens. As for Shakur Stevenson, if he's not fighting Devin Haney, then fight Gary Antoine Russell. I don't want you to fight Oshaki Foster, who's a smaller guy. I don't want to see him in there with another green print fighter in Jose Valenzuela. You know what I mean? So that's how I see it. You know, Devin versus Keyshawn.
What do you think? What do you think about if, let's say, Ryan Garcia ends up at Zuffa Boxing, right? Let's say Devin Haney ends up at Zuffa Boxing, right? Let's say that ends up happening. These guys get these multiple fight, you know, big money deals. What do you think that you would give Zuffa the edge on in the conversation of who's controlling the Glamour division?
Yo, all due respect, a phone call was coming in. I kept dodging that phone call, and I really couldn't hear what you said. All I heard was you said something about Ryan, and then would I give Zuffa credit if what happens? Because I'm trying to dodge a call right now.
If Zuffa's able to pull off signing Devin Haney, and when Ryan is done with Oscar De La Hoya, he doesn't sign a multiple fight deal with DAZN, he goes to Zuffa. Would you say that Zuffa Boxing has a lion's share stronghold control over welterweight boxing with that roster, with Richardson Hitchin over there, with Devin Haney over there, with Ryan Garcia over there, right? And with, you know, the developments of the Julian Rodriguez's and all those fighters that they're developing there. And we got to look at Liam Paro as well as a potential guy who can be over there as well. Liam, you know, he's doing what he has to do, but Zuffa has a presence in Australia right now with Jai Opetaia, and that whole entire WWE dynamic with those Samoans over there. I mean, I could bring all these pieces in there, and I don't know if people think about it that deeply as I do, but there is a dynamic going on over there in Australia with that whole entire space as far as the fans are concerned. A lot of fans are in big support of Zuffa Boxing in Australia.
Clay, you actually call me Zuf, man. Everybody keeps calling me Zuf. It's all good, man. Yeah, they would have the lion's share. You know, I don't mind that as long as it doesn't become another side of the street where we don't get the fights that we want because of that. But so far, it doesn't look like being with Zuffa is going to hurt that, because we're still getting Ryan Garcia and Conor Benn at the end of the day. If being with Zuffa is going to stop those fights from happening, then I'm all against it. But if it's not going to stop it from happening, if it's not going to prevent us from getting the fights that we want to see, then I'm totally fine. And I don't really, care about who signs or where. All I care about as a consumer, as a fan, is do we get the fights? I see what the DAZN is doing. They signed T.O., and they're trying to, get their roster up as well. As long as we get the fights we see, man, that's all that matters, bro. I don't care about
I agree with you 100%. Hey, guys, 80+ people in the building. Hit the like button. Let's get those thumbs up going. Hit the like button if you haven't subscribed to the channel. Take a moment to go ahead and do that as well. I agree with you 100%, Lo. It is all about the big fights happening. But it does seem like the landscape is changing as far as I say it's like a Walmart going into the neighborhood type of situation. I was saying that very early, and I'm going to continue saying that. The mom and pop shop promotions, who I would say is the Golden Boy, who I would say is who I would say is the Match Rooms, who I would say is the Top Ranks. These are the smaller promotional companies that have always needed a network to be attached to them. Any promotional company that needs that network to attach to them in order for them to get a budget in order to make fights, it looks like networks are moving away from that business model, and networks are signing fighters exclusively. You understand what I'm saying? Like networks are skipping the middleman and grabbing these fighters. Does that make sense?
100%. Look, let me add this, Clay, because it has to do with your point. I don't know if you saw the interview. David Benavidez, he was shitting on Zuffa for paying Conor Ben $15 million, right?
Right.
Now, at the end of the day, hey, you've been with PBC. Listen, I think at some point he got one more fight left or something. That's the rumor. That's what I've heard. I don't really know the business behind his contract, but hey, it's about to be your turn. What are you gonna do? So I feel like that's proof. That's proof of what Zuffa's doing, because hearing David Benavidez say that, he kind of feels like he's been getting the short end of the stick. So now you have a decision to make, an upcoming decision. I mean, at some point, I think he got one more fight. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure about that.
No. I think you're right. I think you're right. I think even with David, I'm sure they're talking to David as well, by the way, as far as the zone is concerned. I think they're talking to all these big stars, because I don't think these promotional companies can afford to keep their big stars. I don't think they can give them. They have, and that's what this conversation is all about. It's all about money, and that's what it comes down to, right? We're adding all these extra pieces to it and making it more animated and interesting, but it's about money. For the fighters, it's about money. And if you're not able to bring across something lucrative to these fighters, you can't continue to sell these fighters an idea of you're selling out, or you remember the history of these belts. And that's not that these fighters don't care that much about those conversations that people want them to think about. They're thinking about the money. And at the end of the day, that's what they need to talk to these fighters about, or they're going to lose them. They're going to lose all of them.
Yeah, Clay, I got a feeling Ryan Garcia is going to get beat. I have a real feeling about that.
By Conor?
Yeah, I got a feeling he's going to get stopped. He's probably going to take the knee. He's probably going to quit. And I say this.
You're muffled. You're really muffled. Well, I just want to let you know. I'm having a hard time hearing.
Bluetooth for a little while. Hold on. If I get off, can you hear that?
Nah, you sound really hard.
Sound better now, right?
Right now, yeah.
All right, Clay. Yeah, because I took my headset off. I'm gonna be on for a couple minutes. I gotta bounce.
Okay.
Ryan Garcia is due. Ryan Garcia is a very inconsistent fighter. You know, he's due right now to shit the bed. And I got a feeling this is gonna be this generation's Gerald McClellan, Nigel Benn. And I'm not talking about the injury, because I don't wish that on anybody. Gerald McClellan is one of my favorite fighters, and I cried when it happened to him. Now, what I mean by that is the American fighter who everybody's riding on is going to get beat. This is going to be one of those big UK moments where Tim Bolsey's going to have a reason to call in and brag. I got a feeling Conor Benn is going to walk through this guy. He's going to take that left hook. He's going to eat it. People are giving him a lot of shit because of that performance with Regis. That was his way back down to 147. Conor Benn is fully acclimated. If he's fully acclimated, the guy's a strong guy, bro. He went in there against a bigger guy and took those punches. I got a feeling it's going to be a great fight. He's going to take them shots. But I think Conor Benn is going to come out of this fight with a reputation of an iron jaw. And I think he's going to break Ryan Garcia down. He's too much dog for him. He's probably going to stop him, beat him to his knees like Gervonta Davis did. Because when a fighter goes out like that, a lot of times they have it in them. You know, those are like the intrusive thoughts. They're telling you quit. You got to shut that door. And Ryan Garcia left that door open. And right now, he's really acting crazy and everything. I got a feeling he's going to get stopped. Something tells me I want Ryan to win for the sake of the welterweight division, the Glamour division. But I got a feeling he's going to shit the bed. Out of all these fights coming up, you got Devin and Keyshawn as a 50-50. You got Teo and Rolly. Teo's another one. He's due for a great performance. I got that looking like a Turo Gotti, Floyd Mayweather. Teo's going to batter this guy and send him into retirement. And like I said, I think Ryan Garcia is going to quit. He's going to take the Victorville knee. Conor Benn is more Mexican than him, bro.
I don't know. Maybe you might be right. I don't know. Listen,
I don't know. I don't know about that one, Lo. He lost me. He lost me, Clay. He lost me, man. I don't know.
I ain't gonna lie. I think Ryan is dialed in, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. Now, the adversity part of the conversation is an interesting part of the conversation because, yeah, we did see Ryan, give up against Tank. We saw that. That happened. And I'm not going to look past that. And even against Devin Haney, there was mental weakness in the build-up to that fight. I don't know if Ryan believes he's going to beat Devin. I feel like a lot of that situation was him kind of showing his showing his hand a little bit, already making excuses as to why he lost the fight. And he gave up against Rolly, some would say.
Yeah.
Right? He put his hands in his pocket against Rolly. So if Conor can take him into that space again, to where he has to show grit and work through, and even on the back end of the Luke Campbell fight, let's be honest, right? Like, he came back and won that fight, but after that fight, he went on like a 1.5-year hiatus, right? He went through mental health issues. So just him being knocked down, he didn't deal with that well.
It all depends on if Conor could take the punch, Clay. If Conor can take the punch, or if he could find a way to neutralize it, he's going to win that fight. And let me tell you something. Ryan, to his credit, is a phenomenal fighter in terms of his physical attributes. This is why we need Gervonta Davis back in boxing, because I'm in awe. After watching that performance, how Gervonta Davis single-handedly took that left hook away from Ryan Garcia, beat him to his knees, I'm convinced Gervonta Davis is the most complete fighter out of the 7 kings. He's the most complete guy out of all of them.
Clay be wild. He be wilding, Clay. I see your face.
He's wild. He's wild. Go ahead, Mandalorian. He's wild.
No, I was just gonna say that. I was gonna say, he wild. I seen Clay face. That's all. Like, Clay Low be wild.
You know Rolly's the king, right? Just so y'all know, Rolly's a king. Let us put that out there. My guy Teo's fighting the 2nd king in a row. Rolly's a king. The guy gave Gervonta Davis all he can handle before he ran into that big left hand. He whitewashed Ryan Garcia. And mind you, he came up with those guys. When all those guys were coming up, when you seen the Teo and the Devin and the Shakur, Rolly was in the mix sparring with all those guys. Rolly, believe it or not, this might sound crazy to you, I got Rolly beating Richardson Hitchens, and I'm going to tell you why. Richardson Hitchens is a very slick fighter, but Richardson Hitchens is the Vernon Forrest of that clique. He can beat all the slick guys because he's taller than them. But when you put him in there with an animal, he kind of panicked, just like Vernon Forrest did with Ricardo Mayorga. It makes sense why Hitchens never fought Subriel Matias. It makes sense why he never fought Duarte. And Rolly was beating him up in sparring too.
No, let me tell you. Hold on.
Go ahead.
I want to say this, right? I don't see what you see in Rolly like that, right? I think Rolly is an interesting athlete. I think he's an interesting athlete. I think he's a combat sports athlete. You know what I mean? When you think about his judo background and all those different things, and he has a lot of heart, and he's a very intelligent person. People think he's really dumb, but he's not. He's actually probably one of the smarter fighters out there. And I'm not talking about fighters in the ring. I'm just talking about just IQ wise. He's a very intelligent person. But when he got into the ring with the old man Barrosos, and when he got in the ring with the Isak Pitbull Cruz, and even when he fought against what is his name, Jaime Garcia, I want to say his name is, these guys, anybody who's really willing to slow the fight down and box him, he's really not shown me that he's on that level to really be in the ring with those guys.
Well,
like if you want to punch
Ryan, bro,
he'll go with you. Yeah, but Ryan, we'll see, right?
These guys are all inconsistent. Like, you know what they all have in common? I'm gonna be real with you, Clay. And I be trolling with the Kings. Personally, there is no more Kings. The Kings is over. But these guys are all inconsistent. The only one that's been 100% consistent is Shakur, and even he has his moments. And I say that because you look at once again, take Teo, the poster boy for inconsistencies. Look at all the great things he did. Then he had bad performances. You look at Ryan Garcia. He had great performances against certain guys, even with Devin, whether he took whatever he took. Then he had bad performances. You look at Rolly, what he did with Ryan, and then he had bad performances. Even Devin Haney, you got to put him in there too. Devin looked great in certain performances, and then with the Ryan and the Jose Ramirez, he didn't look good. Gervonta Davis. Gervonta's been the only one spot on all the way through until he had this little hiccup with Lamont Roach. And then Shakur, there's some brilliances where he looks like Pernell Whitaker 2.0, and then there's instances where he looks like William Skoll. You know what I mean? So these guys all together, mix and match them, they're all inconsistent to an extent. Some more than others, man. And so that's why I don't put Rolly too far away from them guys, because Rolly beating Ryan Garcia is still a hell of a win, because Ryan Garcia is a 50-50 with anybody else outside of Gervonta Davis.
Hold on, look. No, I have to disagree with you with the Tank, because we're literally watching the sport move forward without Tank. So we have to stop that. Oh, we need Tank back. Like, Why do we need Tank back? Like, listen, look at the fights that are being made. You get what I'm saying? Look at the fighters that are getting signed. Look at the movements that are being made. Listen, everybody got a one up. So this is what I'm trying to say. If Dev ends up making the fight with Keyshawn, listen, I expect Shakur and Zuffa to come and try to one up. This is what we need in the sport. We don't need a Tank who's going around cherry picking, draining. Bro, he drained Ryan Garcia. So I don't know how you can give him props for things like that. But that's your opinion, by all means. But let's let the sport move forward without Tank. Like, stop saying we need Tank. We don't need Tank. We're moving forward without him.
The reason why I say that is because, and I've never been a Tank fan, but I ain't gonna lie to you, watching all these guys perform, it's like they don't measure up, bro. Like Tank, even though what the other guys are doing that Tank is not doing is they're taking on everybody. I give them credit. The other guys are fighting people. Tank, well, then again, Tank has as well, because Tank's resume is aging very well. At the time, maybe they looked like cherry picks when he fought them, but look at them now. Rolly Romero, you got people actually picking him over Teal. Not me, but I'm hearing a lot of people on TBV calling in, picking him to beat Teal. You got Ryan Garcia. People picking Ryan Garcia 50-50 with Shakur. People picking him to beat Devin if they fight again. People saying that he knocks out Teal. And Gervonta Davis took this guy apart. So his excitement that he brings to the sport in those divisions, because we do got that with Boots Ennis, we do got that with David Benavidez. But in the Glamour division between 135 and 147, Gervonta Davis, he had the Mike Tyson effect, bro. That's why I say that.
Okay, but Gervonta Tank Davis I don't even want to go into that. He's been out the ring for a minute and nobody misses him. I don't know. I just feel like you're dragging it. Nobody misses Tank, bro. Yeah, we're moving forward without Tank, man.
Let me just add this as far as the Tank conversation is concerned. When I hear you talk low, I hear you talking from the perspective of you're not the kind of guy who likes to deal with excuses, right? Which I can appreciate. I go with reason sometimes, but I just think that a fighter like Tank has a lot of potential. He's a very talented fighter, without a doubt. And he could be all those things that you said he is. Unfortunately, he has a lot of asterisks next to some of his biggest fights. He just does. He's fell into that strategically matchmaking side of the game to where when it came down to him to just go all out and just make the fights, once he got from under Mayweather Promotions, he didn't. He made it very difficult. He didn't make the Shakur fight. He didn't make the Devin fight. And even when he made the Ryan fight, there was that rehydration clause. It was, it just didn't look good. When a lot of his fights that he's had, even with the Rolly Romero situation, that's cool. But you know what? It didn't age that well until when? Because after that, he got clipped Barbarossa, right? Rolly got clipped Barbarossa and got a crazy, horrible decision, right? He probably would have gotten stopped if the referee didn't get involved in that conversation. He got beat pillar to post by Isak Pitbull Cruz. He had a super ugly fight against Jaime Garcia. He had no big fights. It wasn't until he finally got to the welterweight division and he made the fight with Ryan Garcia that he got a Ryan Garcia who's coming off a year-plus hiatus, right, of not fighting, being that he was suspended for the PED situation. He was not even looking right in that fight. I was there at those weigh-ins. He was looking. Yeah, that I understand, but it's hard to give Tank. It's not Tank's fault, I guess, to a certain degree about like where these fighters were when they fought him. I guess I don't know if that's how you want to look at it, but when it came down to it, when it came down to him to actually be tested and show the world and be in a fight that was 60-40 or 50-50, he shied away from all those situations. So how is it? You're just going off the eye test at that point, because when it came time for him to show and prove, he never did it.
No, that's my gripe. That's my only gripe with him, Clay, that Tank hasn't taken on or even tried to fight. Well, recently he did supposedly. In fact, I can't say supposedly because the Haney's confirmed it, that Tank did send them an offer, you know what I'm saying? So, hopefully when he comes back now, if he does come back, hopefully there's no more issues with him. Hopefully he comes back and decides, wait a minute, the only way I'm going to get the money that I want is by fighting the guys I should be fighting. There's no more laydowns. There's no more we're going to pay you $20 million to fight Johnny Banana or Joey Bag of Donuts. We're not doing that. You want that kind of money? You got to fight Shakur Stevenson. You got to fight Devin Haney. You got to fight Teal. You got to rematch Ryan. You got to fight the guys that people think have a chance of beating you, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I'd be happy if he just fought his contemporaries in his division. You know what I mean? Unify. You know what I mean? Fight the other champion. Pick up the belt. Show. You know what I mean? Pick up a lineal title. Do something for boxing, because boxing has put so much money in your pockets. Your fans are the most loyal fans in the space. Do something for boxing and don't just, you know. But it is what it is. Like, there is a Tank Davis that I'm interested in seeing back in boxing, but there's definitely a Tank Davis that I have no interest in seeing. I'm gonna be real with you. There's a Tank Davis that I legitimately have no interest in seeing back in the sport.
Nah, I hear you, man. And the reason why I say that, because I think Tank is the only one, in my opinion, that really has the best chance of packing up all the Avengers. That's the reason why I'm really backing this play. Like, he's the one that I'm confident. If he's focused, I got him beating Shakur, no question about it. Possibly stopping him. If not, he's gonna chase him around the ring to the point where the judges are gonna throw up in their mouth and they're not gonna give it to Shakur anyway. You know what I'm saying? Because Tank is the A side. I got Tank knocking out Keyshawn Davis, highlight real fashion. I got Tank knocking out Devin Haney. I hate to say it, I got Tank beating T.O. as well. You know what I'm saying? If Tank is focused,
you don't gotta hate. Yeah, you're a T.O. fan.
I am. Right. But I'm not delusional neither. You know what I'm saying? I see what Tank could do. You know, I see what Tank could do with all of those guys. And I really believe Tank is the only one that knows how to cut the ring off. He's the only one that knows how to come forward. He's the only one that's not just slick. He's not just slick. The guy could come forward. He could take a punch. And I sound like I'm glazing right now, but I'm just calling it based on what I see, bro. You know what I mean? I think Tank is the only one that can cut the ring off with Shakur and not the
I think what you see is part of the conversation, but I think what you don't see is also part of the conversation, which is you don't see him making the fights, and that speaks to the volume. That speaks volumes in this conversation, you know. And I see somebody in there talking about people are hating and everything like that. No, it's not about hating, man. That shit is old. You know what I mean? When you're that much of a fanatic of somebody, you can't see straight. You know what I'm saying? You just for a lot of you guys, he's done enough already. He doesn't need comeback. You know what I mean? He's already a legend. He's done enough.
He's not a legend. He's not a legend. If he retired right now, he'd be a Hall of Famer, which means just a Hall of Famer. Which is not bad, not great.
No, but can I tell you this? Let Tank come back. Let Tank get out the shit he's in before we start bringing him into the conversation. Right. Hitchens got a fight on Sunday, bro.
Right.
Like, what are we talking about right now?
Fighting nobodies too, and I like Hitchens. I met Hitchens. He's a cool dude.
Salas is not a nobody, bro. Go do your research. You're wild.
He's good. Nah, I'll look. Put me on today. I'll check him out.
Ricardo Salas is a great
I ain't gonna lie. Look, so when Lowe was saying that, it's a reason why Richmond Hitchens ain't fighting the teams. It's the reason why he ain't fight Duarte. Man, I was like you, Stock. I was like, man, look, I done told Rich on Twitter. I said, don't get your ass in there playing with Salas. Because that motherfucker gonna be on your ass from that first bail, boy. Salas don't bullshit 100%. In there. That man ain't never been stopped, never been dropped, none of that. That motherfucker gonna be on his ass, boy. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
This is a big redemption opportunity to that Gustavo Lemos fight and the Oscar Duarte fight. This is gonna.
That's what I said, Clay. This his chance to right a lot of wrongs and shut a lot of doors. Because I do. So when he talked about everything he went through with that Limos fight, I said, when you go back and watch it, because I do feel like he was in hell, but I do feel like he won 7-5. But I said, when he talked about what he went through in that fight, and when Boots said he had to run 6 miles before he fought Avanesian, I said, I believe both of them. I said, because look at how they was moving. Neither one of them may have no legs. Neither Boots nor Richardson, he just had no legs. So like that tell you right there, like they say that IBF clause is too much.
Yeah,
you know, it's just too much for someone.
And listen, I want to like Hitchens. Hitchens from New York. Like I'm genuinely excited. Listen, I got Paramount. You feel me? So I'm excited to see Hitchens at 147 because I do feel he's been drained. I don't think he's capping. I'm not gonna sit here and be like Hitchens ain't him. Listen, Hitchens has a lot of skill, bro. He has a great jab. I think he has one of the best jabs in the game. I'm not even capping. So I feel like
I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, that jab.
I can't wait to see this. I'm excited for Hitchens, bro. I can't wait to see this. I need to see this.
And you're right, brother. And once again, just like if anybody's been hearing me talk about Hitchens before, one thing I've always said about Hitchens, and people thought I was crazy, and I still stand on what I said about Hitchens. I got Hitchens beating all the other slick guys from that group, all of them, including Shakur. Why? Because I want to hear y'all tell me what the fuck are they gonna do with him. The man is 5'6", damn near 6 feet tall.
Damn near 6
Fights off the
feet.
back
Hell
foot
yeah.
with a jab. What the fuck are you gonna do? I don't mean to curse. Are you gonna walk him down? Do you know how to walk somebody down? Until I see you do it, and the words of Hamza, show me you can do it. I've never seen none of those guys effectively cut the ring off. I've heard Shakur out his own mouth say it himself, I don't know how to cut the ring off, and Bubba's trying to give him advice. So if Hitchens goes on the back foot, what are you going to do? But on the flip side to it, I've met Hitchens when he was training in Philly for the Gustavo Limon fight, and I interviewed him on my channel, and I asked him specifically, out of all the guys in your division, at the time when Devin was the champion, when Tio was there, and Sabril was there, I said, who was the hardest one out of all of them you think? He said Sabril Matias. I said, why? Because I feel like Sabril is less than Devin and Tio. He said it's the element of the unknown. He always had that kind of respect for him. Certain fighters can deal with that. If you're sitting there having a chess match and a boxing match with him, and if you're not able to outbox him, I think he's going to box your ears off. But if you come in there aggressive and letting your hands go with power, he might get a little frantic. Hopefully he changed that.
So Lo, what I'm going to tell you is tap into Zuffa and watch that Hitchens fight, because I've never downplayed Hitchens' skill. Listen, I think he's been drained. When people were like, "Oh, he ducked Duarte," I'm not one of them guys that ever said that shit. Like, Hitchens is good, bro. And listen, if he goes in on this card and puts hands on Salas, that's gonna say a lot. But yeah, man, I think let's not downplay the opponent. Go watch some Salas, bro. That's a real opponent, bro. That's a live dog.
I'm gonna look him up. Thank you for letting me know that. Cause now I was gonna watch it anyway because I watch boxing, but now that you're telling me this guy is good, now it gives me
he's
to
watch.
Gonna
be a legitimate test. He's gonna be a legitimate test without a doubt. I've seen he's gonna be a legitimate test for Hitchens. And if he's not a test for Hitchens, it's gonna speak to Hitchens. I'm telling you, if Hitchens runs through Salas and makes him look like light work, it's just gonna speak to how the level where Hitchens at, because Carlos Salas is not light work. Shout out to Winston McFarland with the $5. Says his point of view is very logical. I think he's talking about you, Lo, right? He says non-emotional. I agree with him on Tank. Tank is needed back. Yes, I agree. A focused Tank beats everyone. Rolly is underrated. Rolly's gonna let us know if he's underrated in this fight he has with Teofimo, man. He just I agree. I can't give him as much flowers as everybody wants to give him on the back of that Ryan Garcia fight. I'm sorry. For me, I'm not ready to do that. Ryan is somebody who has been a roller coaster ride with Ryan. I'm sorry. For me, that's not enough, especially knowing that he came over a horrible performance against Jaime Garcia. I mean, literally, the next fight Jaime Garcia had was against Abdullah Mason. Abdullah cleaned him up in like 2 or 3 rounds. Got that dude up out of here. Rolly went full 10 with him, and it was nasty. And then the fight before that was Isak Pitbull Cruz. He got beat pillar to post, bro.
He also struggled with the Dominican dude that outboxed him, Jackson Marinez at 135. And then Jackson Marinez, and then Jackson Marinez got stretched in his very next fight by Richard Comey. I'm gonna get off right now, but before I get off, I want to say something real quick. The reason why I'm picking Tio to have this kind of performance, he has a lot riding on this fight right now. He came off of a bad loss. And the good thing with Tio is that he's already dealt with coming back from a loss before. A lot of guys don't know how to deal with that. And 2, he has a lot behind him right now. He got that big deal with the DAZN. He can't just get that deal with the DAZN, get your own promotional company, and go in there and shit the bed. You know, and based on those little clips that he's been putting on IG with him training, he's looking like he's in phenomenal shape. And once again, this is another case of guys that are familiar with each other, a la Devin Haney and Devin and Ryan and Rolly. Tio's in that mix as well. And Tio's been beating up on Rolly for a long time. And I got Tio icing him. Well, he might have a couple of scary moments because Rolly's a strong dude, but I think this is going to be Tio's first stoppage in a long time. I'm out.
No doubt. Thank you, Lord. And I'm going to go with you, right? Let's put it like this. Who's the last fighter Teofimo stopped?
Was it Comey? Shit, it might have been Comey.
Yeah, that was at
no. What you call it? Pedro Campa. Yeah, at 140. Remember, he was supposed to fight. He was supposed to fight Pedraza, and then he ended up fighting Pedro Campa, and then he went into the Sando Martin fight. Yeah,
right. So So I think would it be fair to say that his power has never really translated ever since he left out of 135? Like he had a moment in 140, but for the most part, when he got in there with Sandor, when he got in there with Jermaine, when he got in there with Steve Claggett, when he got in there with Arnold Barbosa, when he got in there, you know what I'm saying, even with Shakur, no kind of power, right? Like he didn't show nothing. Why?
Not even
who else? Who?
No, I was gonna say no, not even that, Clay. I was gonna say I actually take it a little step further though and say because I remember when him and Shakur was gonna fight, and everybody was saying it was some people saying, like, oh, Tio's gonna knock Shakur out because Shakur don't have power, and I remember it was so out of hand. Even some of Shakur biggest haters was coming in like, all right, that's enough. Like, we gotta stop this. I'll take it even further and say Tio don't even have power really be known as a power puncher because not only with what you said, but just because of the way Tio don't knock guys out, he just more so one of those timing guys. Because he done hit guys flush. Like you said, with Shakur fight, I tell everybody, I said, that's why I said it's a big nod to Shakur's IQ. That first round, Tio jaw jacked Shakur. Clean as can be with that left hand. I'm sure everybody's seen it. Jaw jacked Shakur. Shakur didn't move a muscle. He just snapped his head back, turned back around, and got right back in it like it was nothing. I said, so I feel like Tio just kind of a timing guy, not that he exactly got crazy power.
Look,
right. So why all of a sudden at 147 does this man come up and knock Rolly Romero out? Will we look for that?
It could be because Rolly, we done seen him be kind of chinny. Like Rolly has been kind of every time that chin get touched, which I know it was punches. It was like you said, the old man Barroso. He did have power. Tank, of course, got power. Pitbull got power. So I'm like, I kind of do get it, but maybe it is a timing thing, possibly. Like even with what Low Nose was just saying, I don't know where everybody keep getting all this crazy familiar, and they've been sparring and all this. I watched the Fight Hype interview. Rolly said his whole life, him and Tio only sparred 4 times, and the last time they sparred was in 2017. So I don't know where everybody keep getting all this familiar. They sparred 9 years ago. And Rolly said, what he said, Tio got the best of him 1 time, and he got the best of him the other 3 times. So I'm like, I don't know why people keep saying this like the sparring matters.
Yeah, even Teofimo's kind of dismissed it as well to say that we're not even as close as people think we are. You know what I mean? Like, even seniors
that's what got me. So like they like, because I noticed that, Clay, they asked them, they was like, when this fight is over, will y'all tell us what happened to get y'all to this point of the beef? And Tio was like, I might, and Rolly was like, I don't want to talk about it. So I'm with you, Clay. I said, see, that's why y'all can't tell me Shakur and Keyshawn got a fight. I said, no, because Rolly and Tio, they actually got some beef. Like, you can tell it's something they want to handle, Like,
I think Teofimo, what I'm saying, as far as this whole power stopping Rolly, I think Rolly's stronger. Even at those lower weight classes, I think a lot of these fighters get caught up in those crazy weight cuts trying to compete in divisions they shouldn't be in. I think that takes some liquid, from around the brain. I think that makes a lot of these guys punchy. I feel like even Devin Haney is a more durable fighter at 147. You can see it in him. You know what I'm saying? I think he could take a lot more punishment at 147 than he could at 140 and definitely 135. At 147, I'll give Rolly Romero the respect of saying that he looks strong and he looks complete. Like he doesn't look like he looks like a very strong 147 pounder. I'm leaning towards Teofimo to win that fight. I'm not gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? I think he should be able to box Rolly and win the lion's share of 12 rounds. That's how I see him winning. If he gets into a Rolly, though, he gonna mess around and get clipped.
Even with his look, I put a bet in on Tio with my boy, just $20, just because I think he's capable of it. But what about his dad? Like, I don't have no trust in that corner. Like, let's put Tio to the side. Like, after that abysmal corner against Shakur in its biggest fight of his career, I get it. I don't know, loyalty to your dad, but how do you stay with that? How do you stick with that?
I think you got a number trainer though.
That's what I was saying from day one with Tio, even going into the Shakur fight. That was my whole thing. I kept telling everybody, like, when it comes down to it, when things get hard, who does he go to? When it gets complicated inside that ring and he needs that outside eye to let him know what they're seeing and give him the instructions on how he can adjust, who does he go to? He's on his own, which is why I think Teofimo's earned that reputation of being this rogue fighter who just kind of freestyles inside the ring and does whatever he wants to do, because that's how he makes his opportunities. So I agree with you. But I'm hearing he's added some people to the team. You know what I mean? I'm hearing he's added.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know he said he got another trainer in there. Yeah.
Right. So I'm thinking that's the answer to that question, is that he has somebody else he might be turning to in those situations.
I think picking Teal to stop Rolly that's outrageous.
Yeah, I'm with you. I got him winning. Yeah, I ain't picking him to stop him though. I'm with you. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna stop Rolly. If he do, kudos to him, because Rolly has been off a year though. So who knows if that come into play? But I'm with you, Stock. I'm with Clay. I ain't seen him jump up no damn another weight class, 7 more pounds, and stop Rolly, who couldn't even get tickled by Ryan. So.
No, let me ask you guys a question. So Teofimo Lopez's DAZN deal, I believe it's like 18 months and maybe a couple of fights, maybe 2-3 fights. It's not that big of a deal. Like, he doesn't have this big, huge promotional deal with DAZN to where he's good for the next 3 to 5 years. Like, he has a short deal with DAZN. If he loses this fight against Rolly Romero, where do you guys see Tio going from there? Like, losses aren't the end all be all, but I'm just saying, for Teofimo Lopez, he loses this fight to Rolly Romero. Where does he go from there for you guys?
I mean, I could tell. Yeah, go ahead, Bandalori.
No. I'm kind of thinking out loud, bro. Yeah, you could go ahead, because I don't know.
I was gonna say this, man. Tio loses this fight. I think first it matters how he loses this fight, because if he gets stopped. And the thing is about Tio, we've seen him hurt, we've seen him drop. I don't know if he survives a shot from Rolly. I don't know if he does. I mean, I'm being honest, and I think it matters how he loses. And I just feel like, wow, his bounce back from the Shakur's one of the greatest fighters out here. So I feel like, okay, we could let that one slide. But this one, bro, I think it's gonna get nasty for Tio. He might be in. Man, in my opinion, it's gonna be bad. And if he gets knocked out, even worse, bro. Like,
yeah. I mean, he becomes a high risk, low reward fight at some point, right? And at some point, he becomes. I mean, yeah, he's a gatekeeper to a degree. I think I've seen K Gunn in there say he becomes a gatekeeper, but he becomes a high risk, low reward gatekeeper to a certain degree, right? Unless DAZN is still willing to pay a lot of money for his fights. Who would he fight against? Who would get in the ring?
Clay, I would say switch the path. So I would say go the IBF route. The IBF, the quickest route. He was already, he was gonna get the title shot essentially at 40. But because I would, I don't know. I'm gonna say I don't know if he get knocked out like Stott said, and I'm gonna say 50-50s. But I would say Tio could beat a Karen possibly. I don't know. No, I don't know. I forgot. Tio suck ass against people who do it. He could possibly beat a Patty Donovan. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to think of, because I'm like, with them rankings off the top of my head, not even looking at them, that IBF, that's kind of the weakest route. You got Paro as the champion. You got Patty Donovan, the mandatory. You got I think you got Keyshawn after that. Keyshawn number 3. Then you got I think Tiger Johnson is somewhere in there. So I'm like, one of those people at the bottom, one of those guys we never heard of, essentially. That's what I was going to say. Start from the bottom.
You're going to continue to roll Tio into championship fights, just roll him into another, like, you know what I'm saying? Just title fight after title fight after. I mean, at what point does it become, does a champion look at him and be like, nah, bro, you haven't earned the right to fight?
That's all I'm saying. I would say that's his last. I would say that's his last straw. If he loses to Rolly, I feel like they might give him grace, but after that might be his last straw for sure. Yeah.
I mean, look, let's not get away from the fact that Rolly, he was able to slide out from his mandatory. Let's not forget, whoever wins this fight, I think, gotta face Catterall.
And they gotta face. Yeah.
And listen, Catterall,
right?
No, Catterall, no. So it's already. So they have to get they have to start the negotiations by November the 19th. But also Catterall and Eddie said they're not stepping aside by any means necessary. So whoever try to unify anything, it's not gonna happen. They gonna have to, whoever want to unify with him gonna have to wait, basically.
This is my thing with Tio. Tio looked so small against Shakur. Let's not forget that. Like, how is he gonna look in the bro, he looked so small against Shakur, bro. Like, let's not forget that. He's moving up to 147. man, I don't see how he hangs. I don't see how he hangs, bro. Like, and I'm telling you, Teal could win this fight decision wise, but he could get crucified as well, bro. That's a real 50-50 fight to me. Like, we've seen Teal hurt so many times.
Yeah.
I think this is a natural weight fight for him, because I remember when he was fighting Barboza and they were showing him working out. I was like, I had never seen Teal like up close. When I was at the Adrian Broner and Blair Tosh fight at the Hard Rock, he was there, but he was some ways away. And people always said it was like Teal has a big frame. And they're like, you can see him when he's doing push-ups. He does look like short but stocky. And I was like, looking at him in person up close, he does look small. But at the same time, I was like, it's hard to tell because Shakur looked small too. It was like Teal looked bigger than Shakur, but just by a hair. Like, that's what I was telling everybody. Like, it's different if y'all see them in person versus in like on TV. Like I tell everybody, all these guys are small, all of them. But I said Teal does have like a rather bigger frame, but he is like stock right. Max Teal probably walk around at 153, so he's gonna be cutting maybe 6 pounds or something. So I don't know. That's a short amount of time from January 31st, essentially February. So essentially February to put on muscle when you already see Rolly is a stocky guy. Like I don't know, because Rolly not really a jabber. Because I tell everybody, Clay, I was there. I was on row 5, so I'm right there. Row 5 at the edge, everything. Fighter walk out, all that stuff right there. When Stacey McKinley after the end of the fight, when he walked by, I talked to him. I said, so like, coach, you said you gonna give Shakur credit and all. I said, what happened? He said straight up. He said we just didn't have nothing for him. He like we literally, and that's why I'm like, I agree with Stock. Sometimes with these fighters that's better, you just kind of have to accept it. Because I'm like, that's his coach who was in the corner telling me straight up, we just ain't have none. By any means necessary, we thought we could take this jab away. We couldn't. He came back with this jab. Then he was ducking on it, throwing straight left. So essentially, it's like you getting jabbed with both hands. It's just nothing you can do at that point. So I'm like, I don't know, man, because that's crazy, Clay. I told people watching the fight was one thing in person, right? Told them, Clay, when I got home and watched that shit on TV, that shit killed me. When you got Pop Wally in the corner talking about you better than T.O., you better than him. Camera flip over to T.O. Senior. He told me, I fucking hit him. I said, dog, y'all did not tell me this was going on. Right. In these corners. I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, yeah, you gotta get that situated, man.
Yeah. We'll see what T.O. does in that fight with Rolly. I mean, I think he has the skills to win this fight, but all that power he had at 135 that had Senior convinced that this dude was going to be this big knockout puncher. I haven't seen that since Pedro Campa, right? Like I haven't seen him since that. I don't know how they're going to adjust. I think hopefully they see this guy. We see this guy box more, use his athleticism, and win rounds. You know what I mean? And just be ready to go to the scorecards if need be. But not just winding up big shots and trying to knock people. I don't know. I don't see it happening. And I think Rolly is a better fighter than I think most people think he is. I just don't think he's a world beater like Lowe tried to make it sound like, say that he was a king. I don't know what he's talking about. That was crazy. You know what I mean? Like I don't see that. Sorry. You know what I mean? But he can show me.
I'm just like you, but I ain't seen it. I ain't seen it yet. Like I always tell people, I say, exactly what you said with that Ryan Garcia fight. I said, but all he did was drop him. Like you said, he dropped him, then he put his hands in his pockets.
Yeah, Ryan tapped out that fight, man. Ryan tapped out of that fight, bro. Ryan was not there for that fight. And I'm not making, it's like I'm giving Rolly his flowers for the win, but I'm not taking that win and being like, yo, Rolly's that fight isn't the fight that's gonna do that for me, bro. I'm sorry, that fight did not do that for me. I don't know. Shout out to everybody else who saw it that way. I definitely did not see it that way. That was a boring fight outside of that knockdown. That fight was a fight.
Hey, I said people can do what they want to. People can talk shit all they want. I said Shakur with one hand landed more punches on Della.
Damn.
Around the ring.
You got a bad connection.
Being a healthy Rolly with two hands, against. Oh, hold on. I see it is messing up.
Yeah, you got a bad
connection. You know how these interstates be out here.
But it is what it is. As far as the landscape of 147, though, right now, Devin Haney is the number one guy. You know, he is the number one guy in that division, period. You know what I'm saying? He's the number one welterweight in the world. And if the zone can deliver Devin Haney these unification fights, that could also bring Bill Haney and Devin Haney to the table for the zone deal, right? Do you think that's enough? Do you think a deal like that where they're promising the unifications to him would attract Devin to stay over there at the zone?
I think it would. Like I said, the options. There's just more options. That's all it is.
Yeah, there's definitely more options. There definitely is more options from the you know what I mean? The money's there. If they can make the money make sense and they can promise these fights, there's a good chance that I think Devin will stay over at the zone. I think there's a good chance. The only thing that has me feeling like he might be at Zuffa Boxing is because he said the deal was done a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? That's
what got me too, Clay. I ain't gonna lie. When Bill said it, he said it's been done in principle a while ago. I was like, well, did the zone come in at the 11th hour? Because you remember Shakur said that too, though. Shakur said the zone came after I signed the Zuffa.
100%. 100%. So, I mean, to me, those deals that are signed but not getting announced until later is a Zuffa MO, right? That's what happens.
True.
That's something Zuffa does, not the zone, right? The zone isn't the guys who sign somebody in February but don't announce it until August or late July, right? Like, I don't know.
You know,
I don't seem like that.
It's interesting too how they tend to do that too, Clay. Because I remember you was talking about hey, shout out to that too. If y'all didn't see it, good Lord, man, they had what that was. If it wasn't yesterday, because it was the other day. Y'all on here, listen. They had exceptional manager Dmitry Popov of Julian Hammerheads Rodriguez on here. Man, that was an immaculate interview, Clay. Like I always say that, so I got to give y'all props for that interview. But yeah, I remember that. You know, I remember Hammerheads himself said that. He said he was signed before. Remember, yeah, he said what it was 2024 or something. Before he fought Avius Griffin, and he said Zuffa told him he can go out and he was free and all that. But remember last week when Shakur was on Ariel Helwani, he said Zuffa and Nick Conner, he said they told me, they said this is what we got for you. Go out here and see if you can find better, because you're not gonna find better than this. And see, I said that's where I feel like the zone. I feel like the zone, they just might be a little shook by Zuffa if they do end up getting Devin, because also too, if the zone coming to get Devin now when they know he had a Zuffa deal, why wouldn't they go and get Devin earlier when they know Devin was trying to fight Rolly Romero? You know, it's a lot, you know. So you know.
Yeah, we gotta see how that plays out in real time. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm very intrigued right there, but I see the zone, man. I think the zone is making boxing very interesting with the way they're approaching signing these fighters. I just think that's a big part of this conversation, and it's been a big part of this conversation ever since the Tiafimo situation rolled out. That wow, man, if they're giving these multiple fight deals, big money deals, they leveled the playing field. They leveled it for real in real time, without a doubt. HL, what's good, bro?
What's going on? Another pop-up Thursday for you? Or no, I thought we were popping up on Thursday.
No, I'm definitely doing a Thursday show for sure, man. That's going to be more about the Errol Spence situation, that conversation. But this one here is about this whole entire DAZN, Zuffa, Paramount little bidding war that looks like that might be happening here for Devin, and maybe even including Ryan Garcia. On the back end of that interview he did with Ariel Helwani, he seems like he might have a little bit of issue with the zone. He's a little upset about the zone not offering him anything, and on the back end of them offering something to Tio, they're like, why didn't they come at me? That's crazy. I'm clearly the biggest star over there. I don't know. He said he's still open to a conversation, but he definitely seems a little.
They're all playing their game to see what they can get. This is a very fluid situation, and like I've been telling, good for Bill Haney. Good on Bill Haney, because he's playing his cards right. This is a very fluid situation, and nothing is set in stone. Nothing yet is set in stone. So I mean, yeah, I from what I've been reading from some of the boxing insiders, and I'm not talking about content creators. I'm talking about the guys who are on the inside.
Right.
They really believe that the zone has got something inked up for Devin. And it may play in part to what happens with the negotiations of this fight with Keyshawn Davis, and maybe also including if, because if you sign a guy that loses to Keyshawn Davis, I'm like, damn. I mean that. So it might have to play with that too. Maybe the zone will end up signing the fight, and then him beating Keyshawn Davis. Here's your reward. 3, 4, 5, 6 fight deal or whatever it is. I think that's where it's at. And I think that's how the zone is playing it. Bill, he's not under any obligation to do anything until they sign whatever fight that is. So whether it's the first bid, whether it's Zuffa comes in and says we're gonna drop this many more M's on top of that, so it's very fluid, and we don't know nothing exactly what those numbers are, but we do know that those two players are in the game, and Bill Haney is leveraging each of them to each other, whoever's gonna give them whatever they want the most. But I do believe that the Haneys are more in bed with legacy and the sanctioning bodies than they are with just doing the whole new program and going just to Zuffa. I believe that the Haneys are very well connected with these sanctioning bodies, and they have been since day one, especially with Mauricio Suleiman. So I think there is a loyalty part there that may come into play also. So it's not just about the money that's going to make them turn their backs on them. I think it's just, if it's well enough, that's where they may go. Because I believe that they have a lot of good connections with them.
With the zone?
With the sanctioning bodies.
No, he said with the sanctions in general.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
That's a good
Mauricio Suleiman has done them tremendous favors. And Gustavo, he loves Devin Haney. He has no issue with anything about them. So, and whatever they got to do, they'll do for them. So I think they have a very, very special connection with these sanctioning bodies that it gives them leverage above maybe some regular fighters. And so I really think that they'll end up going with the zone. I don't think that they'll if the zone gives them just enough of what they need, I think they'll go with that. I really do. That's where I'm at with it. That's my opinion now.
I ain't mad at that opinion at all, man. I said from day one, man, the zone entering this conversation has changed a lot of, they changed a lot of how this thing is gonna end up turning out, man. It just is what it is, man. Like the zone is really made these boxing streets way more exciting. Them signing fighters, the moment these guys signed Teofimo, my antenna went up. The moment that happened, I was like, what? They're signing fighters? I knew there was going to be an issue. And I'm not
But Clay, we got to understand what it is. It's a network deal, really. You know what I mean? You're exclusively to have to fight on the zone. That's where it comes into. It's not like it's just that Teo was exclusively signed with ESPN. Teo had to fight on ESPN. The only way you don't fight on your network if there's a first bid and the fight gets out of hand from there. But it really is that, and so that's what this is. It's a exclusive network deal, kind of like Boots had that with Showtime, I think too. He was signed to Showtime for a minute, and so it's an exclusive network deal. And I think that's why the zone is trying to get it, because they want to make sure that they're getting the fights on their network, which is the competition against Zuffa. That is where it's really at. It doesn't matter who they sign to, as long as they fight on the zone. That's what matters to them.
I do think it's a little cause I don't know.
Yo, you sound horrible. You sound horrible, the Vandalorian. You sound horrible. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I see it now. I don't be able to tell all the time. Yeah, I can see it now. I see it froze. I see it froze. I mean, my bad. Yeah.
You sound better now.
No, I was saying I agree. I agree though with HLD too, and I was saying, Clay, because I watched that interview that Mannix did with Pugmire. And, he was saying, Mannix, he sounded like you, Clay. He was like, I just don't know. He was like, even though the zone has the money, he was like, I don't know if they can withstand this signing a big stars thing, because it's going to lead to issues with the promoters. And I said, I remember you said that last week, Clay. You was like, what's the point? And you just signed it with the promoters. You like, hell, I could just go to the network.
But the promoter still gets his cut, or the manager, I guess. Yeah, the manager.
Manager would, yeah.
Yeah. So
Hold on, I want to pull this up real quick here, man. And I just want to, this was on with Ness and Bill the other day. You know what I'm saying? But I just want, what do you guys think about? This is what throws me off. Everybody keeps saying DAZN, right? But this is the part that throws me off right here. Hold on.
Knows Britain, and all of a sudden, the Zuffa thing has slowed up. So I went the long-winded route because I want to be clear. Has the zone offered Devin Haney any sort of deal?
So to answer your question, Ness, and that was definitely a long way around that. Who wouldn't want to be in the Devin Haney business when you're a fighter that's willing to fight and make the biggest and the best fights happen? Now, whoever that we partner with has to understand that all of these fights are available and we're going after them, right? And
Hold on. He coming back.
Right when it was
Nah,
getting
you good,
good.
boy. You good.
Gonna have to get back.
Here we go.
Yeah. So yeah, Ness, that was a great question, and it leads to me to answer the question by saying yes. Devin is in a great position where in negotiation we have an opportunity to choose a company that we're going to partner with to make the biggest and the best fights happen. And I think
but I need to break some news here. Is Bill Haney, the manager of Devin, saying that?
All right, watch this.
Oh my God, I'm going to pay for the premium package. By the way, I'm doing it.
That's
what I'm
right.
doing right now.
I did it over 5 years ago, man. I never looked back.
Yeah, I got to do it. Hold on.
Yeah, and that's what it's open negotiations with everyone. I mean, leading into our situation, but my situation that I've announced.
Again,
listen, give me a second. Give me a second.
You're being good. I mean, specifically a deal with DAZN the way that Tio just got.
Well, our deal is done, and we're looking for an announcement. So Devin's deal is done, and it's been done in principle for quite some time, but the announcement is imminent. You know what I mean? But I think that announcement comes after the announcement of who he's fighting, because that's the most important thing, right? And then the most important thing after that is he allowed and is he able to, if victorious, still pursue those big and those even bigger fights that the people will drive the narrative that somehow the signing limits him to. So that was the first hurdle, right? The second hurdle was then, I'll get to that one. Is getting over the first hurdle.
Okay.
I got him. I got it, bro. I got it.
That sound like Zuffa, don't it, Clay?
It sounds like Zuffa to me. It doesn't
sound
like Zuffa. But go ahead.
Yeah, it's exactly all of that. Just like kind of like what the inside, kind of like is that it depends on what happens with this next fight. Right now, there's not going to be an announcement till afterwards. So if he loses to Keyshawn Davis, they're going to lose out on the Zuffa contract.
Not so much. Dana don't mind losses. He doesn't trip.
Not for the bag that they probably thought they was going to be on the table.
Right, it could change. It will
change.
Yeah.
It will.
Yeah. I agree with you. I think the offer. I think that yes, I agree with you. I agree with you. Yeah, it does change the offer a little bit.
The M's are going to change.
It's already been inked out, like he says. Unless it's
in principle. It's in principle. It's only in principle. So, still, I believe that the zone is in play here. The zone is still in play here.
Let me ask you this. What did you think about... Okay, let me rewind a little bit, right? Because there was two very important things he said.
Bill, you got to get on this show, man.
Yes, he does. And I got to get back to putting the pressure over there.
Devin is in a great position where in negotiation, we have an opportunity to choose the company that we're going to partner with to make the biggest and the best fights happen. And I think
but I need to break some news here. Is Bill Haney, the manager of DAZN, saying that there's open negotiations with DAZN?
Yeah, and that's what it's, open negotiations with everyone. I mean, leading into our situation, but my situation that I've announced. Again, listen, give me a second. Give me a second.
You're being good. I mean, specifically, now, a deal with DAZN the way that Tio just got.
Well, our deal is done, and we're looking for an announcement. So Devin's deal is done, and it's been done in principle for quite some time, but the announcement is imminent. You know what I mean? But I think that announcement comes after the announcement of who he's fighting, because that's the most important thing.
Boom. That's number one.
Yeah, but Bill is a felon.
What do you mean after the fight is announced? That's when the deal gets announced. It makes it sound like there's two separate things going on here. Why would if you're gonna fight with DAZN, why would DAZN announce the fight and then announce the deal? Why wouldn't they just announce it together? Like the DAZN got a deal with him, and the first fight we're doing together is Keyshawn.
The question that was asked directly by next to him is, are you in direct negotiations with DAZN like Teal did? Did Bill Haney answer that question? No, he didn't answer. He didn't. He didn't say, bro. Bill is, bro. He's a felon who's smart like a mother, because he can't get caught on the stand right now, because he didn't say it was DAZN. He wasn't. He didn't say that. He just says that. What did he say? I'm negotiating, but with who? He didn't say it. So,
all right. So let's play this next part real quick.
Right, and then the most important thing after that is he allowed, and is he able to, if victorious, still pursue those big and those even bigger fights that the people will drive the narrative that somehow the signing limits him to.
Boom.
That sounds like Zuffa talk. Like, are you guys gonna let me go out there and play or not?
Well, Zuffa will definitely let them go and play, but Zuffa's definitely going to let them go out there and play. The question is, are they going to be able to secure those fights? Because I think more importantly, though, HLD, is that if he signed with DAZN, he's not going to have a problem making those fights, right?
No, with DAZN, he's not going to have a problem making those fights with Zuffa. But is Zuffa going to have problems making the fights with everybody else?
100%.
But that's where Bill, he's uncertain about that. And we're only getting like, hey, Shakur kind of signed. They're saying that they'll let him. We don't know yet until we see it. So far, he's saying that they're gonna let him fight outside of Zuffa, right? So but we don't know that yet, and we know what happened with John.
Every fight except for the Shakur fight is accessible for them. I mean, I think the Shakur fight is accessible as well if they're with DAZN, but outside of Shakur, every other fight that they would want to fight is over on DAZN, whether it's Boots, whether it's any of the champions, you know what I'm saying? Whether it's any fight is on the DAZN side. That's not a difficult task for him to accomplish if he's with DAZN.
Now, you know what's
Go ahead, boss. Oh, no, I just was going to say, I think they'll just lose like what HLD was saying, they'll just lose a network. The same with what Oscar was saying with Ryan and Connor. Remember Chava said the reason they sent the cease and desist because they was going to announce that fight to be on Netflix, but they sent the cease and desist, and Oscar was like, "Oh, but he exclusive to DAZN." So I feel like that's what HLD saying. That's the only hiccup. Like, because I feel like Netflix, they want to pull the trigger at any moment with Shakur and Devin, probably for October too. But of course, if he don't sign. Might not
even be on Netflix. On the back of seeing how Connor and Ryan negotiating things, bro.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I think it'll just go to Paramount Plus / DAZN at that point. Which makes sense for us because we American. So.
Let me let Bill finish cooking one more time on this last part. He said the one, here comes the second thing.
So that was the first hurdle, right? The second hurdle was then I'll get to that one. Is getting over the first hurdle after the announcement. Then I'll let you know what the second hurdle was, and most important.
Well,
he's negotiating, bro. He's still negotiating.
I mean, you can just tell us the hurdle. Fighters Keyshawn. It's just a matter of, you know, do you all right, let's go to this approach. Do you foresee striking a deal before Monday, the 27th? Is it Monday or is it Friday? But do you foresee striking a deal before then, or would you rather see this go to purse bid?
Did I hear you say that the purse bid was going to be aired?
Yeah, it's going to be live streamed.
I tried every type of ED medication.
It's like, bro, it's like watching a novela, bro.
No, it's some people, but
I got
results for.
Oh, really?
First ever historical.
Look at Bill.
Are you going to
know
Puerto
what's
Rico, or
going
are you going to be remote?
I'll probably be remote.
Nice.
I'll probably be remote, but that's
remember
good.
That
that's
time,
a good thing.
Remember that time that T.O. went the purse bid?
So I got a question, right? I don't even need no more from this video. My question is, why is the WBO doing this on Monday? This whole public purse bid thing. What's that all about?
That's bringing the buzz. That's what I was telling you the other day, Clay. That them doing this. The last time I seen one was the T.O. one. The last time I saw one was the T.O. one. And bro, a lot of debacles came out of that. Bob Arum was caught with his pants down, telling Eddie Hearn not to bid. Eddie Hearn came out and told him, look, Bob Arum told us not to bid on Teofimo. He didn't want it because that they could, only bid $2 million. And all that, bro, all that dirty stuff came out about all the promoters eating each other up on that fight. So it's good promotion. It drives up the price. I think hey, Gustavo played it smart. That's all I gotta say.
What in the world are we looking at here?
This is what I don't understand today by Keyshawn.
What is this?
What are we talking about? What is going on here?
What is this? What is this?
Frank Martin.
What is that?
Frank Martin. Frank signed out. Frank today just signed with Top Rank with Adrian Clark as his manager, and then this is what Keyshawn says. Let's make it happen, Frank.
What is that?
Oh no, that's not. Oh no, hey Clay, Clay, that's not for him though. That's for Kelvin.
Oh, Kelvin.
Oh man, yo, I got my candy.
I was about to be annoyed.
Yeah. Kelvin, he had when Kelvin said, "Oh, he signed it," he put the eyes. Keyshawn had put that immediately after that, like he was saying, "Let's make it happen." Because so it's not confirmed, Clay, but it's a possibility. And I heard myself too that Frank he tight at 140, so he just might be moving that thing up to 147.
Hey Clay, my bad, bro, because I fell into it.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
I fell into. I'm like, hold on, why are you talking about wanting to make
right
a
now?
fight?
I got my feelings. Like, boy,
it took Mandalorian to help us out because he read it right. I read it wrong, and
that was for Kelvin though. I already because I had seen it. Yeah, I seen the Kelvin tweet early, and I seen people saying Keyshawn calling out Frank for Kelvin, but that's why I said, but that's why though, because word is, Clay, though, that Frank he a little tight at 140, so he might be bumping that thing up to 147. That's what I heard.
Yeah. Well, Frank's not outside the ring so much; he's doing so much growing. Pause. You know what I'm saying? He's not the activity. I'm happy for him to go in the Top Ring, man, because I expect to see him way more active. That's crazy.
Oh yeah.
When you think about how active he's been since Tank, he's had like what 2 fights since Tank?
2 fights. That's it.
What when
Barthélemy and Nahir Albright and Barthélemy. That's it.
Yeah, man. So I'm happy to hear that he's going over the Top Rank. Yeah, man. I think another thing I heard today from Chris Mannix is that Chris Mannix said he's hearing from his people that Top Rank is going to take that 25% for Keyshawn no matter what the offer is.
Oh, I heard that too, Clay. I heard that too. Eventually, they gonna basically gonna pay Keyshawn on the back end, which they got to. See, people don't understand when them fighters had that. Like Keyshawn guarantee got to be at least probably 1.2 mil a fight or something like that. So they gonna pay him.
It's about 1.2.
Yeah.
So if
I figured that. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. This fight. I mean, that's what I was asking you guys on. I think by my experience, from what I've been seeing, this fight is worth is worth anywhere around $3 to $3.5 million. The fight itself, that someone would want to bid on it, about $3 to $3.5 million. But that doesn't give him that doesn't get Keyshawn to his minimum, right? So who knows? But it's around there, I think. Now the other thing that I noticed, Clay, is that look, this boxing space, they use all the media people, man, and to help put narratives out there. Look at what the Boxing News put out there, World Boxing News, and this is what they put out today. And I'm like, and I know them to be, they get the phone call. All right, we'll push out the narrative. Why would they push out this narrative?
Hold on a second here. Let me make sure I'm on the right one here. Okay, no, I'm not. Hold on. I was about
because I ain't seen. The only thing I seen was when they announced that Janabek said he was moving up. So I ain't seen what HLD talking about either. Yeah.
All right, so World Boxing News puts out Devin Haney's being warned that choosing to face Keyshawn Davis is a mistake at this point and could cost him the rematch with Ryan Garcia or Shakur Stevenson down the road. Haney and Davis are close to an agreement, according to several reports. Mistake.
So that might be HLD right though. That's a narrative, but also that might be Zuffa though.
Yeah.
Remember Clay Ryan said he got another 3 fights total with Golden Boy, but his next 2, he said after this one is under Stella. So yeah, that's what that sounds like.
Yeah, it sounds like he basically has 1 fight left on a Golden Boy to a certain degree.
After this one,
yeah.
I guess Zuffa, I guess Golden Boy sold off some of the fights for some money. So he might have 1 more. Ryan. It looks like Ryan's gonna go to Zuffa, bro.
Ryan going to Zuffa. I'll finish say Clay. Ryan going to Zuffa, Clay, because of when he said that it was whispers about DAZN signing me. Then he gonna see this report. Of course, like you said, T.O. signed. Then he gonna see the report of Devin, but then Shakur signed. He said in that interview, remember Clay, he said in that interview, he said, I really want Shakur. He said he really wants Shakur. So that gotta be like if he beat Conor, of course, like they said, Manny said, Conor and Shakur, that fight will take a hit. But if Ryan wants Shakur, they'll get that done.
If Zuffa signs Devin and Ryan, right?
That's epic.
I think everybody got to fight in. I think everybody got to fight. I think you get you might get Devin and Richard Hitchens, Devin and Ryan and Shakur. Hell, then they're gonna jump across the street. They're gonna go and get the PL fights. Everybody gonna fight.
That's gonna make it hard on Tio if those two other welterweight champions sign over there.
Possibly.
And I'm hearing also rumors of potentially Keyshawn.
Keyshawn only got 2 fights left with Top Rank.
Yeah, that he might be bouncing. He might be heading to Zuffa as well.
Trust me, Clay. If Jay Prince and Josh Duman took him over there, and then Shakur got Manny Chance, his fighter, a deal too. We know when Zay Quinn done with Matchroom, he going over there, and Jay Prince and Josh Duman, they getting that paperwork drafted up there for Keyshawn. Because remember that Keyshawn, he got paid $1.5 million to fight Jermaine Ortiz. Like, come on now. They're gonna give him at least $5 million to fight if that's what they giving Richards and Hitchens.
Yeah, but it all depends if he wins.
That's true though. True.
He ain't beating Haney. I don't care anybody. I'm putting that on right now. Devin Haney whooping Keyshawn Davis.
Oh boy, don't sleep. I keep trying to tell you, I do not sleep on that. I'm telling you.
I'm not sleeping. I'm not, I'm not a Haney guy. Like, per se.
I ain't going I'm not. I'm just saying, guys, I'm not going to be surprised is all I'm saying. I'm not going to be surprised if it goes the wrong way.
I see what Albright did to Keyshawn 2-3 times in that fight. I see Devin Haney putting the exclamation point on it. That's how I see it. I see he's too big. Haney, this is not the same Haney at 135 and the little kid. This is a grown man, Haney, now, and I think he's all these years of what I always thought of fighting all the old champions is gonna come into fruition and play a heavy part at the culmination of who this young man is. He's got a good run.
Lone Star Steph says, doesn't Devin have 1 more fight with Turkey?
Yeah, the one right now.
That's what everybody keeps saying.
The one right now.
He's fine either way he goes. I think Devin will always be backed by Turkey. I I don't know, man. I feel like we're getting in. There's a little bit of a conversation going on right now in the background called loyalty. I think Turkey's drawing a little bit of a line in the sand. I don't think he's just giving everybody free play.
My bad, Clay. Not cut off. He is. Did you see that the other day, Clay? What's the day? Wednesday? Did you see Monday? Turkey drawing the line in the sand because Vadim said Turkey tried to get B-ball to Zuffa from under Eddie.
No, I didn't know that.
Yep, they said Vadim said he said B-ball only got two or three fights left in his career and he done. But he said Zuffa and Turkey was trying to get him though.
Yeah, but that was a minute ago. Actually, now Bivol had instructed Eddie Hearns to make the better beef fight.
Salute to that.
So I think that's good. I don't think he can finish his career without taking that fight. So I'm glad. And Eddie want him to drop that WBO title anyway. He already got the WBO approval to call for Buatski Matchroom and Golden Boy, Matchroom and Queensberry card anyway. So.
Hey Clay, a little bit off topic, but still about the Zuffa thing. I thought I'm putting it in the chat, but what Ring Magazine put out with Jayo Pataya. I thought this was already done months ago. That and they're making it sound like he's just doing it now.
You talking about the court?
Yeah,
I think they do it officially now. Officially, probably.
Yeah, I think it's officially. Yeah, because we've been talking about that on here. We've been talking about that happening in court, but I think it's official. I think they were trying to iron it out without going into the court. They were trying to just be like, listen, we're gonna, they wanted the IBF to kind of like break bread, but it looks like the IBF might be staying on their ground. But I think they're gonna win that case. I ain't gonna lie to you, but we'll see. I think the issue too was because remember you went over it, Clay. I think the issue literally was just because the Zuffa title was on the line and IBF wasn't feeling it. But right. I'm like, so from what I heard too, Clay, was the IBF basically within like the next week or two, they was gonna actually order that Masternak and Vidal Riley fight. Since David Benavidez, he's supposed to be fighting October or November, the McKellian fight. So that took out Vidal Riley. He was trying to fight Neil McKellian himself. But when David petitioned and got that mandatory, so Vidal Riley now he gonna take the shot versus Masternak. But that's why Mick Francis and they went on to pull the trigger now. But I'm like, I don't even get why the IBF still tripping on Zuffa in that sense because in 2 weeks we got Aaron McKenna and Ernesto Leo finna fight for their title anyhow. So I don't get it. Then you got Angelo Leo, he the IBF champion. You got Omar Trinidad who went Zuffa. They just ordered him to fight for the final eliminator and be the mandatory. So why you ordering Zuffa fighters if you're gonna take the belt off for the other one? I don't get it. I don't know, man. Yeah. They're not going to be doing it. Billy Cruz, they're not going to be doing Zuffa fights on the same time. When football comes on, they're going to move the date. They're not going to compete with football. They're not going to do that. It's not going to be. It's probably going to be a Friday.
They better not.
No, nobody can compete.
Yeah, they're not doing that. Dana knows better than that. He ain't doing that.
They announced what the football announced that in 2025, the NFL made more money than the NBA, MLB, and I forgot what other league. All put together.
Probably the Big Four or something.
Yeah, they did more money than all of them combined. So nobody competing with college football or NFL. You're not competing with those guys.
That makes sense, man.
What's going on, Clay?
I think Jai's gonna win that case. What's up, 444? What's good, man?
Oh, everything's good for HLD panel. Yeah, I think Jai's gonna win it too.
Hey, before he go, hey, what's crazy, HLD? Eddie actually said that's why Turkey want to move the time for Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua because they don't want to go head to head with college football. I said that's all the more reason they should because that fight not for us Americans anyway. And I'm like, you moving the time, but we got all day Saturday people be watching college football. So I'm like, it don't matter which time they move it because if I ain't even looked it up, but say they end up playing when fighting when them Alabama and LSU playing, everybody's still gonna be tuned in to Alabama and LSU if it's a night game.
But they got the start time the start time in the UK at 2 a.m. bro. For that.
But that's what I say. It depends. Yeah, it depends on the East Coast because that's hell for them. That's hell for them in the UK. So
yeah. What's up, 444?
Yeah. I'm chiming in on the conversation, man. See what you guys talking about. I heard HLD. And I just kind of literally caught you guys on the tail end. Some stuff.
No doubt. No, we were definitely talking about this whole entire Devin Haney situation as far as with Bill and and the zone and Zuffa and you know what I mean where we thinking we're speculating as to what makes sense for Devin right now. Whether
the
it's
$100 million deal, did he share the $100 million deal, guys? We got any info on that?
My thing is, how long has the zone been speaking to Bill Haney? Is my whole thing. How long have they been in this conversation with the zone, and how long have they been in a conversation with Zuffa? I mean, I ain't gonna lie to you. With the interview he did with Ness, he's giving me Zuffa energy. He's talking Zuffa talk over there, but at the same time, in the background, shout out to Sean Zattel and all those people who are basically saying that he inked this deal out with the zone. And listen, the zone's Teofimo Lopez, the zone deal is only 18 months.
Thank you.
It's not a big lucrative 5-year partnership. This is 18 months. I don't know how many fights, but they spoke on it. This deal with the zone might just be for 1 fight or 2 fights. Bill don't like those long-term deals. The last time he did a deal like that was with Top Rank, right? And he knocked it out quick. He was like, bang, Kambosos with Lomachenko, and he was back out in the market. He doesn't like to be tied down like that.
Well, he was tied down to Matchroom for a minute, though. Didn't say he was.
Yeah, I mean, but that was in the beginning when he was a nobody. That's when he was building himself. But once he got his feet under him, his legs up under him, he doesn't like doing those long-term deals.
Now, the thing is, that's smart. Anybody who's smart out there, you're not going to be signing a crazy long-term deal. Now, Shakur did, to my understanding. Shakur signed a long-term deal, and so he's wrapped up. He took I'll take the guarantee right now, and not the short-term deal to renegotiate. So he it is what it is. Now I hope Eddie said it was a 9-figure deal. I think it was, right? Was it Eddie who said it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hearing he's getting north of 10 million per fight.
10 million plus.
Yeah.
Even up with the 15.
And I heard it's way more than that, Clay.
Yeah, it's way more than it's more than that.
But as a quote,
Yeah.
Who said it was 18? Who said it was 18 months for Teal though? Who put that up?
Gotta ask Clay.
Yeah, I hear that. Who said the 18 months thing?
Who said 18 months for Teal? Did Teal come out
it was I'll pull it up. Matter of fact, it was I feel like it was Teal. I'll find it. I'll pull it.
No worries. No worries, man. I'm not gonna sidetrack you. I just want to.
What's 18 anyway? What is the year and a half? So what is that? 4 fights?
It's like a year and a half. Yeah.
5 mil per fight.
Well,
yeah,
it's a little north of 20. So what are we talking about? Maybe like $7 million a fight then, or it'll be like a 3-fight deal because that's how you're gonna fight 2 times a year plus 6 guys.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. 2 times because he's fighting again this year,
right?
And then next year because he's fighting in August. So that leaves you September, October, November, December. Yeah, so that could work. And that's 4 months in a year.
By this time next year, he's fighting on his last fight of his contract, and he'll be open for business again. Good for him. Good for.
I know people say Keith Conley can handle things different, but I'm with you, HW. I just Keith Conley too much of a beast of a manager for me to trip on him, man. He just. He gets sharp, but man, he get it done. He get all his guys paid.
Berlanga is getting paid. Hitchens getting paid. Teal now getting paid. You can't complain. But hey, we'll see, man. I mean, I think just a lot of things are fluid. I think Bill Haney left it that it's still open, bro. He's got it. I think the Zuffa deal is more in principle like, all right, this is what it is. Okay. All right. And that's where they're at with that. And maybe they're waiting on what the zone is going to do. And I think it has to do with them winning the next fight. If they fight Keyshawn Davis, that's where it comes down to. If they win, bro, they're going to command a lot of money. Yesterday's price ain't today's price.
Who are you talking about specifically?
I'm trying to find that. I'm trying to find where he said it.
I'm talking about Bill, because they can't. the way he put it out on because Clay played a bit of the interview with him on Bill Haney on TBV.
Yeah, I saw some of it.
And it seems like in principle they may have reached an agreement, right, with Zuffa, but an announcement cannot be made till after this next step of the fight that they have with Keyshawn Davis. So there's nothing, signed. There's nothing solidified.
Oh, okay.
But I think that it depends. I don't know who's gonna win the purse bid on this fight next time on Monday.
What do you think, HOD? You think?
I think the DAZN, if they're in the game, they're gonna want to snag that fight. They're gonna have Eddie Hearn bid on it and bring the fight to the DAZN.
Hey, see, HOD, you saying that, so I was thinking that too, but I was also thinking if they'll get obviously probably Top Rank as the head promoter, get them to bid on it, that's why they said they'll take care of Keyshawn on the back end, obviously. But also my thing too is like, what you said, like $3 million or $3 to $5 million or whatever, that's what this fight worth. I'm like, where in the hell they gonna stage this at? Because Devin from Vegas, essentially, Keyshawn, he from Norfolk. I don't think you put that fight in New York and you don't put it in Vegas. Of course, they black, so everybody gonna say the Atlanta thing.
I think that fight belongs where they had the fight with Regis Prograis. Take it over there to in the West Coast, man, and put it where Devin Haney had that fight with Regis Prograis.
I don't think Keyshawn taking that though.
It's not up to him. He ain't the boss.
No, but I'm saying like I don't think even as the A side though, like if Top Rank, if they bid on that too. They not gonna say, yeah, we gonna send you to Oakland,
No, right. I mean, if it's I don't know. I mean, but they're gonna see what he did. Devin Haney. I mean, as it seemed like it was a decent crowd that he had over there for that fight in Oakland. I do know that they gave away a lot of tickets, but
I think it
what
was.
I'm saying, though. Yeah, I feel like it's hard to sell that over there. I get it. You're right though, because that was 2 years ago now. So you have done, like Eddie said, you done did the starvation method, but.
That was the biggest crowd. That's the biggest crowd that Devin Haney headlined himself ever. His numbers in Vegas is like 4,000 at the MGM Grand, bro. When he fought Jojo Diaz, bro, it was that was like pathetically anemic. He's never sold out without on his own, other than Regis Prograis, a decent crowd. Other than that, it's been under 6,000. So I mean. With Keyshawn Davis, I mean, I think it's a big enough crowd, man. They can make this fight. It could be New York, but I think Oakland would be good because I think Keyshawn Davis has got that personality to sell that fight in the West Coast with Devin Haney.
Right. Now that's a big fight. No matter how you break it down, the DAZN, if the DAZN is able to pull this off, they can market that fight, and that press conference is going to be good too. I promise you. The pressers are going to be good. The whole buildup is going to be good. I promise you.
This is a big fight. It's a big fight in the sense of marketability and the names. I think it's a decent fight. It's a decent big fight. I see that.
But you don't think it's going to be competitive, huh, HLD?
I'm going to say it's going to be competitive, but I think Devin Haney's going to school him. I think Devin Haney's going to school.
How many rounds you give Keyshawn?
4.
I give him 5. I was gonna say I think it'll be close. I'm with Clay. I've been with Clay. This fight a lot closer than people thinking.
I don't think that's lopsided. 8-4.
HLD, do you partake in alcohol?
I'm sure he does. I'm sure he get HLD. HLD probably sip on a little something every now and then.
I'm a caffeine guy, bro. I'm drinking coffee as we speak.
Oh, okay.
But no, I do. I see Devin Haney being so much more than anything Keyshawn's faced, and Devin Haney's fought at least top-notch competition.
Oh God! And who was that again? I'm sorry. I just want real quick. I keep forgetting.
Loma.
Okay, I got you. A very close fight. A very close fight with Loma. That some.
No, I don't say. I don't
very
think
close fight, buddy.
I don't think he won the fight. But it was a hell of a fight.
So why? So if you don't think he won the fight, why do you use that as
no. You gotta let me finish.
I've been listening to you, HLD.
Because Devin Haney fought his ass off still in that fight.
Okay. let me just make my point. If you yourself didn't think he won that fight,
right?
Why are you using that particular fight as some type of reference point? Why? Because he showed massive effort from your perspective?
Not effort. It was a hell of a fight.
He fought his butt off, right?
It was a competitive fight. One that if you put 135-pound Keyshawn Davis in, he gets knocked the F out.
Okay, so I guess
Loma at 135 knocks out Keyshawn Davis.
So I guess Jermaine Ortiz, who fought Lomachenko, I guess wasn't that very competitive and close.
That was competitive. That was competitive fight until the 6th round. But from the 7th round on, it was a wash all Lomachenko. All Lomachenko. I watched the fight twice too because I was pissed off too when I heard that. But when I saw the fight the next morning again, without my being pissed off because I thought that I'm like, nah, man, Lomachenko won 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All those rounds he won them.
Okay.
All of them. So it was just a competitive fight and great effort by Ortiz. But he gassed out in the second half of that fight. He did.
Understood.
But if you put Keyshawn Davis in the ring with Lomachenko the night that Haney fought, Keyshawn getting knocked out.
No, not at all.
I just can't say that, man.
Not at all. Keyshawn beats Teofimo Lopez. Keyshawn beats a lot of more people than you.
He hasn't fought anybody, but he fought the Timu version Lomachenko in Baranchek. He got dancing bachata with Albright, the R&B singer. Who has he fought that?
Why do you keep? That's the thing with boxing and fans. Like
the boring fight that he had with
it was funny, right? It's like when Shakur fought Padley, they were calling Padley, the electrician, and then when Padley goes beyond that and wins a title,
No. If you're talking with me, I can say that. I'm still the electrician.
No. I'm just saying.
Don't throw the narrative with me.
You're looking at I'm making a statement because when you talk about Albright, you're talking as if he is, not a fighter. You're like, an R&B singer. You know what I mean? It's like the dude is a fighter. He's a pretty decent fighter.
Yeah, still, he's not the fighter that should have done anything to Keyshawn Davis and lasted 12 rounds. The way you guys talked about Keyshawn.
Oh, okay. So I guess
somebody's connection is horrible. We back.
That's
Mandalorian.
Mandalorian, man.
Mandalorian.
It went out again. My bad.
Go ahead, Bando. You good?
Nah, I couldn't tell. I said, but assistant to HLD, I said, I don't know if he's right, man, because that's all Nair did, though, is just went the distance with Keyshawn twice. He caught him with a couple punches, but, that's kind of boxing, man. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of it.
Guys, hold on a second. I'm gonna pull you guys down for a second. Angel about to pop up here, and I want to have a conversation about something.
Right absolutely, Clay.
No doubt.
You good?
Jello, what's good?
Hey man, this is a weird pop-up, but I like the timing. Sorry I couldn't come on earlier. I heard a little bit of your opening monologue, right? I've been in a meeting with my doctor since that time, so I'm literally just coming on. I've heard none of the conversation. This is you and me talking fresh right now. So
right.
Talk to me, man. Like, what is going on? What do you know? What are we talking about now?
No, what we're talking about right now is the fact that right now, the DHP Promotions, when it seemed like a lot more black and white a week or two ago about what we were to expect from them, it's gotten more gray as the days have gone by. And the gray part, obviously, is the fact that now DAZN is giving exclusive deals to these fighters. And without a doubt, they're conversating with Bill Haney, right? And I went back and I played the clip of Bill Haney speaking with Ness.
Right.
Now,
let me ask you, did you find it very interesting, the words he kept using?
100%. 100%. You know what I'm saying? But what's interesting is, you got the Sean's and tells of the space and and those guys who are saying that they're hearing that the Zone is inking out a deal with the Haneys, that the Haneys are choosing to stay over at the Zone, which is interesting because I saw Bill say that he's had his deal inked out a while back already. So it's like, if you have a deal already done, then the Zone sounds like they might have been $2.50 short, a little late. You know what I'm saying, to the party. The same way they did with Shakur, right?
Right.
And you know what I'm saying? Shout out to K Gunner, says Dan Raphael posted it as well. So I'm a little bit lost. I'm a little bit lost as to how to process it. But my whole thing is 147-pound division is the Glamour division. That is a division that used to hold the light, and probably you got to assume it's going to return to it soon, because you got Ryan Garcia there, you got Devin Haney there, you got Tiafimo there now, Conor Ben there, all those guys there. Now Tiafimo signed, what I understand, is somewhere around an 18-month long deal with the Zone. It's not some long drawn out deal with the Zone.
All right.
It seems like there's a bidding war going on between Paramount, Zuffa, and the Zone, bro.
It's possible.
So have you changed a little bit on what you've seen or what you're feeling, or like, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, are you seeing, like, what are you thinking now? Because I think you were way more confident that Devin was going to Zuffa.
Yeah, I think that what's interesting is you and I had a private conversation about what could happen with Devin in the last minute, and that the Zone would step in, right? So to the public eye, that's a great theory. And if they did, man, what have you and I always said? I even texted it to a couple of people today when they asked me. I said, congratulations if Devin really did do it that way. Congratulations, man, because all we care about is more boxing content, and that's great. You got to do what's best for the fighters. But what did Canelo say today on Ariel Helwani's show? What Canelo said is he believes what needs to happen is for everybody to work together, because it's, at the end of the day, it's what's important for all the fighters, right? Donnie's sending us something right now. I don't know if that's going to be relevant. That might be new. Donnie 956, what is it? What did you just send? Is it like breaking news from Deshae?
No, it's 10 o'clock. Everything Boxing is saying that they inked out this deal, but I mean, that doesn't work for me, but I'm going to pull it up.
Okay,
but that's not enough, man. People been like, that's not enough for me, man. You know what I mean?
Let me see what Deshae said.
Hold on a second. I'm about to pull it up right now.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second here.
And this is like right now, Donnie, like 1 hour ago or something?
Yeah, like 30 minutes ago, yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's see what Everything Boxing's got to say.
So here it is right here. So Haney signs multi-fight DAZN deal. WBO welterweight champion Devin Haney has signed a multi-fight deal to have his fight shown on DAZN. DAZN beat Zuffa Boxing to Haney's signature. He's expected to defend his title against mandatory challenger Keyshawn Davis next.
Okay. And now, so my next question is, has Devin or Bill tweeted anything, guys?
No.
Okay. So Devin and Bill hasn't tweeted. So this is 29 minutes ago. What was just sent to us. Let's just check Devin real quick to see if he said nothing from Devin. Clay. All right. And looks like nothing from Bill. Let's see. All right.
Is there anything on DAZN?
The only thing Bill said is 2 days ago. He goes, anybody seen Keyshawn Davis?
Right.
so there's that. Let's see. DAZN Boxing is, DAZN Boxing play 33 minutes ago is just talking about Spence having Ronnie Shields, and that's it. It's a bunch of Errol Spence stuff. So, nah, man. I mean, unless we hear it from the horse's mouth, what I'll say is Everything Boxing, they do that. Deshae, I think is his name. He does a pretty good job, right? So if that's the case and that's what's happened, awesome. Congratulations, Devin Haney. He essentially used or he essentially was smart enough to have DAZN give him a greater deal than what Zuffa was going to give him. I don't know how it'll work for him long term, but congratulations to them, and congratulations if that's really what's gone down. I'm sure there's a lot of working theories out there right now, but here we go. Play this, Clay. Play this.
Let me get a phone call. There he goes.
Shout out to everybody in the building, by the way. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel.
So Ness, that was a great question. And it leads to me to answer the question by saying, yes, Devin is in a great position where in negotiation, we have an opportunity to choose the company that we're going to partner with to make the biggest and the best fights happen. And I think
but I need to break some news here. Is Bill Haney, the manager of Devin, saying that there's open negotiations with DAZN?
Yeah, and that's what there's open negotiations with everyone. I mean, leading into our situation, but my situation that I've announced.
Again,
listen, give me a second. Give me a second.
You're being good. I mean, specifically a deal with DAZN the way that Tio just got.
Well, our deal is done, and we're looking for an announcement. So Devin's deal is done, and it's been done in principle for quite some time, but the announcement is imminent. You know what I mean? But I think
so. Up until this point right here, right? To say that the deal has been done for a while now in principle is done. How are you processing that? What are you hearing right there when what does that mean to you?
I mean, I don't know what his timeline is, right? Because it wasn't that long ago that he was still actively trying to negotiate with Shakur Stevenson and the 144. So when he says that, I'm just taking it tongue in cheek. Like his timeline could be it's been done for quite a while, meaning the last 5 days
ago.
Yeah, right. Or 3 days ago.
So why, if you are with DAZN, why even go to purse bid on Monday?
No, you don't need to. If from all the sources, Donnie's sending it right now. Dan Rayfield 20 minutes ago says Devin Haney signed with, according to a source, Devin Haney signed with DAZN
on Twitter.
He shot, on Dan Rayfield's, it's on Dan Rayfield's Twitter now. So if that's the case, then yeah, man. Kudos to Bill, who kept mentioning Britton Harden, who used to be a part of Overtime, and he said, really shout out to him for understanding this. So sounds like the CEO and Britton Harden worked together and was like, hey man, Devin's worth this much money, so you should just give it to him, right? And shout out to Bill if that's what they ended up doing, right? I'll tell you, if that is the case, then that's great. Now I know that Devin Haney's going to be fighting Keyshawn Davis. So awesome. I'm sure it's not going to go to purse bid because that's stupid. DAZN would just put up the money and whatever split, I guess Keyshawn, if his negotiating representatives are still top rank, which I think it is, it doesn't sound like this would be a turkey bag. This sounds like it would be a DAZN bag. Am I wrong in saying that, Clay? Do you think Turkey's involved in this somehow? Or would you guess that it's a DAZN?
Well,
you're on mute, by the way. Oh, not anymore. There you go.
Well, that's the thing, right? The thing about it is Turkey's been 2026. Turkey hasn't been moving the same way he's moved in the previous years. Because we got to remember that Saudi Arabia owns a percentage of DAZN. So this is still
10%.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. This is still, they're under the same umbrella, under the same conversation. And when it comes to the biggest fights, I think Turkey's always going to be involved in those conversations if he's needed to be in that conversation. But if DAZN is signing Devin Haney to a multiple fight deal, then I don't know if Turkey's necessarily financing that, right? That would be a DAZN exclusive type of thing, right?
Yeah, no, because do you think the Turkey's financing Rolly versus Tio? I don't think so. Do you think so? Rolly Tio, is that financed by Turkey? Other than the 10% that they own DAZN. What do you think?
Man, I don't know, Angelo. What do you think? Let me send it back to you. What do you think, bro?
I don't think Turkey's funding it at all. I think Lou DiBella had a really good thing to say because he used to be the guy that was like what DAZN is doing now in HBO, and he said that what DAZN is doing is they're doing like a smart play and trying to do a holding off the Alamo, so to say, in doing these type of deals. Which again, shout out to Bill Haney, man. Good for Bill Haney for using the Zuffa deal that was presented to him
to leverage,
and leveraged it out and saw what T.O. did and was like, "Hey, Britain, you know my guy. If you guys are willing to do that for T.O., then how much is Devin worth to you, right?" So that's great. That's awesome. That's again clears things up. Keyshawn's going to make money either way because he's still with the top rank, but also a part of Turkey Al Sheikh's deal as a Riyadh season ambassador. So that's great, Clay.
That was a big, and that was the whole thing I was saying from the moment they signed Teofimo Lopez. I said the zone is moving like some gangsters, and that's why I said I respect the G in them. The zone really, I mean, super impressed with the way they approach this whole conversation as far as they signed all the promoters and they were like, you know what? And that's the next part of this conversation, right? Should the promoters over at DAZN be concerned with DAZN signing fighters like this?
I would be. I mean, I would be if I'm Oscar and the rest of the group. I'd be concerned. Like, I mean, depending on, I know that Oscar's contracts are more like they do that elevator clausing thing that happens to fighters. So that's how come. Remember, it happened to Canelo, and then Canelo finally got out. Then it's happening to Ryan now, and I'm sure like Caden Griffiths and the rest of those guys are on those same type of contracts. But other than that elevator part of it, which at the end of the day, Oscar maybe he doesn't care. Maybe he's like, hey man, that's fine. I'm just going to continue to make my percentage off of these guys, and if that's what the zone's willing to pay. Whoever I got, if that's what you're willing to pay that person to go fight this other person, I don't care. I'm making money, right? But at the end of the day, you mentioned this. What would when we were having this? I think this was a private conversation, but what would stop the zone to do the next phase of what they're trying to do, and then just say, okay, cool. Now we're gonna have Eddie and Frank be in charge of putting this together for us because we kind of need to know where this is going. We don't necessarily trust these other guys.
And I don't even see Frank in it as much as Eddie. Eddie even
well, the heavyweight division, Clay. Come on, you got to stop.
Still, but it's okay. They don't need to bring him. They don't need to bring him in on this. Eddie is the young bull, is the young gun. Like Frank is good where he's at. I don't even know if Frank would be interested in that all the way.
Okay,
like Frank is the type of person who's like, Frank is out of all the promoters. Frank is a guy who's like, he's like an energized Bob Arum. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's just like, I know what I know. I got what I got. He's one. He doesn't mind being alone. He doesn't need the cosign like that. He's over there very confident in what he has as far as that heavyweight division on lock. He brings that. He ain't going nowhere. But Eddie always speaks about the zone as if it's, from the outside looking in, if you're not paying attention, you would think that Eddie is a part of the zone, not Matchroom exclusively, because that's how he talks about the zone. So Eddie's going to be right on board with it. Eddie looks at the zone like it's Matchroom damn near. Like that's how he looks at them. He really looks at them that way.
Right.
The zone is moving like some G's right now, bro. Like I'm so like I'm looking back at right now and be like, all right, so what's the next move now, Dana? What's the next move now, Zuffa? Because you've got Shakur. Shakur wants the biggest fights. You wanted to make the Devin Haney fight. That fight very well may be on the table still because we can continue to play that clip with Bill. Bill said one of the big things is he still wants to be able to make the biggest fights. Matter of fact, let me just go ahead and play it real quick.
Yeah, let's play that clip.
Yeah, let's let Bill cook a little bit.
That announcement comes after the announcement of who he's fighting, because that's the most important thing, right? And then the most important thing after that is he allowed and is he able to, if victorious, still pursue those big and those even bigger fights that the people will drive the narrative that somehow the signing limits him to.
And he's talking about Shakur right there.
Mm-hmm.
He's talking about the Shakur fight right there. So he's not talking about signing with Zuffa. He's talking about signing with DAZN. And he's basically saying, if we sign with you, are we limited to who we can fight? Can we not make the biggest fight for the biggest lucrative fight? And he's saying that that's still in the air. And that's a big part of this conversation.
Okay.
So DAZN may be drawing a line in the sand about making fights happen with Paramount and Zuffa. They may be drawing that line in the sand.
They could try, but then if they let's say that's the working theory, right? All right, DAZN wants to go to war with Zuffa, let's say. All right, man. Just keep in mind that again, it's all public record, but 2027 TNT will be a part of the Zuffa, the TKO structure, essentially, because of Paramount.
Okay.
So that'll be interesting. And then the other thing too is, so if Turkey's not funding certain fights for DAZN, now you're going heads up against Turkey, because 60% of TKO is Saudi based, right? So they have a bigger vested investment in that, and it's a bigger market because it's the United States, right? And plus 93 territories. So at the end of the day, Clay, like if that's the way DAZN wants to play it, good for them, man. I hope they're getting all that gangster money, and maybe they got the Russian money also coming in now, right? That's awesome. That's great. At the end of the day, though, I don't know, man. I feel like on the Zuffa side, people need to not worry about what's going to happen with Shakur. Shakur is just going to get even more Zuffa popular, and Zuffa popular means WWE popular and UFC popular and regular mainstream sports popular. So the DAZN's got to have to figure out a way to make their guys more known to, or whatever their business plan is. Because it's one thing to have the players, Clay. It's another thing to do something with those players and actually move them. So like I've told you before, right? How many eyes do you believe are going to see Garcia versus Ben? And the next follow-up to that is, will there be more eyes seeing Ben versus Garcia or T.O. versus Rolly? It's not even a contest, right? Everybody knows there's going to be less people watching T.O. versus Rolly because of the paywall. And there's going to be more people watching Garcia versus Ben, not only because it's an easy access to the app, but more importantly, all the advertising happening week to week to week to the casual sports fans. Dana White was just on the Pivot, for crying out loud. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like these are just regular sports shows that they're going on. The Pat McAfee show. Like I don't see Devin Haney at the Pat McAfee show making an announcement about DAZN. Because guess what, Clay? Pat McAfee could give a good goddamn about DAZN. So at the end of the day, I understand. Like, great strategy for DAZN. Good for you, Haney's. But this whole weirdness of fights aren't gonna happen. It'll happen if Turkey wants it to happen. Do you agree with that? If Turkey wants to make a fight happen, it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, Clay, good for Bill. If this is true, great. Good for Keyshawn getting another bag, but don't be surprised if Keyshawn ends up at Zuffa at one point or another too. And really realistically, Clay, the big titty girl, as the great comedian once said, right? I'm forgetting the comedian who said that, but everybody loves a big titty girl. Remember, was it Chris Rock? Somebody, I think it was Chris Rock who said that, right? Right now, that person is Ryan Garcia. Because Ryan Garcia, win or lose, is staring down the barrel of September 12th. He's got the one fight left with Oscar, but you heard how he was speaking with Ariel Hawaii.
100%. I was going to pull that up too.
Oh, pull that up, because you can tell he wants out. He's I don't even know why Oscar's hating on me, man. I don't even know why Oscar's hating on me. just take your money and leave it alone, you know? So,
shout out to my brother HLD in the building. Says, with the $2 says, Reyes is mad. The zone is sunning Zuffa. The zone up
bro,
2-1.
I am never mad. You know, when they start paying me, I might get mad, but nah, brother.
I mean, what did be if you paying me? I'm even happier. No, listen. This is the zone, and I'm gonna say it again. The zone. I saw it. Salute to the zone, bro.
Yeah.
Because I saw the play, and I'm like, they about to get busy. When they signed Teofimo Lopez, I said, the zone finna get busy. The zone is getting busy, and I've been calling it from the moment they did it to say that, man, they moving like some G's right now.
Yeah.
They're getting involved on the ground level of this fight, man, and it is World War. It's boxing World War 1, 2, 3, whatever the hell number you want it to be. They're involved with it, and now, but they still got that paywall they got to deal with. They still got to deal with that.
Here's the other thing too, man. Here's the other thing you got to know, Clay, right? When we're just talking money, unless you want to tell me that there's like maybe Russia stepped in, the Russia money stepped in, the IBA guys,
yes,
really pushed the zone. But unless something like that, okay, well, I don't know what happened. Like
that's what I believe. I believe that.
All right,
that's what I believe happened. That's what I believe. From as soon as I saw that happen, I thought about the Russians putting up the bread. That's what I thought immediately.
Okay, that's great. Yeah. But let me tell you this, right? If this all gets filtered out by the end of 2026, and let's say DAZN made their plays on, okay, here's who we got contractually signed to us. We got the TOs and the Haneys and whoever else.
Right.
We got the Salt. We got everybody. We got PBC. We got this. Everybody. Homo Boxing. Everybody's here.
Right.
Then doesn't it make it that much easier for one entity to buy the whole thing? It makes it that much easier for a turkey, let's say, to go, great, now we want 60% of the zone, and y'all can get the fuck out. Then we can do. So that's what I mean, is it's like, all right, man, the zone better have enough money to also say no to someone wanting to come in and take the establishment, so to say.
I think that the name of the game from the zone side of the conversation is we just want to be able to play. We don't want to necessarily dominate all the way. Like, we will dominate, that's what you allow, but we're going to assume that Zuffa's going to push back, and the zone is showing that they can push back. The name of the game is more collaboration. It's about, we want to be at the table when the biggest fights are being made. We want to be involved in the conversation. We don't want you to have all the fighters on your side making these big ass events without us. Okay. That's what this comes down to. You know what I'm saying? So more Conor Ben, Ryan Garcia, more DAZN Paramount collaborations, more, more of your big stars versus our big stars to make the big fights, more of those conversations. And the only way that happens is if we're able to keep our assets secure. And it's going to take them putting up some money. The same way Eddie had to put up the money to keep Bam Rodriguez, right? Like, it's the same exact situation. Right. But it doesn't, I don't believe the fights don't happen, personally, right? Like, when I ask the question,
I'm with you on this one.
Yeah, I don't believe the fights don't happen. I believe the fights happen.
Yeah,
I believe.
At the end of the day, the fights are going to happen because of money.
Edwin
Nobody's going to turn down money.
I'm going to buy Zuffa. Sorry, bro. Nah, I don't see that happening. I'm being honest with you. I know you're just trolling, but nah, it's not happening. There's plenty for the zone to do that. Nah. Right. Let me tell you something. The zone did a great move signing fighters, and if they did pull up this deal with Devin Haney, I'm telling you, I've been saluting them for the past week and a half. Pay attention. I've been giving them their respect. Past week and a half, I've been calling it. I seen this play coming. But the big problem, not the big problem, but the next issue is going to be that paywall. That paywall is going to be the issue as far as their ability to break out new stars, to make new stars, because you need viewership to do that. And putting the paywall on these fights limits the viewership. It redlines that's what the whole issue with boxing has always been. Putting that paywall limits the viewership. It makes it harder to break out stars. The thing that Zuffa brings to the table is the television in that $8.99 or $13, small price to have a channel that you'll have whether you watch boxing or you don't. That's going to be millions of views for the fighters who perform on that platform. And I think that's what Ryan Garcia was talking about. And I'm gonna, matter of fact,
yeah, let's play that.
Yeah.
What I'll say to everybody who's listening to us, please press the like button, by the way, guys. Hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't yet. What I'll say, Clay, is that as the saying goes, my brother, the best ability is availability. And if the zone keeps making it unavailable to the casual sports fans, all you're doing when you sign with the zone is less eyes on you, but maybe a little bit more money. You know, because I wouldn't say that the DAZN deal, you think that the DAZN deal was a lot more money than what Zuffa was offering? Because if it is, man, that's a hell of a bag. What do you think, Clay? You think it's like a gigantic amount more money than what Zuffa was offering? Or do you think that Bill just wanted more control for DHP?
I think it's a combination of a lot of things. I think for Devin and Bill, it's about making fights. And without a doubt, the zone has the ability to give them the fights that they want to have a lot easier than Zuffa does. Because why? Because the zone has the fighters.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Zuffa can, make it a mission, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, I think Bill and Devin know about, they're just coming from a situation where they couldn't make the big fights.
Right.
So they know that burn. They know that feeling of the politics of the sport getting in the way. And the zone offers them a way to supersede the politics, where it's like we finally in a position now to where we're not fighting for the big fights no more. We're just getting them. It's the big shows. Now the zone has to bet on Devin Haney being, Devin Haney finally going to have the dance partners to make Devin Haney a bigger star, a star that a lot of people already believe that he is, but he hasn't had the opportunity to really show and prove that because the dance partners have been very difficult for him to get. Now, when he's with the zone, he can get the fights with a Boots Ennis, Xander Zayas, obviously even Tiafimo. You know what I'm saying? The fights that he's been wanting to get. I think that will attract. I think they probably match the offer, because even Shakur said the offer that they offered him was very, very much similar to what he got from Zuffa. That's what Shakur said.
So they matched the offer, and then they sexed it up by saying we can make more matches for you, and also DHP Promotions is going to grow since you're directly signing to the zone and not a promoter.
Yeah.
Right.
And Shakur, I ain't gonna lie to you, if you really watch on Ariel Helwani when he was talking about that Zuffa deal and the zone deal, he kind of sounded like he would have gone with the zone if the zone would have got there earlier. That's what he sounded like. Okay. He sounded when he was telling the offer, he was like, yo, they just came a little too, like he sounded like he would have rather been over with the zone. Because he said for the most part, his experience with the zone has been great. It's just this deal was so lucrative.
Right.
Fighters who like the belts are gonna love the zone, period. And the only thing that makes them want to come over to Zuffa is the money.
Right.
If the zone
and getting more popular, getting more exposure, getting more eyes.
They don't mind. These fighters, the Shakur Stevensons, the Devin Haneys, these guys, the younger fighters, yes. The prospects, the contenders who don't have the name yet, they're attracted to becoming superstars. But Shakur Stevenson in his own right is a superstar. Right. Devin Haney in his own right is a superstar. They don't look at Zuffa like Zuffa's going to make them superstars. They know that they're going to make Zuffa a superstar. Like, we're bringing our brand over to blow up what you got going on. You're not really bringing us anything except for the money.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, no, interesting times, man. I mean, I'd love to hear from.
I think that in the beginning of this process, right, and that's why I say, like me, I have no horse in the race, right? Because I win as a boxing fan. I'm getting boxing. I know I am. Yeah. So, but it is exciting to kind of call it. It's a roller coaster right now. The zone definitely looks like they're, like HLD said, 2-1, right? And the reason it's 2-1 is because when Zuffa first came out, for me, it was like, all right, Zuffa's going to do this league, the Robert Merriweathers, the Tony Hirsch, the Julian Rodriguez, those guys were going to benefit from what Zuffa was doing. But then Zuffa kind of jumped into this, they like flew into this conversation of making these big acquisitions with Jobs Battaglia, with Conor Benn. You know what I'm saying? And it looked like, it was like, damn, they moving so fast. But the reality of the situation is the reason they were able to move that way was because the traditional space couldn't compete with Zuffa on the money that they were able to offer the fighters. Now that the DAZN has jumped in the position of being like, yo, we're offering these lucrative deals, there's really no reason to go to Zuffa. There's really no reason to go to Zuffa unless, you know, like a Richardson Hitchens and Edgar Berlanga, you know, certain fighters can and will benefit with Zuffa because Zuffa can give you more eyes. You know what I'm saying? I think Zuffa still needs to continue to build their brand. And they almost were able to get fighters in the door of the strength that the traditional space couldn't give those lucrative opportunities to these fighters. So they were like, oh, we're just going to take over from here. But now the lucrative opportunities are over there. Zuffa's kind of having to go take a step back and get back to the original program, which is prospects, contender. They got to work it through. They got to revisit this, I think, in another year and a half, maybe 2 years.
We'll see, man. It's only been a couple of weeks since July started, and I'm still with Dana on the trust. Judge him on January 1st, 2027. So
no.
You know,
it's still going to be that for Dana. It's still going to be that for Dana. But as far as the big stars are concerned,
okay. So you're talking about David Benavidez as an example. David Benavidez would benefit more by signing directly with the DAZN rather than signing with
all those bigger stars, all those guys would have, like, if Zuffa Boxing would have gotten a deal from the DAZN, he would have benefited from it. You know what I'm saying? Just
which they weren't offering at that time. But yeah.
Right, exactly. But I think that's what's opened up the conversation, is that the DAZN has figured that part of the game out. They're involved in this conversation to where it's like,
awesome.
If we lose our stars, if we lose our assets, our most prized possessions, then we're just giving the game away. And the regular promoters weren't going to be able to compete in that conversation. You know, Oscar wasn't going to be able to compete. You know, Eddie, none of those guys are going to be able to compete. They watched Eddie Hearn go through it they watched how Zuffa played that game with Conor Benn. They watched like, oh, I see how they're doing it. They even watched how they, you know, there was rumors out there that they might have been reaching out to Anthony Joshua, and, you know, conversations that, like, they were, you know, they saw what they almost did with Bam Rodriguez, and they're like, oh shit, they're going to use their money to just, we might need to get involved with it. And they seem like they're buying into it, like they bought into that.
Yeah, I'm reading what the chat's saying, but I agree with what Donnie956 just asked you the question, Clay. How many of these type of Devin Haney deals can the DAZN afford? Because they're already bleeding out. And that's where I still say,
we're going to see.
If it's a money game, I'll put my money on Zuffa all day because they're backed by TKO. So we'll see We'll see. You know,
but does Zuffa want to play that game?
I don't think they do, Clay. I think they want to work with everyone. I don't think they care that if Haney, for example, signed with the DAZN and a Haney Shakur fight can happen, I don't think the problem is going to be on the Zuffa side. Zuffa will be like, we're happy to work with you guys. Let's just talk terms. So the question goes back to you, sir. Is the DAZN going to be willing to play ball? Because if Turkey wants a fight to happen, he normally makes it happen. So is the DAZN going to be the one willing to play ball with Netflix, with TNT in 2027, once Paramount Plus makes it a public acquirement and the mergers complete, right? You know what I'm trying to say? Like, or does the DAZN want to play in their own little money island?
The DAZN, I think, what I see is, I believe that the DAZN is going to sign all of the biggest stars under their umbrella. That's what I believe they're going to do. They're going to sign David. They're going to sign Virgil. They're going to sign, they're going to sign the big stars. And I think they're going to leverage those, because those all become assets to the DAZN, where the DAZN is like, it's not about how much money you have no more. Once we've signed these fighters, if you want these fighters, you got to do business with us. So now they leverage with TNT, who will look at them and be like, yeah, we'll give you a deal, because you lock down those fighters. You lock down those fighters. What are we going to do? Are we going to freeze you out when you have the fighters under contract? that's just going to make the zone become bigger because TNT and Paramount's not going to have the biggest fights. They're not. They're going to have a whole different thing going on with the league. Right. That experience, that's a whole different energy, and that'll be successful on its own. But the zone will still have the biggest fights.
Okay.
So I think TNT gets involved in that conversation, and they do business. Paramount, should I say? I think they do business with the zone as regular. I don't think they freeze them out or that it becomes complicated.
Yeah, I think it'd be bad business for them to freeze them out, Clay. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they're overly loyal to Zuffa like that. I think Zuffa's just
they're $500 million loyal to Zuffa for the next 5 years.
Right, but I mean that's just $500 million. That's a light. They just gave him 7.7. They gave him $7+ billion for the UFC.
For the UFC side, right?
When you look at it, it's like $500 million is almost like a trial,
right?
Investment, right? It's almost like we just trying to see what you guys can do.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you. At the end of the day, I'm really happy for not only the fighters, but hopefully, again, once the zone can figure out how to lower prices and not continue to raise them. Once they figure that part of it out, I think it's great for all of us fans. So the fighters win. It gives us more money for every fighter, and free agency becomes a hell of a time period for boxers. And the fans win because now we get more boxing content than we've ever had before. So what do we? I'm not upset about this, bro. I think it's fantastic. I will say, Clay,
about it. This is about calling it. This is about calling it. This ain't about being upset.
But
I couldn't be upset for shit. But
what I will say is, what I would say is, let's pay attention to what Gary Antoine Russell does next, because Shakur keeps asking about Gary Antoine Russell, and I don't know if Turkey wants to make that fight happen. I'm sure there could be a Paramount Plus / Zuffa type of a thing.
Yeah, that fight. Yeah. Gary Antoine Russell don't run his career though. I'm gonna tell you right now, he's loyal.
Who runs the career, Clay?
PBC, Al Heyman. Period.
Okay.
Period. If Al says no, it's over with. Just like that. Gary goes on to say he won't even fight it. Gary's super loyal. He's blindly loyal to the PBC. The whole Russell family is loyal to the PBC and Al Heyman. They're not going anywhere. But that being said, money talks. Al Heyman's not known to be somebody to get in the way of his fighters making money. He doesn't do that. He lets them go get money. Like Errol, go to No Limit, go to Australia, go get some money. You know what I'm saying? David, go to Riyadh, go get some money. He's known for allowing that to happen. That won't be an issue. But as far as that fight happening, if anything, that's an opportunity for Gary Antoine Russell. He will never, that fight will happen. That fight will happen.
Right.
That fight will happen. This is I'm so excited.
Yeah,
for
it's
the
fun.
way the zone move, man. Like that was such a big move, man. Like that was such a big move, and now I'm super intrigued as to what they're getting ready to do in the future. And I'm super intrigued as to how Dana going to react to that. How Zuffa as a company is going to react to this, because they're going to react. They're going to react one way or the other.
My opinion on it is it's going to be business as usual, man. They were already way ahead of what they were trying to do in the first place.
What about Shakur? So Shakur said he not fighting Ryo.
Well, I mean, is he really not going to fight Ryo for $20 million, bro? You know what I'm saying?
No. What this is what I'm saying. I think he does fight him, right? But I'm saying if he fights Ryo after going around campaigning saying that he would not fight Ryo, that speaks a little bit towards Shakur to a large degree about his ability. So the whole conversation with Shakur is, I'm only here to make the biggest fights.
Mm-hmm.
And if Zuffa can't deliver the biggest fights to Shakur, that hurts the credibility of other big stars signing with Zuffa.
Yeah, I agree with you, Clay. But we're projecting on. So let's just say the date for Shakur is October. I said it. All right, not Clay. So let's say the date for Shakur is
October already.
October. Okay.
Shakur already said
it is. Okay. So how do I know that Gary, like you said, Al Heyman's not getting in the way of Gary Antoine's money? How do I know that the deal isn't great? And since Al Heyman's already staring at the end of he's like, Paramount Plus and DAZN's working together for Garcia Ben. Oh, okay, that's no problem then. You're gonna give Gary Antoine a bag to go fight Shakur? That's no problem. Go ahead, go do your thing. How do I know that doesn't happen?
No. Listen, I'm saying as long as that's happening, we're good.
Right.
If Shakur jumps into the ring with Rayo Venezuela, it's a bad look because he already went and told the world that fight does nothing for him. He's not interested in that fight at all. He says he would say no to that fight. Zuffa is a partner. They don't tell him what to do, this, that, and the other. He already went into his bag and shut that fight down in multiple different ways. He's been confronted with it where the guy was like, yeah, but Rayo said he's talking like you are his next fight. He's like, yeah, I don't know why he's saying that. We're not fighting. So if he fights Rayo, it speaks to Zuffa not being able to give him the fights that he went over there to go get. I'm telling you. And,
all right, no. I mean, hey, that's possible, Clay. If the zone wants to, or whoever's in charge, if they want to freeze out a shitload of money for whoever Zuffa ends up trying to make a deal with to go fight Shakur. So it's like they're not trying to steal Ryan. Ryan Garcia Promotions chose to want to work with Zuffa Boxing. So if Gary Antoine's group wants to work with Zuffa Boxing, and you're telling me somehow, some way the zone prevents it from happening, that's a different conversation. But it's hard for me to believe that any of these individual fighters and their individual managers with whoever's promoting them would just turn down flat money and exposure. The same way Garcia turned down money and exposure.
No, you're not. I'm talking about if Shakur ends up fighting Rayo, period. Okay. Right? So what I'm saying to you is, Gary, because I'm going to tell you right now, the zone can easily be like, you know what? We're going to give Gary a deal.
Yeah, because we're going to take the money we were going to give Haney and give it to Gary, for example, or some of it.
Well, they're already giving the money to Haney, but I'm saying, so Gary Antoine Russell is a legacy fighter, bro.
Okay.
He's not a money fighter. He don't mind getting money, but he's like Jerron Butenis.
Okay. He's
like Jerron. So in other words, Gary, you give him a unification fight with Dalton Smith. That's what he's going to do.
Right.
And Al gets in his ear in 2 seconds and says, yeah, we're going to put you. You'll fight Shakur. Remember, he already said, I'll fight Shakur last. Boom. You feel me? He already said he already let you know he's willing to not fight. You know what I'm saying? Shakur next. He kind of has in his game plan to fight him last. Right?
Right.
My thing is, period. Aesthetically speaking, if we see Shakur in the ring with Rayo Venezuela in his next fight, it's not a good look because Shakur already told the world that can't happen for him. That does nothing for him. That will speak to the limitations of Zuffa's boxing, the limitations of them being able to deliver the big fights to the stars that they're signing. And other stars will start to see that. They'll look at him like, damn, bro, I thought y'all said y'all was going to do this and that and the other. The stars will look at it like, when Zuffa sits down in front of a star and goes, yeah, we're going to get you all the big fights. We're going to work on getting all the biggest fights. They're going to be like, no, you're not.
Okay.
You're saying that, but you can't deliver it because you weren't able to do it with Shakur. You haven't been able to do it with Jao Pataya. You know what I'm saying? And even the Conor Ben Ryan Garcia fight, there's an argument there to say that Ryan Garcia, the only reason that fight's happening is because Ryan Garcia already had signed a deal prior. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and Conor Ben is the mandatory, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but that mandatory don't mean nothing, man. They don't care. They don't give a shit. This is the politics of boxing. This is sanctioned body politics, bro. That's nothing. Okay. That's nothing. Like, I mean, I'm just saying Zuffa has to show improve for Shakur. And if they don't, it's gonna kind of like Showbiz said, shout out to Showbiz, who said, I wanted it to be a league anyway. That's what I wanted it to be. Like, I wanted the league. You know what I'm saying? I wanted the idea of the league to work out. So everything else was extra for me. Like signing Shakur, making a Conor Ryan, that was all extra for me. I was like, oh shit, they're moving. Like in the beginning, I was knocking it. You were trying to convince me that this could happen. I'm like, yeah, bro, they're going to take some time, bro. They don't got enough to offer this guy, that guy. So I was already on that time. So, I was excited. I was excited to see like they were moving like this, but the zone right now, the zone moving in pieces right now, bro. The zone moving in pieces. I'm telling you, the zone moving in pieces right now, bro. The zone changed the game up a little bit. I mean,
yeah, I like it. I like that they did that. Again, I'm still in the whole look. It's all storytelling, right? I understand what you're saying, even about the whole Shakur Stevenson. It's a bad look for him because he said fighting Rayo does nothing for him. Okay, cool. I don't know how many people in the casual sports fan base heard that, heard Shakur say it, but I promise you, if Shakur ends up fighting Rayo and it ends up being at a 135, and I'll even say the bad word, Clay, that nobody likes to say, and Shakur's fighting for the lightweight Zuffa belt, guess who's not going to care? The NFL fans, the TKO group fans, WWE, the UFC. All they're going to care about is, was it a good-ass fight? Did you tell me a great story about Rayo, who's coming off of 2 straight victories and a massive knockout of the year candidate? Cool. Is Shakur Stevenson the guy that sold Madison Square Garden and beat the hell out of T.O., who's with DAZN? Sweet. All right, cool, man. I'm down to see that happen. Oh, and it's free on Paramount Plus too? Oh, great. So at the end of the day, bro, I hear you. At the same time,
but it still hurts. It's good for Zuffa. Zuffa's going to be okay no matter what.
Yeah.
Shakur is going to be okay. He's going to get his money.
Yeah.
Stars, it will shake up the space as far as future signings, because let me tell you what it's going to say is, it's going to say, if you come over to Zuffa, you're done with the traditional space.
Yeah.
That's what it's going to say.
And that's awesome. Welcome to the game, DAZN. Glad you guys finally figured it out that you're going to need to actually man up with your own money to go get some of these guys. So I hear you, Clay. But when we're talking about the future of Shakur, let me paint a picture for you. Shakur fights Rayo in October, beats Rayo, becomes the Zuffa lightweight champion. Then the first ever Zuffa welterweight champion in 2027 is the winner of Ryan Garcia versus Conor Benn against Shakur Stevenson. That's not a bad look for someone you're trying to introduce to the casual mass public. Hey, this guy's like Roberto Durán. He's coming from the 135, and now he's going to 147 to go get that guy. You see, like, so again, we win as boxing fans as long as that paywall comes down on DAZN more and more. So I'm with you, though, man. I'm happy that this war is starting. This is great. This is awesome. Were you gonna play a clip of Brian, or were you playing a clip of Bill? What are we doing?
Right. I kind of want to finish playing this clip of
Oh yeah.
So that was the first hurdle, right? The second hurdle was then I'll get to that one. Is getting over the first hurdle after the announcement. Then I'll let you know what the second hurdle was, and most important.
Well, I mean, we know the fighter, so I mean, you can just tell us the hurdle. Fighter's Keyshawn. It's just a matter of, do you all right, let's go to this approach. Do you foresee striking a deal before Monday, the 27th? Is it Monday or is it Friday? But do you foresee striking a deal before then, or would you rather see this go to purse bid?
Did I hear you say that the purse bid was going to be aired?
Yeah, it's going to be live streamed.
Oh, really?
First ever, historical. Are you going to Puerto Rico, or are you going to be?
Yo, look at how my guy Bill laughed at that. Yo, Bill is a G, bro. Bill, you a fucking G, bro. Yo, this dude Bill, bro. Yo, that when Ness said it's gonna be historical, he laughed because he loves to hear historical and Devin's name in the same sentence. He loves it, bro. He loves it. So let me ask you this: why is the WBO live streaming this purse bid?
Oh, I don't know if the purse bid's even going to happen, because there's reports out that say, I think one of it is from Dan Rayfield and a couple of other ones that say it's not going to go to purse bid, that there's already going to be an agreement in place before Monday. So, I don't think there's going to be a purse bid. Personally, my opinion, I don't think there's going to be some live streamed weird.
I think there's going to be a purse bid.
You think so? Okay.
Yes, I think this is. Bill is laughing, right? Let me tell you what.
He wants Keyshawn to get 25%. Okay.
Nah, bro. Oh man, nah, bro. Vision, baby, vision.
Okay.
This purse bid is going to be It's going to be world. It's going to be. It has to happen. This is the sanctioning bodies unifying with DAZN. The sanctioning bodies are coming together with DAZN. The sanctioning bodies. Zuffa can't bid on this. Zuffa's not going to be part of that purse bid. unless they went and got their licensing fees.
Or unless it's Stella that's bidding on it.
This is a demonstration, bro, on Monday is what I picture. I could be wrong. Okay. I think on Monday, it's a demonstration. I think they're going to make it a statement piece. They're going to shake up the whole entire space next week in boxing on the back end of this, because the sanctioning bodies and the zone may have come to an understanding that we need to be unified. Zuffa has a fight in front of them, bro. It's a fight. It's a fight. But it's going to be a good fight. It's going to be a good fight. I want to know if Turkey, I want to know what happened in that meeting in Riyadh with all of those. This is what shook up the zone, bro. When Turkey called all those promoters over there into Riyadh, the zone got into action, bro. They leveled up. The zone said, hold up. And they know Saudi owns a certain percentage of them, 10% or whatever it is, but it's not enough of a percentage for them to allow Turkey to just take over like that.
Yeah.
This
Donnie's saying the meeting in New York City at Fanatics Fest. Is that what you're trying to say, Donnie? Maybe that's what shook up the zone, is the meeting?
This is so much fun. This is so much fun to watch.
Yeah, I'm having a blast. This is great content.
This is so much fun. Like, I can't even lie to you. Like, I can't stop smiling because this is so much fun, bro. This is so much fun. This is so much fun, bro.
It's a hell of a lot more fun than having to pay money for Errol Spence versus Tim Tszyu or Pranga versus Joshua.
Listen, bro. Man. Listen, everybody still got work to do. Everybody still has work to do, without a doubt. Everybody still has work to do. The zone, you got work to do, man, because that paywall, that's right. You got to deal with it. You got to address it. It's not gonna, you know what I mean? But good. You finally fired back. You finally put one in it. You finally let one go. Wow! You finally let one go. You know what I'm saying? It ain't really hit nothing. Kind of put a hole in the wall, like, oh, but I think it put Zuffa on like, what the fuck?
Can I flip a question? Can I flip a question at you, sir? Can I flip a question back at you? So is it kind of a clue, maybe in some ways, that Bill Haney did that tweet? Has anyone seen Keyshawn? Because is it possible that Keyshawn Davis, who works out here at the UFC Performance Institute, who is with the same manager, Shakur Stevenson, is sitting there going, "Oh, you dumb, hey, you big dummy, you want to go ahead and take that bag from DAZN? Good for you, but I ain't taking your 25%. I'm taking the money that Zuffa was going to give you, and now they're going to give it to me, so I can be the welterweight." Yeah, to Keyshawn.
Nah, Keyshawn's stuck. He can't move around like that. He's a top rank.
You think so?
He can't.
So?
He cannot.
Okay.
He has to wait. Bob Arum don't play. When Bob Arum got a contract with you, you will be in compliance, or he will freeze you up. Ask Tio. Tio know how he had he not playing like that. But I do believe Keyshawn ends up. I think Keyshawn ends up, when it's all said and done, after he's finished doing everything he needs to do, he ends up over there. What I believe is I'm just gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it right there. I'm watching.
Tell us what you believe, man.
No. I'm good. I'm gonna wait. I'm a patient person. I like to wait for things to play out a little bit more.
It's funny too, because we're saying all of this, and this is all based on reports are saying. I haven't heard Jack from Bill or Devin yet. So let's see.
No, listen.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
It's definitely speculation, but me personally, I'm comfortable with my assessments of how I come to him. I'm not always right at all, but I'm very comfortable. I'm definitely not. Listen, I don't got the answers. If people want to start running around here going, "Oh, Clay said," that's up to you, right?
Right.
I'm speculating. I'm seeing things play out, and I'm giving potential outcomes. You know what I'm saying? But I'm be honest with you guys. I'm pretty fucking good at that. I'm just being real. Like, I'm just gonna tell you, you know what I'm saying? I'm pretty good. Like, I might not be right, but I'll be low-key, kind of, you know what I mean? Personally, my record with me personally is pretty good. I'm pretty confident in my ability to kind of read the room. And I'm reading the room right now in a certain way right now. I'm definitely reading the room in a certain way right now. I don't think no matter what happens here, it affects Zuffa in the way for it. If people in the outside want to look at this and be like, oh, Zuffa's about to fail, you guys are bugging. You don't understand the big picture with them. The big picture isn't this. This is just a fun moment because they were almost ready to but the zone did the right thing, bro. They put like, nah, man, the traditional space is ours.
Went with the chips. They went, nah, I'm gonna call your
so
bluff.
the zone's gonna be like, okay, it's a war of attrition again. It's a war of attrition again. We go back. We go back to the original game plan. We build the league. We build the fighters. We build stars. We focus on Jalil Hackett. We focus on Julian Rodriguez. We focus on capitalizing off the assets we do have by making them the headliners for these way bigger cards, and we build new stars up. And, you know, in a year, on January of 2027, we will have accomplished so much, and we will have new goals set up for January 2028, and we will accomplish all those goals, and we will go back to doing that. But I love how the zone. Somebody got in their ear, bro. You motherfuckers. Oh yeah,
I'm sure that CEO.
You motherfuckers, bro.
Yeah,
hey,
no, I like it.
I gotta get Mike Leon up here, man. I gotta, you know, so funny because I was texting him 2 days ago. You know what I'm saying? I was texting him. He responded. I gotta holler him right quick to get him up here, bro, and see how you feel. I know he's smiling ear to ear. I know he's cheesing. I don't
know if he could report because no word has come from the zone.
He can't report, but he's kind of like me. He has no problem being like, if you ask me to read the room, I'll read the room with you. Am I going to give you information that they've given me to give you stuff that's not out there? Hell no. But if you want me to read the room with you, I'll read the room with you. He'll have a good time and read the room. And I'm very interested in how he sees the possibilities here. We're going to see a lot of big fights, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see a lot of big fights.
That means
that's
we win.
What this means. The zone is going to put on a lot of big fights.
Hey,
I'm telling you right now.
Put on the big fights so that you don't sell me on Franco versus Joshua. Please.
We're going to get a lot of big fights, man.
Please do it.
We're going to get big fights. Let me see. I knew it was the zone when Gustavo tagged the zone in the purse bid announcement. Bang!
Cool.
Bang!
Well, I hope you're right, man.
Bang!
I hope you're right.
Eating crow if Haney signs with the zone. Dimitri Popov eating crow if Haney signs with the zone.
I don't know what's that reference.
Why would he eat crow? Yeah, he's not eating no crow. He didn't say, well, he wouldn't be eating no crow. Why would he be eating crow? I don't think so. Guys, you can't, that's up to you guys if you want to do it. I think we all win in here. I think everybody's smiling, having a good time. Bro, Zuffa is not failing off the back end of not signing Devin Haney. Please. Yeah. That is just not the case. Not even nowhere near the case. In this moment, though, the moment is the zone's moment. It is their moment because it was a landslide for a moment there. It was a legitimate landslide.
Right, they were getting killed. Right.
It was bad. It was difficult. You know what I'm saying? And by signing Devin Haney, if that's what they just did, which it sounds like that's what they did, that is a big announcement. That is putting boxing on notice that we ain't going nowhere. We are right here. We know what it takes. This is above Oscar De La Hoya's pay grade.
So you're saying that the zone's bad boys now?
The zone has taken control of the traditional space. If the zone thought Oscar, Eddie, Bob Arum, Al Heyman could do this, they wouldn't get involved the way they did. They'd allow them to do it and just give them the platform to do it on. But they realized we can't let y'all play. We got to take it over. It's kind of like your kids cutting the grass, but they're not cutting it right. and you kind of like tell them, hey man, you ain't going inside and you're going to sit out here and watch me cut this grass, but I need the grass cut right. So you're going to sit out here in this sun. You're going to bring me, when I tell you to bring me the fuel, you're going to bring me the fuel to put in the machine. When I got leaves or, piles of grass I need put in the garbage bag, but I'm operating the mower. And I'm going back to when I was younger. Today, I don't know. I don't be cutting grass. I got landscapers. I ain't gonna lie. So, you know what I'm saying? But, you know what I'm saying? But when I was younger, bro, I used to want to run the lawnmower. You know what I'm saying? But, the OG be like, yo, you don't really know what you're doing. I don't need you leaving my shit looking crazy. You're leaving little long grass. You're not cutting all the grass, right? You're not living. You got it all crazy. I like the design. I like the line. So I'd have to sit outside and watch the grass get cut. Because if you want it done right, you got to do it yourself. And that's what the zone's doing. The zone is doing it themselves. They want the job done right, and they're doing it themselves, bro. I love it.
I love it. I'm here for it. Because don't let Zuffa throw a punch again, Clay. Don't let Zuffa do that.
No, do it. What do you mean? What?
No, I know. I'm just saying that playfully, obviously.
Yeah, throw the punch. What? No, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, yo, if y'all listen, man, let me know. Let me know. You know what I mean?
Let's not forget what Turkey said last year. Me and my brother Dana, we are here to crush everyone. Don't let the zone be everyone. Don't do that.
No, let it be everything, man. Hold on. King Blake said, sounds like they need to thank Zuffa 100%. It expedited DHP payday 100%. It's forcing cats across the street to beef of the product. Big facts. No more skinny bags. Got to make them a little chunky. 100%. And it's the same thing that happened. It's the same exact thing that happened with Bam Rodriguez, right?
Yes, it's exactly what happened with Bam Rodriguez.
100%. 100%.
Yeah, Matchroom gave him a shit offer. Zuffa came in with multiple times that, and then he signed to Zuffa, and Eddie was like, nah, not so fast. Right of first refusal. Let me match that shit. So there we go, man. This is awesome. This is great.
Yeah, and the competition makes everything. This was the worst case scenario when I told people about Zuffa, and I said worst case scenario is going to force these guys to become more competitive, and that makes the market an even better place. This is awesome, bro. Shout out to everybody in the building. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it, man. And this is what it's all about, man. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what it's all about. Anyway, that being said, I'm seeing other things because I'm seeing fights. That being said, Keyshawn Davis versus Devin Haney.
That'd be awesome.
I'm trying to tell y'all right now, that fight is going to be way more competitive than what y'all think it's going to be. That fight's going to be competitive.
Don't let Keyshawn beat you now.
Don't
let do that.
Don't. Listen, I'm going with Devin to win the fight. I'm going with Devin to win that fight.
How can you not, right? How can you not go with Devin to win the fight?
I'm 100% going with Devin to win this fight.
Okay.
But I'm telling y'all, this one going to be a shootout because Keyshawn going to force it. He's going to force it. I don't know. I don't believe Devin can go unscathed in this fight. I believe this fight is going to be potentially Vasily Lomachenko 2.0.
Ooh.
And what I mean by that is, remember the last 3 rounds of that fight with Devin and Vasily Lomachenko? No, I would say not the last round, but 11, 10, and 9. If you can remember 11, 10, and 9. And the back end of 8. And the back end of 8. Keyshawn going to start from the back end of 8.
I like it.
And Devin is going to fight. Devin's going to fight.
I like that too. I want to see the new and improved Devin Haney and, what he's been doing and all the training and, hitting the power bag and the whole bit, man. I'm here for it. That I will gladly pay for, by the way. If you make that a pay-per-view wall, sure.
Ron says then turns into Norman Part 2. Maybe, Ron. Maybe. Oh, by the way, hold on a second. Let me go ahead and throw the link back out there because me and Angelo had a great conversation. I'm saying, so you guys can come back out. I needed a moment for me, my guy, to just kind of build on this bullshit. You know what I mean? Get to this
Were
bullshit.
you going to play the Ryan Garcia thing still?
Oh, yeah. Tomorrow I'm also going to do too, but I'll play it real quick here. I'll play this part real quick, but I don't want to do too much because tomorrow I want to cover it as well. But tomorrow we got a lot to talk about, so we might as well cover it now.
Tomorrow we might actually get the real news, right? Like
100%. So let me play this.
Or any of that bullshit.
Big facts. 100%, bro. 100%. Let me see here. Remove, close it out, open this, pow, 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 and bang, and boom. And shout out to Ariel Helwani.
Yep.
Nobody wants to watch this fight. It's like, what is the point of that? Think about names. I don't understand why Oscar would have to go on Instagram Live and say nobody wants to watch.
Wait, let me go back a little.
I'm training every day. I'm focused, and I'm taking my craft very serious.
When you say,
oh, by the way, Ryan Garcia, I'm fucking with you like this, bro.
Yep.
Stay right here, please, bro.
Yep.
Never, ever, ever show me that dark side of you again the way you were during the Devin Haney situation. Yep. I have always fucked with Ryan Garcia until that Devin Haney fight was announced. That shit was a ridiculous 5 to 6 months of my life. Watching, I'm going to say you are mentally going through it. Don't go back. Stay on your meds, bro. Whatever they are, stay on your meds. Let's let Ryan cook here.
All good? When you say when you say the other side, who are you referring to?
Just the people around me.
Hold on. also, shout out to Ariel Helwani. You're a piece of shit that I fuck with.
Ariel does that, bro.
You're a piece of shit I fuck with. I fuck with Ariel. He acts so innocent.
What do you mean when you say the other side? What do you mean? You know what he means, Ariel. You know what he means.
Shit. And that's why Dana don't fuck with you. You ain't allowed in the building, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? That's why. Hold on. Go ahead, man. Let me stop you, Ariel. I'll fuck with you, man.
I'm not gonna name names. You know who I'm kind of talking about, but at the end of the day, I just want a structured team that's behind me, and then that people aren't gonna talk down on me if I'm on their team. At the end of the day, I don't understand why Oscar De La Hoya. Now I'm gonna name names. I don't understand why Oscar would have to go on Instagram Live and say nobody wants to watch this fight. It's like, what is the point of that? Think about that. Like, I'm your fighter. You shouldn't say things like that. That doesn't make sense. I have no problems with you. What is the point of saying that? To try to bash me and bring me down? That's only going to make me go higher. I don't understand.
Okay. We're going to let it continue, by the way, right? And I see you in the back, Khalid. I'm going to pull you up. I'm pulling you up right now. I'm pulling you up. This is the same complaint that Virgil Ortiz and Rick Meridian had about Oscar, right? This is what they're talking about. This was what their big argument was. And I'm talking about as far as the lawsuit was concerned, right? Saying that the things they were doing, this is that clapback Thursday shit that I keep telling everybody about that doesn't do nothing to help the fighters. That's all about Oscar De La Hoya blowing his brand up and getting his rocks off, but his fighters are not benefiting from it, and they don't like it. This is the issue, which was, to me, makes Oscar De La Hoya one of the worst promoters in boxing today. Respectfully.
I agree.
Right?
I agree.
Respectfully, like, he's one of the worst today. Like, his fighters,
fights, right?
His fighters have to be successful in spite of him, bro.
Right. Like, the whole point of being a promoter, as the word indicates, is to promote. Like, why are you anti-promoting? Right? Like, don't.
Yeah, it makes no sense. And that's what that's what Ryan's saying here. Like, it don't even make no sense.
Right.
It don't even make no sense.
Take your money, bro, and just shut the fuck up. Is what
right. What sense does it make to even do that as somebody who has vested interest in me being successful? Why would you throw the baby out with the bathwater? Shout out, Khalid. What's good with you, family?
What's good, bro? How y'all doing?
We're
doing good, man. Having a blast, Khalid.
We have our aluminum foil hats on today, bro. We definitely had our aluminum foil hats on.
Hey, yo, I've been peeping all the speculation and all that. So I'm going to start with, like, this first topic first. Like, I feel y'all on, like, Oscar. He probably shouldn't say it from, like, a business standpoint and all that. But, just to play devil's advocate, I can see where he kind of coming from like a little bit, because he probably like, yo, because I did hear him say this. He said that the Devin Haney fight is a bigger fight, and we should probably work to make that fight happen over like the Conor Ben fight. I don't think the Conor Ben fight is as big as what we trying to make it. That's more of a Zuffa type of thing, which is cool, but it's really like not that big of a fight. Him like the rematch versus him and Devin Haney is the one to be made. But Ryan pushing that fight, and then like I'm not gonna take the scrutiny off Devin. Like it's some VADA testing things, and it's some shit that they gotta work out that is like making that fight very complicated. It's like A side shit, who's the A side, who's the B side, and VADA testing and like all that. But I think that Oscar would much rather work to try to get that fight made, as that would be two title holders bringing, fighting for like trying to unify versus, what I'm saying, like the Conor Ben, like Conor Ben, bro. What is? I mean, like that's a name in theory in like the UK, but he's never been a champ. He beat down he was 1-1 against a suck down Chris Eubank. You know what I'm saying? He's living off his pop's name. He has an okay style. He like he looked okay against Regis, even though he was on a big platform with the Netflix. So you can kind of say that upped his stock a little bit. But man, we will have, and we don't ever get these metrics, but we will have to see like what's the American metrics to see like do we really give a fuck about you over here, bro? That'd be the thing. Like it's like, yo, it'd be different if my man was a title holder, if he knocked off some of the big names in the UK, if he really been all over the world. Bro, people in the UK don't even rock with my man like that. Like he coming off the steroid thing and all that. So just to not be long-winded, I think Oscar, even though he probably shouldn't say it publicly, you know what I'm saying, he's dealt with some things with like Ryan and Virgil. They've kind of went on publicly, kind of bashed him. And, he, even though you should be the bigger man, he probably like, yo, like, bro, it's not a big fight. Like, I've been doing this for a long time. Like, I've been doing this. Like, you thinking, because you listen to Turkey and all them, or whoever you listening to, you think this is a big fight. And it's not really. Just because people are putting up a lot of money, and it's not really that. No, motherfuckers ain't caring about that like that. Next thing is, though, with the Turkey Al-Sheikh thing, I want to kind of get y'all thoughts on this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much of a hand or like a pulse like the Turkey Al-Sheikh thumb is on boxing anymore. I think that's kind of fade out a little bit. I think the ring shows are kind of dying down. His health is becoming more and more of a thing. I think the money has dried up a little bit. It's a war going on in like the Middle East. I think they're trying to be a little more selective with like how they divvying out their funds and shit like that. And if we not and if y'all don't got, if you all aren't gonna be fighting in Saudi, then we don't want to be giving out like a boat ton of money and things like that. So I don't know, man. Like, yeah, he has a 10% stake in DAZN. I know he's backing Zuffa to like a certain degree and all that, but I don't know if he's as much of an integral piece in the sport as what he was or how he came into. What y'all think on it? Like, based upon what's happening right now with what we're seeing with DAZN and all that, like, is Turkey as much of an integral piece as it used to be?
I mean, my opinion is. Oh, go ahead, Clay.
Turkey is definitely backed up a lot on. I agree with you on his health and how that's influenced, that can potentially influence the future of his presence in the space. But I also think he put certain people in place, in position, to where he's kind of not going to step on their toes, right? So it's like, I put Dana White in position. I partnered up with Nick Khan. My presence, what Turkey's doing right now is he's playing his role, right? In other words, I put somebody there. What sense does it make for me to hire people, put them there, and still be micromanaging everything that's going on? You know what I'm saying? In the space, I have to give them room to function and to work and to execute. I'm paying these dudes, for the love of God, you know what I'm saying, to do this job. So I'm going to be more humble. I'm going to sit in the background and I'm going to allow them to play the game. But I think, don't get it twisted, the intelligent move he made here is putting two tigers in Dana White and Nick Khan at the forefront of this shit, which assures that his presence is going to be felt even without his voice being involved in the conversation. You know what I'm saying? His voice is there multiplied by Dana White. And keep in mind that the money's not drying up. I don't think the money's drying up because I think what they did is they secured a whole lot of money with Paramount. And TKO is also a publicly traded billion-dollar company. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the money's there. It's just that he's allowing, you hire the landscapers, you let them cut the grass. You don't get outside and be like, yo, let me help you cut the grass, or try to micromanage. It's like, nah, bro, I gave you the job because I think you can do it. So I'm going to let you do the job.
The other thing I was going to add to it, Khalid, real quick,
go ahead,
is
bro.
that,
Go ahead.
60% is the percentage that Saudi is funding TKO. TKO is a publicly traded group, right? So people can invest in it. TKO is in charge of the WWE, which is bigger than DAZN, brother, right? The UFC, who I don't know, man. I kind of think the UFC is bigger than DAZN too, because they got $7.7 billion over the next 7 years. You know what I mean? Like that's a lot. And then Zuffa's kind of like the little brother right now to that big ass group. So you couple that, Khalid, with the fact that Live Golf, they took the Live Golf money and basically is putting it into helping the TKO brand. If anything, bro, he's doing what Clay's talking about. He's doing this. He's the leader of tourism and entertainment for Gia, right? That's what he's doing. Like, he's like, hey man, I'm not the head of Zuffa. They got to do their shit. I'm not the head of WWE. I know WWE's coming here for SummerSlam in Riyadh. Even this whole Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury thing, pay attention to it, brother. Pay attention to what really happens by the time it gets made, because you're already hearing Tyson Fury say certain shit, and then Eddie's trying to counter what Tyson's saying. So I think there's a little inner war happening there right now. And at the end of the day, that's a turkey bag. Watch what happens. Watch how, when you're talking about is Turkey still involved, watch how Turkey puts his foot down on that. But go ahead, brother. Sorry.
Yeah. Nah, thank you for that breakdown from both guys. Okay, so we'll see. All right, so look, now as far as Corey Stevenson and like Zuffa Boxing, man, I think there's some tinfoil hats on, definitely thinking that Gary Antoine Russell is going to fight a Shakur Stevenson on Paramount Plus, as I don't foresee that happening yet. Like, it's my thing with like the Gary Antoine Russell fight. First of all, he got the Pitbull Cruz fight on deck and things like that. So I don't know how much money Zuffa would give, Gary Antoine. I mean, like, they're giving Chris Mannix said today that Corey Stevenson is getting between 10 to 15 million per fight. So he's the A side. I don't know how much they're gonna give Gary Antoine for that fight. I don't know, but if they're giving him all that, I don't know how much they're gonna give Gary Antoine. He has the Pitbull fight on deck, you know what I'm saying, which could still be a main event, still is a good fight, or that could be a co-main event for like a fight later on in the year and things like that. So when I think about Gary Antoine and when he did cross the street, you know what I'm saying? Like, he crossed the street when he was about to do it. It was going to be on Netflix with the Jake Paul and Tank card. You know what I'm saying? That's when he did do it. When he crossed it. Wait, okay. He was on the undercard of the Ryan Garcia fight as well, right? He was on that undercard of the Ryan Garcia and like Mario Barrios fight.
Yeah,
Gary
he fought
Antoine?
Hirooka. He fought.
Yeah, he fought Andy up. He fought Andy up.
Okay, all right. So it's like, but even then he was still undercard type guy. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that his name is big enough. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that the fight is big enough. Like even Ryan Garcia, because Zuffa to me still feels like a pretty like emotional company, and they had like they had their own network, so they still looking like it's still too opposite sides of the street, for lack of a better word. So even when you have Ryan and Conor Ben, even though I don't think that fight's as big, it still would be bigger than a Shakur and like Gary Antoine. You know what I'm saying? Because of the superstar or the star that Ryan Garcia is, and he is a bigger star than a Shakur Stevenson right now. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if that fight really if it could get done now, especially since they just got to DAZN and they're gearing up over there. You know what I'm saying? It seems like it's more whatever money is to be made and things like that, it seems like it can be made over there since I don't know what the Zuffa bag is. You know what I'm saying? It's looking like Devin Haney signing to them is a big thing because it take that chess piece off the board, and it's looking like it's gonna be a Ryo fight. It's looking like it's gonna be an Edwin fight. It looks like it's gonna be a Richard Hitchens fight, which is cool. It's not the end of the world because it's like, all right, you just build up your superstar guy to maybe fight other guys on these other platforms later to where the fight is big enough. So you just kind of got to build them up. If like this is your superstar, then you just keep building them up and then like backing him. But I don't know if they sending Gary Antoine over there like that, especially when it's Dalton Smith is already there, like Puello is already there. You know what I'm saying? Like Delgado and all them is Pitbull Cruz is already there. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's other guys already there, and it's like, all right, if we're gonna cross these networks and things like that, and like it's got to be a lot of money. Like even with the Zuffa and like Ryan Garcia joint, that is gonna be a Paramount Plus, but the DAZN is still getting all the other rights for like the rest of the world. That's how you work it out. Okay, Ryan Garcia,
Facts.
you're gonna have this
Hold
American.
on. Time out, Khalid. That's actually not facts, so I want to make sure we get the facts right.
All right, go
so
ahead.
The 93 territories that Paramount Plus owns will be showing Ryan Garcia versus Conor Benn. The only two territories that are not included in that is the UK and Ireland. So the DAZN is basically getting the opportunity to show it to their audience in the UK and Ireland. The rest of the world, Khalid, it's all on Paramount Plus, baby. But go ahead.
Cool. All right, cool. That's a great point. All right, cool. All right, well, yeah, I see some other people on here, so I'm gonna just wrap up with this. It was like one more thing I wanted to say about networks and shit like that, man. And my man interjected with a great point, but it made me lose my fucking train of thought. Man, fuck it. So
my bad, bro. I just wanted to make sure because you were saying it's
that
facts.
was right though. No,
I just want to make sure that we're actually saying facts.
Okay.
Because I don't want the show to ever. If we don't know, like you'll oftentimes hear me or Clay say, "I don't know," but when we do know the facts, we want to say these are the actual facts, and here are the sources of these facts. You know.
Okay.
So
all right.
yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, look, I'll just close out on this point because I see some other guys on here. I'll just close out with the fight that will take place between Keyshawn Davis and Devin Haney. I think it's a good fight. I like the fight from a stylistic standpoint on certain aspects of it. I think that like a negative thing that could happen is both these guys is kind of clinch guys. You know what I'm saying? Like in like sparring, guys tend to work on the inside and like in that mid range. But sometimes once them 8 ounces get on and it's time to really work on that inside and work in there, guys will kind of clinch versus, you know what I'm saying, like kind of work up in there. So both guys do that a lot, both Devin Haney and Keyshawn Davis. So that is a thing. I do think that there is the potential for Devin Haney to box Keyshawn Davis ears off just from an experience standpoint, just from his overall style. And Keyshawn Davis hasn't really been in the ring with a guy like Devin Haney moving up to this weight class, comfortable up there. He's sturdy up there, and like Devin Haney knows how to tame you. Like people talk about he don't have power and things like that. He like knows how to tame you. I think that the infrastructure of Devin Haney with Mickey Bay and like the other guys that he has in his camp, like they know how to get ready for guys. Like when he was getting ready for Brian Norman, he had Charles Conwell and Troy Isley as his sparring partners and shit like that. If guys don't know who that is, hey man, he has some real guys in there getting him ready for fucking Brian Norman and shit like that. So it's like there's a system, there's a machine, they not playing over there. Like he's a professional, you know what I'm saying? So it's like Keyshawn Davis with the inconsistencies in his mental. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know about the team. Like he was with Bomac and them. Now he with the other guys. I know he be training with a Shakur and like Ray Ford and shit like that, and that's solid. You know what I'm saying? I'm not dismissing that, but when it comes to you and what your team gonna put out, the professionalism that is required to deal with a Devin Haney, I don't know if he can do that. You know what I'm saying? Maybe skill for skill. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's a little closer, but I haven't seen you in the ring to kind of do that. You know what I'm saying? Like you had 15 fights, You are like a silver medalist, so we got to respect that. But Devin Haney has a lot of pro experience, and Keyshawn still does kind of do amateurish things. So it's like we just kind of got to see it. But I am picking Devin Haney. It like has the potential to be close if Keyshawn Davis can he like effectively box coming forward, cut the ring off, get in there and work, use this jab to like neutralize Devin Haney. But Devin Haney has an excellent jab as well. Not as educated. He don't be hooking off of that motherfucker or like uppercutting off of it, but he can still tame you with it. And he got great feet and great athleticism, and he's strong. So fighters, this is my last point. Fighters, a lot of them are going against Devin Haney. Like they were saying Keyshawn is a dog and all this, but fighters be hating, bro. Fighters be hating. Fighters be wanting the fights. Fighters be looking at certain things, and I'm not discrediting them because they do be in that ring. But sometimes they be having they ulterior motives and shit like that, or have some other grievances, or they might just not like them, so they not picking them. Like Gary Antoine Russell picked T.O. to beat Shakur Stevenson because that's his man's. But it's like if you know boxing, like bro, we're not picking T.O. to beat you. That's just not about to happen. But you picked him because that's your man's. So it's like, all right, cool. So that's it. I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna let some other brothers go. Clay, thank you, my man. Hey, yo, coach, thank you. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you,
I'm
Khalid.
gonna chill, bro.
Good stuff, Khalid.
Appreciate you, Khalid. Appreciate you. What's up, fellas? HL, what's good, man? What's good? I'm Triple Four.
Go ahead, HL.
Yeah, you know why you laughing too, right? Triple Four.
I swear, it's just hard to hear some of this stuff sometimes, bro. Yo, y'all are really acting like Keyshawn is just literally just straight garbage. It is crazy to me. I'm sorry, but it's all good. I'm listening though. Go ahead, make your point, HL. I'm listening.
I mean, look, my man Khalid made a point earlier, like an hour ago, because I almost forgot what he was talking about when he came in about Ryan Garcia and Oscar. That's the thing. Oscar sees a bigger fight on hand. That's the one thing that didn't get. I mean, he mentioned it earlier in that interview, Arwani, but he didn't. This is what he needed to hammer. It is because Oscar does see that the real fight to be made, the money fight that needs to be made, is Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney, and a loss between any one of these guys before they meet each other is gonna bring that fight value down. They need to make that fight now, and that is what Oscar was pushing.
But
this counter-bend is crap against that fight.
I disagree because I think the money fight is whatever the money's paying, and the money's paying for counter-bend, and that's what Turkey's paying. So that's a money fight. Not to mention the fact that
it's not bigger than Devin Haney if they were to fight.
Bro, it's the biggest available fight because Devin don't want to fight Ryan because.
No, that's my point. That's my point. But if the fight was made, the biggest fight really is Devin Haney and
right.
And
but Oscar knows better. Oscar knows better than to make that the reason why he's tearing this fight down, because this fight is not happening because Devin wants the testing in a certain way. That's why the fight's not happening, and Oscar isn't co-signing the extreme testing either. On number two, I watched Oscar De La Hoya chop down the Devin Haney fight. I watched Dan Canobio ask that man, "Yo, what's up, man? We ready to see Ryan and Devin go at it for the second time? What's up?" He said, "Not on my watch. We ain't making that fight." That's what he said. And then like 4 or 5 days later, oh yeah, that he's not driven by the same logic that people like yourself who want to bring logic to it and be like, no, Oscar's not being dumb. He's being smart. No, he's being dumb because Oscar's pride and his ego gets him talking out the side of his neck. I've seen Oscar double back on so many stances, double back and say one thing and then literally days later come back and say something else. He's not that guy. He's not the guy who's sitting here cutting down the Conor Benn fight because he really knows the Devin Haney fight is big. No, he's doing that because of Dana, because his ego and his butt hurts because he don't like Dana ever since Dana did whatever he did.
It could all be true though.
Yeah, he's doing that all. I'm going to tell you, it goes all the way back to that stupid ass Chuck Liddell, Tito Ortiz. Was it Tito Ortiz?
With what?
Yeah.
It is, right?
De La Hoya did the whole
right.
tried
This
to get into
goes
MMA and
all
completely
the way
failed.
back to that Triller ass bullshit, bro. And he's butt hurt ever since that years ago because him and Dana were like this. Dana went to help him do an MMA event to help Oscar jump into that game. Oscar was an idiot. He was drinking too much. He was being an asshole. He had all those issues, and Dana was like, "I ain't effing with you."
True. Yeah, everything you're saying is all to be true, Clay.
And every single thing that happened on the back end of that is Oscar completely having a personal issue with Dana.
I think he has a personal issue with the entire everybody else. I mean, you gotta understand where Oscar's coming from. He got screwed over with PBC and all his fighters and everything else. I mean, this man has been screwed over many a times by his own fighters too. So I mean, I understand what you're saying. There's nothing that what you're saying is not true. But I'm saying that he also it's a little bit of everything else too with it. It's not just singularly just one thing. Oh, I don't like Dana White. I think he's been handed over his ass many a times by this game, and he's trying to stand for what's his.
He's handed over because whenever his fighters get to the point to when they want to challenge themselves, he's always their biggest obstacle. He has a notorious history of doing this. He did it with Floyd Schofield Jr. and Shakur. He did it with Ryan Garcia and Gervonta Tank Davis. He tried to do it with Virgil and fucking Jerome Boots Ennis. Every time it's time for these dudes to challenge themselves and they want to be the warriors that they are, he gets in their way, bro. And all the fighters are confused by it. Virgil's confused by it. I talked to Virgil in New York and I told that man, bro. And I don't know if he would ever admit that, like, I told him and he looked at me crazy. I talked to him and I said, yo, that big fight, your biggest fight, I said, it was right after the Madrimal fight and he was getting the surgery and everything. And I'm like, yo, you the best guy at 154, 100% right now. I said, the only guy left is Boots. And at the time, Boots was at 147. And he goes, I know. I said, are you going to make that fight happen next? He's like, if I can make that fight happen, I'm definitely making it happen next. That's the fight me and my team want. And I said to him, you think Oscar going to let you do that? And he said to me, what do you mean by that? I said, do you think Oscar's going to be on board? He's like, why wouldn't Oscar be on board? It got so awkward, I had to back away from it because I didn't want him to feel like I was hating. Because he was like, why would you say it? Like, he got kind of got insulted a little bit. I'm like, nah, it don't matter. You know, I'm sure if you want it, Oscar's going to want it. He's like, yeah, man, he's going to want it. I mean, wow, you don't think he's going to? I was like, no. I told him what was going to happen, bro. And that's what Oscar did. He started talking about that Errol Spence fucking Dallas Cowboy Stadium shit like clockwork. And his fighters get confused by it. And that's why Ryan is sitting here right now going, I don't even understand what sense it makes, because he's right. It makes no sense for you to tear a fight down that I'm in right now. The deal is already done. We're announcing a fight. What sense does it make to tear this fight down? As your fighter, and you're supposed to be my promoter, what are you doing right now? You're my promoter.
But has he grabbed any sense?
Can we hear Ryan? Can we hear Ryan talk, Clay?
Yeah. Hold on. Let Ryan cook real quick.
What's your problem, bro? It doesn't make no sense. But you know what? I'm gonna let peace be peace and keep it moving forward.
When you hear that, do you reach out to him?
No, of course not. I've already dealt with this for how many years?
Yeah.
I can't keep on, telling somebody how disrespectful or unwise that decision is. I mean, at the end of the day, you do it because you're emotional, and I don't know what is the point of that. Everybody is excited about this fight. This fight is huge. I just don't understand why he would want to bash it.
And so, okay, can we clear this up once and for all? Because you're going to be asked about this a million times. What, if any, involvement does Oscar have in this fight?
He's a co-promotion. Golden Boy is a co-promotion with Ryan Garcia Promotions, and we have one more fight with them, so they're going to be part of one more as co-promotion with my promotion. So that's pretty much it.
And that one more fight, that doesn't include this one, right? That's one more after this one?
Yeah, one more after this one, yeah.
Is there any reason why he wasn't on the stage on Saturday at Fanatics Fest?
Oh, I mean, I don't really, I'm not in charge of that. So I don't really know why he wasn't there. I'm not in charge.
Well, one of the big things that a lot.
Yeah, I mean, he did the same exact thing to Ryan. After Ryan lost the fight against Tank, he disappeared. That man is not, he's no bueno, bro. Like, people can sit here and try to make as many excuses they want about this dude, bro. He's no bueno.
But did he crap on the fight since it's been made? Because I know he crapped about it the first night they were talking about it, and he was not involved But since the fight has been made, has he talked crap about it? I mean, I'm unaware. Help me out.
I mean, he's just. I mean, whatever
I know he did at the beginning.
done, Ryan Garcia's experience with Oscar, you can see it on his face, bro. He's exhausted and he's done. You know what I'm saying? Because Ryan knows that Ryan has had to be successful. Ryan has had to make the biggest fights. Ryan has had to get his biggest paydays in spite of Oscar De La Hoya.
Yeah, that's why he lost against Tank, because you didn't listen to his boss.
Yeah, I mean, that's one time, but it's still his career.
Yeah,
it's
but he's still
his career. Like, so what I'm saying is, what has Oscar De La Hoya, from Ryan Garcia's perspective, what couldn't he have done without Oscar De La Hoya? Outside of the fact that Oscar owns a contract and could literally jump in the way of certain things, you know what I'm saying, and be that person. Outside of that, why wouldn't Ryan Garcia completely be like, you know what? I'd be so much further without Oscar, because Oscar's been nothing but the ball and chain around my ankle for the lion's share of the most profitable moments in my career.
Can I interject? Can I interject?
Go ahead.
So Clay, can you explain why do you okay? So how has Oscar held Ryan Garcia back? I just want to hear your take on it. Please explain.
Oscar De La Hoya has, I'm not going to say he's held him back. He's tried to hold him back. Ryan has pushed through a lot of.
Can you give an example? Can you give an example?
I'll give you a perfect example. I'll give you the example of Oscar trying to get in front of the Devin Haney fight and the Rolly Romero. Well, no, he tried to get in front of the Devin Haney fight for the Rolly Romero fight. You remember that?
Okay, so basically what you're saying is they tried to avoid the Devin Haney fight to go for the Rolly fight? Is that what you're saying? If I understand you correctly?
Right. I'm saying that he wasn't supporting Ryan Garcia when he was trying to make those big fights.
So what I would say to that is that I think the Devin Haney example is kind of a bad example, because the Haneys in itself, it just comes with a whole lot of other dynamics, right? So making a fight with the Haneys is not as easy as everyone likes to pretend. It's not really. There's a lot of stipulations that come with it. They know that. So I think him pursuing the Rolly was not to avoid the Devin Haney. I just think that the Rolly fight was just an easier, quote unquote, fight to probably make, opposed to Devin Haney, because there's a lot of stipulations that come with the Devin Haney fight, and we all know that. So outside of Devin Haney, though, can you name another one that you felt was like
the fight in Japan?
him being under contract with Oscar, and him trying to make a fight outside of Oscar, being a promoter.
Hey, you know what, 444? I'll make it easy for you, because it's if you just type it in on AI, this is how well known what Clay's talking about is. I typed in, how has Oscar De La Hoya been detrimental to Ryan Garcia's career? And according to AI, brother, which, as you know, is
100% wrong. 100% wrong.
I'm listening.
Thank you, HLD, for cutting me off. Thank you. I appreciate it. So AI, as you well know, 444, is all the information that's public, that's out there, all put together, right? Whether right, wrong, indifferent, I'm just telling you what AI actually says.
Correct.
And this is what Clay. This is to Clay's point. AI says Oscar De La Hoya has negatively impacted Ryan Garcia's career primarily through highly public feuds, contract disputes, and a continuous breakdown in communication.
Understood.
Their toxic working relationship has manifested in several ways. Number one, public feuds and disparagements, right? And number
it's
two,
just like you don't like pushing out false narratives. Don't do that. Don't do that, because you just dragging out the narratives.
Clay, you want to tell your boy to stop interrupting me, because we use AI, right? And AI isn't necessarily a false narrative. I'm just giving you an example.
Well,
a false narrative is when you say something, HLD, and don't back it up with where did you get the.
I'm not going to back it up with AI. I promise you that.
Okay, great. Well, make sure the next time you say, "Hey, this is a fact," actually have where you got the information from.
I never do AI.
Oh, okay, cool, great.
So what I would say to that, and
wait. Before we jump all over the place, right? whatever AI is saying, it's either true or it's not true. But if it's true, it's true. It's not true because it's AI. You know, a wise man once says, a lie's not, you know, a liar telling the truth doesn't make the truth a lie. You know what I'm saying? Like if the liar is telling the truth is the truth. It's not a lie because the liar is telling the truth. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, when I'm looking here and it's saying things, and this is historical with Oscar, bro. Like give me, where's the superstar that is with Oscar? Where is he?
Triple Four just asked the question to bring out the facts. How has he been detrimental? And we're bringing out AI, which grabs all the false majority of all narratives and makes it as a truth of something. Yeah. And if you repeat it a million times, it becomes the truth. That's why I'm not an AI guy. So because I know it's full of shit.
Well, we didn't hear what AI had to say.
Yeah,
we were listening to what Reyes was saying.
I would like
to. We didn't hear what AI had to say. Because you already
HLD wanted to cut me off, brother. That's why we didn't hear it.
You try to control the narrative and turn the liar into a liar, no matter what he says.
Bring the facts.
Even though the liar, so the liar comes up to you and goes, "The sky is blue." Because the liar is a liar, the sky isn't blue.
Because we're waiting for the facts. How has
you didn't let him drop like that?
Well, not from AI. Bring it from something that we know of.
Wait,
I mean, what do you mean? Like, so explain that to me. How their credibility
you were bringing up the Japan thing. Well, there's context to that. Ryan Garcia was trying to make a fight in Japan, this in spite of having a promoter who he signed to, so he cannot make fights without his promoter. But they wanted to cut the middleman out.
Okay, that's fun. I'm cool with that.
So that's not something that Oscar did wrong. That was something that Ryan Team and Guadalupe did wrong. That's what they did. They were supposed to involve. No, but I'm just giving you the example. You guys wanted to use. You said Japan, and I was like, hold on, right? And I'm telling you, no, there's context to that.
Let's see what AI has to say about it. Because what are they going to reference? The AI comes up and then what does it do? It pulls up the Ring article. What does it do? It pulls up the Boxing Scene article. What does it do? It pulls up the ESPN article. What does it do? It pulls up all these different sources. That's where it's getting the information from, right? Reddit. I mean, fuck Reddit, right?
Reddit.
I went on MMAfighting.com, The Guardian. .com.
Reddit a lot, but it does use Reddit a lot. That's why I'm sorry.
But it references it. But HLD, it references it. So you don't got to go with that reference.
Correct.
You can just go to the next one. You know what I'm saying?
I just go to the source. We get it from the source.
And it shows you the source. The link is right there. It says Boxing Scene. You hit the link and it opens up the Boxing Scene article.
So can I make my point still, or we're gonna? I just want to make my point. No, so Reyes, are you good? Are you good, Reyes? I know you were.
That's what I'm trying to say.
No, forget it, Clay, because I know HLD is always going to interrupt whatever the fuck.
Well, I'm listening. I'm listening. HLD, if you can allow Reyes to just finish this out of respect, I just wanted him to get his point out so that So please finish.
No, Triple Four. All I was trying to do is back up what Clay's saying.
Okay, right? Understood.
Like all I was trying to do was actually use something that every other motherfucker in the world uses. And is actually out there, so that it's backing up Clay's point. I understand what you're saying when you're asking the specific question, what has Oscar De La Hoya done to actually hurt Ryan Garcia? Well, in 2023, that guy was suing Ryan Garcia, his fighter, over a contract dispute. That is an example of shit that promoters are not supposed to do because it doesn't promote their fighter. It fucking hurts their career, which is why it becomes public knowledge. That's an example. If you want more of that example, I could read you the ESPN article. But go ahead, brother. Just do your thing.
So I'll make my point quick. So I believe that two things can be true. Number one, I think that Oscar De La Hoya handles things always the right way? I think no. I think he definitely has an issue with Dana White, and I think sometimes that kind of gets misconstrued with other things, right? Do I think Ryan Garcia is the easiest person to have a contract with? I don't really think so. I think Ryan Garcia can be emotional at times. So I think a lot of stuff, I think he has a lot of fighters who sometimes don't want to listen. And like HLD made a good point. I mean, if your promoter advised you not to fight Tank under those conditions, but you want to still go fight Tank under those conditions, how does that help the promoter? How does that help the company itself? If you're signed to Golden Boy, our goal is to be able to put out a great product. Was that a great product? The answer is no. But nobody really thinks about this. Sure, did it help Gervonta Davis?
Bro, that was literally Ryan Garcia's biggest fight and biggest payday that Oscar De La Hoya ever got was on fighting Gervonta Tank Davis. Made him.
But at what cost, though, Clay? At what cost? At what cost? You see what I'm saying? Like, you're making it about money, and go ahead.
Well, I don't understand. That's kind of crazy. Like, this is prize fighting.
Yeah, but at what cost? You
the biggest stars in boxing.
Yeah, but your biggest stage, your biggest fight, your biggest bag, but you got to go in there with a rehydration clause and a catch weight. The dude looked like a friggin' skeleton going in there to go fight Gervonta Davis. So what fun is that?
Who?
Say it again.
Fun for who?
Fun for the fans and fun for the promotional company. That's your product.
Over 1 million views.
Okay, so it's about money.
People don't want to fight.
So what I would tell you is this: if you're making it about the success, the financial success, then I don't have an argument for you. I'm saying from a promotional standpoint, company standpoint, you now have a product that went in there and pretty much got embarrassed and being seen as a quitter. You get what I'm saying? Because he wasn't 100%. You accepted a contract for X amount of money for the 100 million views and all the money for what? When your product was not even 100%, that I don't think is a smart business move. But if it's all about the money, I have no argument then, because that's what I don't want boxing to become that, bro.
Right? Because it's all about the money. We know that. We know it's about the money.
But it's also about the best fighting the best. It's also about that. As a fan, you as a fan, you want to watch two people in the ring that aren't even supposed to be equal? Like, that's just
that's up to the fighters to figure out how they plan on approaching it. Ryan Garcia decided he was going to do a rehydration clause, and he decided he was going to fight that way. That's his business.
Catch weight and a rehydration clause.
But as far as once that fight is signed, the promoter's job is to promote the damn fight, bro. That's your job. It's not to sit here and be right and you know what I'm saying, and throw it in my face or discredit the fight, or that doesn't do nothing. That's just your ego. Your job is to promote my fight, is to promote me as a fighter, period. When you don't show up after I lose a fight, you don't show up. That's bullshit. When I'm sitting here trying to build a fight with a fighter, and after I get the fight signed, in spite of everything you try to do to stop it, and you're going, nobody wants to see that fight. Really?
Oh, no, no. So
let me say that after the fight was signed, Clay. That's what I was asking.
Oh, hold on. Let me make it clear, Clay. No, I 1,000% agree with you about his newest antics. Okay, I'm not. As it relates to the fight now, yeah, I don't agree with what he's doing. That's totally a shot at Dana White. We know that.
Well, he hasn't said it after the fight's been signed, though. That's what I'm trying to say. Has he said anything after the fight's been signed?
Listen. Oh
that's all I was trying to find out. Because I know he talked shit before it was they're trying to make it, but not now.
Once the fight was announced, he knocked the fight.
I tried every type of
100%.
Viagra or
100%. Hold on, I'll show you.
Cialis or Tadalafil. I know this works for some people, but I did not get reliable results for.
I just want a structured team that's behind me, and then that people aren't going to talk down on me if I'm on their team. At the end of the day, I don't understand why Oscar De La Hoya, now I'm going to name names, I don't understand why Oscar would have to go on Instagram Live and say nobody wants to watch this fight. It's like, what is the point of that? Think about that. Like, I'm your fighter. You shouldn't say things like that. That doesn't make sense. I have no problems with you. What is the point of saying that? To try to bash me and bring me down? That's only going to make me go higher. I don't understand what's your problem, bro. It doesn't make no sense. But you know what? I'm going to let peace be peace and keep it moving forward.
When you hear that, do you reach out to him?
No, of course not. I've already dealt with this for how many years?
Yeah.
I can't keep on, telling somebody how disrespectful or unwise that decision is. I mean, at the end of the day, you do it because you're emotional, and I don't know what is the point of that. You know, everybody is excited about this fight. This fight is huge. I just don't understand why he would want to bash it.
And so, okay, can we clear?
So this is a man who's expressing that I have a fight I'm promoting right now, bro. Everybody's excited about this fight. It's been announced. Why are you tearing this fight down?
And I haven't heard him tear it down. You guys keep on saying that. I only heard him say it at the beginning there before. He's saying it, but nobody's seen Oscar trash. He said, hey, the fight's done, and this is what they were going to do. I haven't heard Oscar trash it since they announced this fight. That's what I'm saying. Did he do it before? Yes. I haven't seen him since. And if you guys can show me, I haven't seen it. That's what I'm saying. Ryan got knocked out by Tank because he didn't listen to his promoter. Kid Austin was going to get his ass whooped by Shakur Stevenson, fight that he said his kid should not be fighting him yet. And had they gone through with that fight, he would have gotten his ass whooped by Shakur. Now they're about to get at least a belt. They need to and what I'm trying to say is Oscar knows how to move their fighters in the way that they're going to at least maximize their career and make the most money. That is where Oscar comes into play. And these guys need to. Who
has he done that for? Who has he done that for?
When he's told Ryan not to fight Tank, he got lost.
Who has he successfully moved around and maximized their money?
Canelo,
the guy who sued him to get out of his deal because
he still made him a star. He still made him a star.
He made him a star, man. Did he not make him a star, Clay?
God, bro.
No,
okay, listen, I want to be clear, right? I want to be clear.
I'm objective. I'm not saying that Oscar's perfect. I'm just saying
I'm not an Oscar fan. You good, though?
Canelo is a star because Canelo is a star, bro. Canelo's a star because he fought Floyd Mayweather. He fought the biggest fight.
Before that, he was
Oscar rolled the Canelo. That's like Oscar just rode Canelo's wave, bro. A wave that he already had built for himself, bro. We got to be just more honest about these.
So then we could say that about every promoter. We could say that about every promoter.
Certain fighters is just the truth, bro. Canelo's one of those guys who, okay, put Canelo aside, please, because this guy's a superstar, 100% an example, a superstar in spite of Oscar De La Hoya. Literally in spite of him. Matter of fact, let me pull up this article right here. Just to show you how crazy this is, right? Canelo Alvarez, boxing's #1 attraction, was released from his 11-fight, $365 million deal with Golden Boy in November 2020. He had to sue the promotion to get out of that.
Who landed that deal? Who landed that $365 million deal? How many years ago that was, and how much money that is today? Who landed that deal, Clay?
Who else did Oscar do that with?
I'm just saying, okay, but who landed that deal?
I just want to be honest. Who else has he done that with?
Right now.
If he's a beast at doing it, he should have done it again. Who else did he do it with?
Hey, he's trying to maneuver Virgil Ortiz's career. He doesn't want him to lose to Boots. He wants to make him a star, have a fight against Spence. Yes, it's not the great, but a Spence fight in Texas is a big fight. Is a big fight for a lot of money. I hear you,
Edward Torres. I'm just being honest to say that
he's a Hall of Fame. He's a Hall of Fame promoter.
That's like saying, I'm going to tell you what's equivalent to. And I'm not trying to say he didn't have nothing to do with it, right? But it's his name, Golden Boy Promotions. Well, and the Mexican, and that Mexican is the same way as Mayweather and Gervonta Tank Davis. You know what I'm saying? It's like very similar. But who else has Mayweather done that with? Is Mayweather a great promoter?
All right, so you got Ryan Garcia. So is that Canelo? We got Ryan Garcia. You got Virgil Ortiz on the cusp. I mean, are we gonna ignore these other two names? All Mexicans too, right?
Okay, fine. I want to go. I mean, I don't see it, bro. I'm gonna be real. I don't want to go that deep into it, but I don't see where he's done this. I see Ryan Garcia controlling his social media, being popular, doing all the antics, doing all these damn things. What did Oscar do to make Ryan Garcia bigger outside of holding on to Oscar to Ryan Garcia and being what did he do, bro? Like
if he loses the Conor Ben, he's gonna be out on his ass.
You guys are watching. I'm watching the same thing you guys are watching.
I guess you know what? No, you made a good point, Clay.
Amari Jones, right? I love that you brought this up, right? Amari Jones is such a great talent. Let's see how that goes. Let's see how that goes. We'll be patient and we will wait on that. Schofield is a star. Literally, I can pull up a video right now of Schofield Sr. saying he had to petition for his own fighter, for his own son, to get that damn mandatory for that WBA. Literally, I could pull up video of Oscar De La Hoya saying, I don't even like Schofield Sr. Like, why? Because Senior's on his back about making the fight. Stop what hate. Let's play. Let's go with the receipts. Let's not make it a hate thing. Let's just be honest.
So Clay, you made some good points. So let me ask you this question then, Clay. Give me an example of a promoter that you would say represents what you like.
Eddie Hearn.
You build stars?
So Eddie Hearn builds stars.
Does Eddie Hearn, I mean, you got AJ.
AJ would have been in spite. He would have been a star in spite.
He was what?
He would have been a star regardless.
Okay, AJ is definitely one. What's my guys? He's gonna make Ben Whitaker a star. You see him clearly moving Ben Whitaker like a genius.
He's a lost away, bro.
You see him moving Jerron Ennis.
Well, but based on I'm just being advocate here, okay? But based on that, Ennis was already a star, right? Already a talent, right? Like let's just.
He came in as a talent.
He came in as a talent. I'm very similar to Canelo, like you said.
I didn't say he's training the fighters and making them good fighters. That's bozying them. I'm talking about making it. So I'm talking about who took Ennis, took him to Philadelphia, gave him gave him the arena in Philadelphia, packed out the arena 2-3 times, spent the money on him, moved him around, got him to become a unified lineal champion at 147, took him to 154. Now he's a unified champion now as an A side. Who did all that?
I'm a prospect he's built up. A prospect.
Yeah. I was using Boots as saying he's gonna be consistent with the Canelo example you gave. Remember what you were saying with Canelo? When we were saying about Canelo already had motion. Boots already had motion, right? So let's say
Boots couldn't get a fight.
Well, he had motion.
He had motion with Showtime and Crawford and the whole
what
PBC.
motion did he have?
He had the talent that he had the
talent. He was a phenom. Literally, there were 10 that this dude is a phenom. This dude is going to be the next Crawford, quote unquote, switch hitter.
Roy Jones Jr.
Roy Jones Jr. You know that, Clay. Stop, man. You know it. Come on. So outside of Boots, tell me who has Eddie Hearn made a star.
Okay, Clay, can I speak? Is that cool without being interrupted? All right, cool. 444, the biggest female star in the world is Katie Taylor. She's about to fight in Croke Park in August. If it wasn't for Eddie Hearn, no one would know who Katie Taylor is.
Okay, I agree with you there. Bring me over to
WNBA.
Bring me over to male boxing, though. I agree with you, though.
WNBA, what we doing?
Can I get a male boxing example, please?
He's making a star out of Ben Whitaker. He's making a star out of let me see.
Ben Whitaker's on the cusp. We'll see.
Ben Whitaker's gonna be a star, bro.
He's gonna get knocked out once he gets into a ring with someone, and
it don't matter, bro. That's not what it's about. Eddie don't train fighters, bro.
That train is gonna be over very short.
Fighters. Look what he's doing with Bam Rodriguez.
I mean, 444. Look, man. I mean, again, I'll give you a recent example, and again, I'm just trying to back up Clay, but
understood. I'm with
talking you. in the whole, and I understand you're playing devil's advocate, so we're just kind of going back and forth. But Johnny Fisher would not be making the money he's making right now if it was not for Eddie Hearn building his ass up to have Zuffa pay him 6 times more. Those are the type of things that Eddie does. He's taken a Pat Brown who would normally not get a chance and then build him up. That's why he's such a big deal in the UK. It's Ben Whitaker, who was a silver medalist, was getting fucked, basically, because Ben Shalom didn't know how to move him. Ben Whitaker just fought in New York, brother, and now he's about to fight again in Birmingham, and the next fight's going to be for the world title. So, Eddie knows what he's doing, and that's just one of the examples that Clay is saying, but the man does know how to take a relative nobody from an amateur state like Dalton Smith, and then all of a sudden, even if it's a shitty ass pay-per-view that they could not promote, Dalton Smith is still a big star. And there's no way in hell that anyone, and you can name any promoter, that could have done with Dalton Smith what Eddie Hearn did. And I can go on, and I'm just giving you recent examples. So what all I'm trying to back up my brother Clay on is when Clay says Eddie Hearn, that's a guy that builds motherfuckers, right? Like, that's not a guy who tears people down, or at least he tries his best not to. Now, to your point, though, because you're playing devil's advocate about Oscar, I will say that when PBC was doing their thing, and then they were signing all these different fighters, a good amount of them was from the Golden Boy stable. So I'll say that. I'll say that what Oscar is good at is he knows how to find talent, but to groom talent or build talent, I would argue that Eddie Hearn helped Canelo more than Oscar did. 100%. All right, I would argue that fucking Eddie Hearn helped Gennady Golovkin more so. You know what I mean? Like there's so many things that Eddie does on a proper business level, like than what Oscar does, which is fucking wear fishnets and thongs and I don't know, bro. But hey, everybody got their own way of promoting.
What Eddie is good at is what you call in the automotive industry is resto mod. He'll take an old fucking muscle car that's been, and then he'll polish it up and make it better. That is what he may be good at. But as far as building something from the ground up, what happened with Jai Opataya? He couldn't do shit with the guy. He couldn't do nothing with him. Absolutely zero. And that's the difference between what like Top Rank does, Golden Boy has done, is that they from the ground up make the stars. Eddie is good at resto mod. He'll take it. What's that show on MTV back in the day? Pimp Your Ride. He'll take your beat up car and he'll make it new again. Yeah, he's good at that. But can you design one from the ground up? I don't think he's that great at that. He hasn't signed.
I literally said Katie Taylor, bro.
Katie, you brought in the WNBA. You're like, really? We're talking about, we know what we're talking about right now. We're talking about real.
I'll just say it like this, right? It's cool. Oscar's a great promoter, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? He's making these superstars out here, and he's doing the damn thing. You know what I'm saying?
He does a little bit of both. He's a mess up,
I don't know it. I haven't seen one. Me personally, I'm not impressed with the man, bro. But I mean, Ryan Garcia needs to get his head out his ass. He got the best promoter in the game. Canelo Alvarez fucked up. I don't know what he did when he left Oscar De La Hoya.
He had a $365 million deal. I mean, that's not chump change.
And Amari Jones is smart. They will never play themselves and get away from the biggest bag and the best promoter in the game.
But what Oscar apparently did with Canelo, just to be clear, he got Canelo the $365 million deal, and he was selling his fights. What right now he did with Ryan Garcia, sold those 2 fight deals to Turkey. He did the same with Canelo. He took his $365 million deal, and then he was subleasing some of his fights, making some more money off the top. That's what he was doing. That pissed off Canelo. I get it, but I mean, he still landed $365 million.
He just misunderstood. My bad.
You tell me what's the last time you had a promoter sign a $365 million deal for his fighter? I'm waiting on that. What's the last fighter who had
I'm trying to tell you, bro. I'm eating my words, bro. I didn't realize how good he was, bro. He's fucking good. Virgil Ortiz better get it together, bro.
Yo, Triple Forward. What's the last time we had a fighter sign a $365 million deal?
Canelo just signed a $400 million deal with Turkey.
I said promoter.
Well, I get everybody's point though.
Nah, he's good, bro.
Points, man.
Let's see how he ages. Let's see what happens. I'm right. I'm here for the long run, baby. I could wait. I'll wait. My bad. I'll wait. I'm here for the long run.
Yeah, I can see.
Yeah, but what I will say though, which I think is not really good on Oscar, to be honest, is just the battle between him and Dana. You know, that whole stuff is kind of petty.
Even the Zone almost got out of business with him. The Zone was like, get up out of here. That man has no vision, bro. What has he built? Nothing. He's done nothing. Just be like, the Zone was like, we out of here. And I'm telling you, the Zone broke bread with him off the strength of him getting that Virgil Ortiz situation straightened back out. getting that situation straightened back out and getting out of the way of the big fights happening, bro. They told him that. And that's why he had to back. He even almost shot down the Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia fight, bro. The second one, he did. Did y'all not see that when Dan Canobio was interviewing him and he said, not on my watch, yes or no? Did we not see that?
Yep, I remember that.
Where's his vision? Where's this man's ability to see the big picture? His biggest accomplishment as far as a promoter at this point is his clapback Thursdays. This dude's a legitimate joke right now. Legitimate joke right now, bro. Like, what is he putting together?
He wants to keep it all in house. That's the biggest issue that he has. Like, he wants to keep his fighters fighting in house for the long haul.
Come on, bro.
Well, I mean, they all were under him. So yeah, you can't take that away from him. The man is a Hall of Famer.
He's a Hall of Fame boxer, bro. So he
promoted.
I will give him that. I will say that he's able to. You can capitalize off of what he's earned in the boxing game, and he's Golden Boy Promotions. The name of the promotional company is after him. He brings that to the table. But as far as working with these fighters, bro, what is he doing, bro? I give more props to Eric Gomez, bro. Than him, bro. If it wasn't for Eric Gomez, Virgil wouldn't even be active right now. If it wasn't for Eric Gomez building that bridge between Virgil and Golden Boy Promotions and Rick Meridian, Virgil wouldn't even be back right now, bro. He'd still be on this. Am I bugging?
That's deep. I mean, you making some good points, bro.
I'm not sure because I know that Oscar always wanted the bridge guy, but I mean, when people are trying to go behind the promoter's back, that's not right. I don't care how much you don't like him.
Back is because he's not doing his job. Why are they going behind his back? Think about that, right? That's like think about what it takes for somebody to be like, yo, bro, he's just not doing the job. I gotta go get it.
Because that door's been open.
I'm not gonna go get it.
All the PBC fighters opened that door that you could just outright disrespect the man and do everything behind his back.
Good point.
That's why.
I think
why. Once you lose respect in the industry, that's what happens.
Now, Clay, what I will say is that I think most of the people that go behind his back are definitely motivated by money. Honestly, I think the Virgil Ortiz wanted to make more money, saw that there was a pathway to make more money and do the deal without him, and I just think he was like, "Yo, let's go after that." But Oscar being Oscar and having really good contracts and actually enforcing those contracts, he reminds his fighters very quickly, who's boss, to be honest. And I think it's money motivated to why people go behind his back. I don't think it's because they think he's just a horrible person or a horrible promoter. I think they don't like the process or the system. And all the promoters do it though, Clay. You know what I mean? Like me personally, like even Eddie Hearn, right? We know what the biggest fight is right now for Boots is Virgil Ortiz. Would you agree, Clay?
Say it again.
Would you agree that the biggest fight for Boots Ennis is the Virgil Ortiz fight? Would you agree?
Yes.
And for me, if I believe that is the biggest fight, then my language is going to be a little different, right? When I'm being asked about the fight, all that like other stuff about like to me, I saw it as a way to kind of avoid something or to kind of gear his fighter in a certain direction. Oh, yesterday's price is not going to be today's price, which I get. I do understand that. Like all these little, to me, conversations that are like, it's just kind of somewhat subconsciously is like preparing the public to be like, look, this fight may not have happened. You know what I mean? Right now. Now, even though Virgil Ortiz is available, Boots is, like it should be the fight to happen. You should be talking pro. You should be saying things that can make the fight happen. But that's him being a promoter. And as a promoter, he's like, yo, you know what? We can go get this Josh Kelly fight, easy fight, grab that belt, get more leverage. I get it. I can't hate against it. I don't like it because it's downplaying the biggest fight right in front of you, whether the dude got a belt or not. It's the biggest fight. You know what I mean? I want to see it. But it's Eddie Hearn being a promoter, and I think all promoters kind of do it. You know what I mean? No different than Errol Spence being advised by Al Heyman. Don't take the Crawford fight. Not right now. No, you're giving up too much. That's the job of promoters to try to guide their fighters in a way to where, because once the product is done, I mean, honestly, you lose value, So we got to take a look at that, though, right? And so I think Oscar kind of plays that game of just saying, okay, I don't think you can beat this guy. I don't want you in the ring with him. Not like that, because in the long run, what will it do for me? So I don't know. That's how I kind of see some of the stuff that Oscar does sometimes. That's just my little thing.
We'll see. I'm telling you, bro. I play the long game. Fine. Okay. I'm good. Hey, man, we'll see, bro. That time don't wait for nobody, bro. It continues to move.
That's a good point.
All he has to do is keep doing his thing, baby. Keep shining. I haven't seen enough for me to, I see him. Listen, I'll give him the respect of having an eye for seeing talent, but when it comes time for them dudes to make it big, they got to get away from Oscar. They've all shown it. Every single last one of them. When it's time to get big, we can't do it here. They all see it the same. We can't do it here, bro.
You got 449 defending Oscar, bro.
Yeah, man. It's good stuff. It's good stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? All you guys just keep him. We'll see what Virgil does as soon as he gets the can. And then when Virgil, what's so funny? When Virgil breaks away and he goes to become a big star, you know what they're gonna say? Man, Oscar did such a great job with him. They're gonna act like he didn't have to. They're gonna ignore that man had to get up out of Dodge. That this man almost lost his whole career. It won't matter what Virgil says because why? Oscar saw him first. Okay.
Good point.
Okay.
Good point.
Don't have a nasty loss by then. He ain't gonna be
even like with like Bob Arum, right? With like Bob Arum, right? In Top Rank. I give him his props. You know what I'm saying? Like he builds up a Shakur, he builds up a Terence Crawford, you know what I'm saying? He's building up Keyshawn right now, Abdullah Mason, all those dudes. But when it comes time for them to get to the, to really get up and be big, they usually end up having to slide away from him. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
He sticks to a
traditional business model, promotional business model.
Exactly. But very rarely are you seeing people suing him to get out of deals with him. Very rarely are you seeing people going through that with him like that. You don't see that happening with Eddie. You don't see that happening with Frank Warren. You don't see that happening with these guys. Oscar is constantly going back and forth with his fighters, bro.
That's not a good look. And I agree with that part. That's not a good look overall. That is not a good look that Oscar, you could always see a public turmoil between him and his fighters. And his unawareness of what that looks like from the outside in is definitely not a good look. And he needs to see that. He needs to, but that's different.
Yeah.
That's different in itself of what I'm saying of what he means on the inside of what of the business and what he could do for this.
I think he has even right now, I don't know where Bernard Hopkins is right now, right? I have no idea what's going on with Bernard Hopkins, right? Shane Mosley, same thing. Shane Mosley was working with him and they all say the same thing. The man has been benefiting off the fact that he's what he did inside the ring. As far as the promoter's concerned, he has not shown improvement like that. He had, what was the other guy's name? Schaefer. What's his name?
Yeah, Schaefer.
What's his name? What's his first name?
Richard Schaefer, Claire.
Richard Schaefer. These are the driving forces behind Golden Boy Promotions that made Golden Boy Promotions what they were, bro. Oscar wasn't those guys, bro. Oscar wasn't. I haven't seen him. I haven't seen it from him.
And you may be right. I mean, there's a reason why Ring Magazine got driven to the ground and almost out of existence if it wasn't for Turkey. So I understand what you're saying, Clay.
I agree with you, Clay. I agree. I was just being an advocate. That's it.
No, you're being the advocate. You're being the devil's advocate, and according to Reyes, I'm the real devil here, bro. So. But
yeah,
I just want to be able to speak without getting interrupted. That's all.
Respect.
I try, man. I try.
It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Well, we'll see what he does. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Ryan ready to go, though. Ryan ready to go.
This up once and for all, because you're going to be asked about this a million times.
Get his own deal?
I think Ryan going to Zuffa personally, but we'll see.
You were saying that about Haney.
You know what I'm saying? They mad in the chat. They think I'm hating. Okay, all right.
What the chat say? They mad?
They mad at me, bro. They're like, bro, is a pure hater. You know, Edward Torres is like, he's a superstar. You know what I mean? Like, he did everything, man. He made Floyd Mayweather a superstar. He made what did they say? He made Zab Judah a superstar. Oh, yeah, I seen Zab Judah ready to smack fire out of Oscar right on stage in front of everybody. I want me to pull that up. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. What?
Hold on, I'll pull that up.
Oh, please pull it up. I mean, we need a
Hey, Clay, Zero FX is saying it's not you, bro.
Oh,
because you
I
read that.
I've been checking. I know Zero, my guy. I ain't saying. Hold on, Zero.
Yeah, but bringing it back to what's going on. If Haney, look, bro, I just read the article from Dan Rafael, and I mean, you know, he has an inside connection with the Haneys. That I do know for a fact. So it looks like that's what it is. Now, if they do the same with Ryan Garcia,
I ain't cool. So get off me, man. You called me unprofessional. You don't know what the hell's been going on. I didn't know. What do your research then before you open your mouth up?
Here's the great Zab Judah. Here's the great Zab.
Then you gonna thank me, and I'm thank you for that. Yeah. No, I'm not. But he made a comment about me. That's all I was doing. Everything. He made a comment. Then you can do that. Okay. So fix the facts first. Yo, you're not fighting. You're fighting. I understand that. He made a comment. You over the one with me. I'll say this to you, but the same thing. But you didn't do that though. You didn't do that because you know why waste all this energy? Listen, why waste all this energy? Why waste all this energy and you got to fight Terence? So why let us come there? You can't come down. Let me stay with you. See what that lady says? 11 o'clock, bro. 11 o'clock. That's what I'm saying. Do what that.
Trust me, he go through it all the time, bro.
I love it.
He's a great promoter, Clay. Awesome.
Yeah,
awesome. Amazing, bro. I wish Bob Arum had the youth and energy to be able to do that shit.
Yeah, like
Bob Arum's been sued by everybody too. What are we talking about?
He's been sued, but not like listen, Oscar's been through it. I've just watched, just throughout I'm almost 50 years old, but I've been watching Oscar for a while, bro. He's not good at this, bro. He's not, man. He's been capitalizing off of him being a star inside in that ring. What he did, and he's a Hall of Fame fighter. And when he was a boxer, bro, I love watching Oscar fight. He deserves everything he's ever gotten out of boxing. But when it comes to this promoting game, bro, he's always in these scenarios. I've watched it, and I know Angelo's watched it, just working with Freddie Roach and them. I know you guys have had, you know what I'm saying?
Like when you said Eric Gomez, just my personal, again, man, I'm not getting cut off. In my personal fucking experience in there, Eric Gomez is the one that was doing deals with us. Eric Gomez is the one that did everything right. Oscar was just kind of like a figure piece, but Eric, Schaefer, those guys were the ones getting it done. All right? That's not an opinion. That's an actual fucking
And who hired them? And who hired them?
That's cool, but him.
Okay, but who hired them?
That's cool, but I'm just saying.
Who created the PBC? Would the PBC even be existing if it wasn't for Golden Boy Promotions?
How did he lose his fighters?
Can you answer the question with a question? Would PBC exist without Golden Boy Promotions?
No. How did he lose his fighters? Because he dropped the ball. Because he dropped the ball. I've seen him do the interview and speak on it. He was on that shit. He was fucking around partying because he was so used to letting Richard Schaefer and them motherfuckers do what they got to do. He didn't even realize he was getting robbed. That's how not involved he was in the process of building those fighters.
All right, that's the blame part of them. But who made it happen? But who made it happen?
That. Let's be honest, right? Like he's not running his business. So his business runs, he wakes up one day and finds out all his fighters are gone because the person who's running his business is like, this dude don't even do shit.
Where's Eric Gomez now? Where's Eric Gomez now? He's
over there with Oscar.
Oh. And what about Ray? How about Schaefer? Where's he at now?
I don't know where he's at.
I mean, if they're so great on their own, why ain't they on the #1 promotional team building everything up? Which is, according to Ray, it'll be Zuffa and all them guys. Why ain't they over there right now? They're not that great on their own. They're not that great on their own.
Do you want an answer? Or do you just want
go ahead.
Okay, Eric Gomez is the best friend of Oscar De La Hoya, and like they're tight like that. They're best friends. Like for real. Richard Schaefer is making plenty of fucking money outside of Oscar De La Hoya. He's doing tons of business.
Where?
Look it up, bro. You don't like AI. Go look it up. He was just on TV on DAZN with on I think it was the Egypt fight. He was there. He's doing business with people. That's what they're doing. They're making money. They're all doing just fine, bro.
Yeah, just because they're not on TV and they're not. But it's all good. Like, I mean, look, Oscar's a great promoter, bro. He's good.
Yeah, well, we'll stick with that, Clay. We'll stick with that.
Good. I'm good with him being a great promoter.
He's amazing, bro. He's amazing.
I'm great.
Al Heyman built his business off Oscar De La Hoya, apparently, Clay.
He sure did.
Tell that to the community. Tell that to the community, Clay.
He sure did.
Listen. He's a great promoter, bro. He's doing his thing, man. He's one of the best in the game, bro. You know
Let me ask you a question, Clay. Do you think Oscar will go out of business? You think he will like eventually just get completely? You think Golden Boy will?
No, I think Oscar has a place with the Mexican community where the prospects and the young fighters will always look at it as a honor. You know what I'm saying? Because of what he's done, right? Yeah. But I will say that he will not be as impactful in my prediction in the next 3 to 4 years. He will not be as much as a factor as he is today, and how much he was back in the day. He won't be, because I don't believe unless he just really, he cannot continue to do business this way to where he's constantly getting into it with his fighters on social media. This is not sustainable. You know what I'm saying? Like, him downing a fight for Ryan Garcia right now at this point in their relationship just shows that he has an ego problem that is getting in the way of his ability to make like the right decisions for his fighters to help them get bigger. The same thing with Virgil Ortiz. That was all Rick Meridian was saying the whole time. And I could pull up what Rick Meridian said, and people could say he's not a good promoter, but what he said was true. He was like, how are you building up a fight for my fighter, promoting a fight he doesn't want? How are you out here saying Virgil don't need to fight Duran? He could fight. A bigger fight is Virgil versus Errol in Dallas Cowboy Stadium. What are you talking about? That is not helping Virgil out. That didn't help Virgil out when it was all said and done. And to the point where the zone had to get involved in it and say, bro, what are you talking about? We're not paying for that fight. Who told you that that's the way to promote a fight? Out of all these years that you've been doing this, that's what you got? Where's the guy who was making decisions to make the big fights? They're not there no more. They're not there no more. You're sitting here doing these clapback Thursdays and you're not selling any fights. What big fights is Oscar De La Hoya putting together? What, Benavidez and Zurdo? Was that the big?
Hey, Clay, no, it was huge, bro. It did like 90,000 pay-per-views, I heard, and 7,000 here in Vegas. Great event. Huge, brother.
Hey, it was the Ortiz who turned down the Xander fight, not once but twice. And that was from them. Not from Oscar. It was them that didn't want to take the fight in PR. He could have been a champion, but guess who's the champion today?
What was it? Hold on, let me think here.
Hey, for you guys who are just joining the program now, welcome to the show. Please hit the like button, and you've now hit the sarcastic portion of me and Claymore.
Yeah. Rick. Meridian. What's my guy's name? Meridian. How you spell Meridian?
You can look up AI, by the way, to see what the definition of sarcastic is for any of you guys who might not know.
Oh,
Rick
God.
Meridian.
That dude's a terrible manager, bro. Big Major is a terrible manager. Probably the worst. I hit the worst. He makes deals. He hides the truth. He doesn't tell his fighters everything. Bro, that dude is trash.
I called you in December, and I texted you in December. That's a long time ago. Grown-ass men talk. They figure things out. And why don't you post a picture of the text that I sent you? Because it was respectful. And it wasn't because you got a TV deal that you don't even know the dates for, Oscar. Where's the calendar at, Oscar? Where's it at? Oscar, I didn't give my fighter bad advice. He's not sidelined. I know it's hard, Oscar, but you said he's going to sit out like Mikey Garcia for 2 years. His career's ruined. Oscar, The arbitration's in 90 days. An arbitrator makes a decision. He might even make a decision quicker, Oscar. So no, you don't have to keep saying this kind of stuff. Hurt people hurt other people, Oscar, and you're hurt. And that's okay. This is not personal to me. It's about the fighter. That's something you forgot. And you're a fighter. Saying things like, they come and go and promoters will be here forever. I can go on and on with the insults, but I'm not going to go on and on because it doesn't matter to me. I just wanted my guy to have a fair deal. And that's it. And Virgil is a grown-ass man, and so is his father. That you made fun of for no reason. Hurt people hurt other people. Well, look, Oscar, if you want to talk.
That's why he came back on his knees and he had to bend to what it is.
Did he bend? Did he bend?
Sure did. He sure did. They didn't make it to arbitration.
I didn't beg you. I wouldn't beg you for shit, to be honest with you. You said you were a grown-ass man, Oscar. You just said that. You're not a grown-ass man, Oscar.
That's not. I'm looking for the thing where he said
arbitration's in and so is his father. And look, I hate to say this, but you keep talking about lining greedy pockets. Oscar, you offered him $3 million for the biggest fight in the world. What would you have told Bob Arum if he did that to you? Huh? I can't hear you. Oscar, you know this wasn't right, and that's okay. You sued me for $10 million. Net profit, you said you lost? Well, how could you have done that? How could you have sued me for $10 million net profit if there wasn't that much money there? But it's okay. You kind of saw what you saw. You know how much Virgil is worth. And all I said was, pay him fair. Now, Oscar, I didn't threaten you, not once. But you did threaten me. And you did say that this young man was not getting any more opponents and not getting any more money. So what are you supposed to do at that point? Because you were an ex-fighter, huh? You were. What if I was your manager?
Anyway, I can't find what it is. I can't find. I'm trying to find where he basically said you're tearing down the fight. That you're using your platform to tear down the fight. How's that helping promoting Virgil? And that's what it comes down to. It's just a job of promoting, bro. What are you doing? What are you doing?
That public thing that you're saying, I agree, Clay. That public thing about Oscar and what he does on the public side, that needs to stop. But when he doesn't have anybody who's also his voice to counteract the bullshit out here on their social media and the stuff that comes out, I mean, he's left to do it on his own. But he should be having someone to speak on that behalf. He doesn't have that, or I don't know what's going on with that. But whatever it is, regardless of the fact, all the public turmoil, that is not good for business, period. Period. It's not good for him. It's not good for the future of Golden Boy, which is why I said they were about to sell out.
Like, you just don't see these other promoters doing this, bro. That's what I'm saying.
No. And they were going to sell. I mean, the question was, what's going to happen? It was not like a year ago or 2 years that the word is that he was possibly going to be selling Golden Boy Promotions, or he was going to be on the market. So who knows? Who knows what's the end result with Oscar? He does have a niche in the sport and everything, but if he doesn't fix whatever this public image and all this crap, it's not going to be good for Golden Boy.
Clay, I got a question for you, Clay. How many rounds you giving Keyshawn in the Devin Haney fight?
I think it goes a full 12.
How many rounds? Like full 12, but how many rounds you giving to Devin Haney?
7.
What about you, Reyes?
I think that fight's one. Reyes
if the fight happens, you're talking about Keyshawn and Haney?
Yeah.
Man, really good fight. 50-50. God, it's hard not to favor Haney. I think it'll go 12. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Keyshawn's a talent, like Clay's saying, man. I kind of agree with Clay on that one, that Keyshawn is a hell of a talent, and if you wake up the dragon, bro, you might get that. You might get the dragon. So
I'll tell you this: if I'm going 7-5, but I'm letting you know, Keyshawn, if that power translates up there to 147,
I'll put it to you this way: I've never seen Keyshawn be put on his pockets, but I have seen Devin be put on his pockets.
Yeah, he got put on his pockets by a big dude with the most devastating left hook in probably all of boxing. I see Devin Haney winning this fight 8-4, and I could see Devin Haney dropping Keyshawn Davis one time in that fight.
I can see that.
He's the bigger, stronger dude. Solidified at the 145.
Real talk. I got you.
Anything is possible. 444.
Understood.
8-4. That's where I got it. I got it 8-4. Haney. Not saying but if so, he could drop Keyshawn Davis. If Albright was able to make him dance a little bit of bachata in that fight, yeah, Devin Haney definitely could put him on his ass.
Yo, by the way, shout out to everybody in the building. Make sure you hit the like button, man. If you haven't done that, hit the like button. We've been going for a minute, man, having a good time, man. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it, bro. I got this headache, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I don't know where the hell that shit came from.
Hey, Ray, is you having a good time, bro, with me, man? I know. I hope you're having a good time.
What's up,
It's all
Akeem?
good, bro. It's all good. Akeem!
What's going
Good
on?
to see you, man. Good to see you.
What's going on, man? Good chat, good chat. Yeah, that listen, I'm not even going into that Oscar thing. Yeah, that thing is it is what it is.
Brother, time will tell. I'm just gonna wait it out. Maybe you know what it is?
That's what's giving Clay a headache.
Yeah, it's
all
not.
the
I probably
sarcasm
got a headache
coming
because
out of
I didn't
our
really
voice.
get that much sleep today, and then I drank this fucking espresso earlier that probably got me wired. But we'll see what happens with Oscar. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe I'm reading it wrong. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm kind of, maybe I'm reading it wrong. I could be reading it wrong. You know what I'm saying? I know we got people who, Oscar is a legend, man, a Hall of Famer. So whenever you come with criticism to somebody like that, it's like, it's almost like, who are you to criticize somebody like Oscar? And I agree to a certain degree, right? Because he's done so much in boxing. It's like, who am I to really criticize him in real time? That doesn't mean I won't. I get it, though. I didn't accomplish the things he accomplished. I didn't go through the things he went through. I mean, this man has, when it comes to the boxing game, he's etched into the history of boxing forever. He's in the Hall of Fame. His boxing career is just something to be, make a movie about this dude, right? But at the same time, I can't keep looking past the nasty patterns that he shows when it comes to promoting his fighters. He doesn't do a good job at it, bro. And he always gets into it with them. And they always have these crazy stories. Even Terence Crawford, I seen somebody earlier say something about Terence Crawford suing Bob Arum. I hear you. But when Terence Crawford talks about Bob Arum, he doesn't have that many bad stories. He just lets it be known that, you know what I'm saying? He ain't like something that went with the business, but they can see each other and shake each other's hands. And man, Canelo be ready to tear this dude's head off when he sees him. Canelo doesn't want to be on the same, like, you know what I mean? You can see the experience is so bad, they don't want to fuck with him at all. Zab Judah was like, yo, don't touch me. Did you see how Zab Judah acted? He's like, bro, don't touch me, bro. Like, Bernard had to come in there, come on, man, you ain't got to do all that. He's like, bro, get the hell away from me, bro. You grimy. We ain't even playing with you like that. Ryan Garcia sitting there like, I don't even understand what's going through this dude's mind. Virgil Ortiz like, I don't even want to comment on it, bro. I don't even want to comment on it. I pulled it up. He's like, Chris Manners is like, I just want to leave it where it's at. I don't even want to comment on it. He makes it so bad to where it can't just be bad business and we can move on. It's something deeper than that. Even Don King, outside of Mike Tyson, who put some real hands on him, you know what I'm saying? But outside of that, like Zab Judah says, yo, that man tried to play me out my money before, but Don the man, Don the guy, bro. I fuck with Don. Like, they still understand. They still have a certain mutual respect. But with Oscar, bro, it's a burnt bridge forever. After a while, if enough people call you a crackhead, bro, like you said, bro, you might not be a crackhead, but you crackish. You crackish, bro. Something going on, bro. Something going on. Where there's smoke, there's fire. But we will allow it to continue to play out, and we'll see, man. We'll see.
Hey, that Devin Haney Keyshawn fight, that will be good if it can happen. You don't think Bill is gonna get an extension? Put that in play.
Say one more time.
You don't think Bill and them are gonna try to get an extension? trying to put that in play.
An extension where? How? What do you mean?
So they were saying that the only way Devin could pivot from the Keyshawn fight, if they don't agree on the bid, which would force Devin to get a little bit more time to do something else before he dropped the belt.
I don't know. What do you think, Rez?
My bad. What was the question, Akeem?
Ask me a question.
I was asking, worst case scenario, if the bid doesn't fall through, is there a next step where Devin can pivot without dropping the belt? Can he get an extension or petition?
If he is signing with the DAZN and the announcement comes and it's all direct, according to the sources, right? And it goes to purse bid, because there's some sources that are saying Keyshawn and Devin are going to make a deal prior to the purse bid happening on Monday. But it is possible that it'll go to purse bid. That's a 75-25% split of whatever the money is. And Akeem, you can't force Keyshawn to fight him. Keyshawn can sit there and go, I changed my mind. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need to fight him because I got a better deal fighting X. So who knows, bro? Who knows? But in terms of Devin, if he's signed to a long-term multi-fight deal with DAZN, I'm sure DAZN made him that offer with a contingency plan. At least I hope so. I hope they did, because if you guys want to pay Devin Haney that amount of money to go fight Jack Catterall, then good for you. good for you then.
I think the DAZN is gonna make Monday an announcement with either. You gotta understand, they're all on the same network. So whoever the promoter is gonna bid on it is getting the money from the DAZN. So Top Rank could be the one. Yeah, we bidded it on it or whatever, or if they come with an agreement. But whatever ends up happening is gonna follow then with the announcement of Devin Haney, signing this multi-buy and make it a little big splash introduction that he signed to the DAZN, and that's that. Regardless, it's gonna be the DAZN who wins the fight. And Top Rank is with the DAZN, so Keyshawn can't just say, I don't want to fight this guy, because he's got to follow through with what the promoter Top Rank is going to tell him to fight. And Top Rank is going to want that belt, so they're going to want, hey, yeah, you go get that off this kid. So I don't see how does Keyshawn pivot away from this fight when
he's not pivoting.
No, he ain't.
Wants this fight. Top Rank wants this fight, and I even heard Top Rank is going to be paying him on the back end. Like, so even though the 25% might be one way, Top Rank is still going to take care of Keyshawn,
and the money still comes from the DAZN regardless. Yeah. So then it's like I see just a big announcement. They're just going to use Monday as a platform to make this big spectacle of a. And those who don't know, outside the business, just think that Top Rank is bidding and they won the bid and blah blah blah. But the bottom line is, who's paying Top Rank? It's going to be DAZN. And so if you don't know that, you just think that it's just a real purse bid in itself. But bottom line is, are coming from DAZN regardless, and everybody's in bed with each other. So regardless, I just don't see, as far as what Akeem said, how can he pivot away? I don't think Keyshawn's got a choice at all. He's gonna have to follow whatever his promoter's is following through and pursuing, and that's gonna be the Devin Haney fight and try to get that belt. So with that.
Well, then that would be the biggest fight. That'd be an everything fight. You're gonna get the excitement from Keyshawn's side. You'll get the excitement from them both. You're gonna get Bill Haney talking his stuff, building up the fight. That's gonna be a well put together fight.
Yes.
It's just now what excites me. I don't want to jump too far, but if the fight does happen, that undercard, boy.
Whoa. That's what I want to see too. I ain't gonna lie. I want to see what the undercard is gonna be.
And that they already talked a little bit about it. You saw Keyshawn Davis retweet. We confused it. We thought it was Keyshawn Davis asking for the Frank Martin fight, and we got that messed up on his tweet. It was actually since Frank Martin signed with Top Rank today, they're thinking about Kelvin Davis versus Frank Martin on the undercard, maybe, or something like that. And so, you know, we may still have another Davis brothers playing on the undercard.
TV is what I heard, bro. It's what I heard, man. I'm telling you. I heard. That's what I'm telling you. I heard that Keyshawn's gonna get taken care of on the back end.
If it's short money, maybe. If it's short money, but the thing is, regardless, it's coming from the zone. So he's got, you know, like it doesn't matter.
If it's short money, they're gonna make sure they take care of him. They ain't gonna let him walk away. They're gonna take care of him.
Well, his 1.2 million is gonna. That's what he's been getting is about 1.2. He's gonna still get that regardless.
Exactly. They're not gonna let him walk away with like 150K, 200K because he got the short end of a small purse. Right. They're not gonna let him do it.
Who you think is gonna win that fight, Akeem?
I got Devin. I got Devin winning that fight, but I think that fight, believe it or not, is gonna take a lot from Devin because Keyshawn wants to really hurt this man. Like this is the fight that he wants. Like he beat up Jermaine Ortiz the bad way just to show Devin, like, listen, he's about to fight Jermaine Ortiz, and he's arguing with Bill Haney, like, yo, when can I fight your son? Like, when can we do that? So, and Clay, I don't know if you remember, but I said I felt like that performance, Keyshawn didn't look like, Keyshawn looked like he knew exactly what the hell he wanted to do. And he broke that man down. And when I saw that fight, I was like, listen, he's a wild card. Because that fight right there, you can use that fight as a reference point to who you want him to fight next.
Let me ask you a question. Hakeem. Sorry to cut you. I want to ask you a question. Who would you pick between Keyshawn and Devin before the Brian Norman fight?
Before the Brian Norman fight?
Correct. If the Brian Norman fight never happened, who would you pick, Devin or Keyshawn?
I would have had to take away. I got to take away that Ortiz fight, and at that point, it'll be 50-50.
Okay.
I think it would be 50-50. If I never seen him fight Ortiz and I didn't see Haney fight Norman, based on that the fight that he had in Times Square,
yep,
I would have been like, yo, this is a 50-50 fight. Because we're all before Haney fought Norman, we were like, that was the test. He needed that he needed to do what he did with Norman for us to be like, all right, Devin, you back. You ain't traumatized from the Ryan situation.
I don't know why the Ortiz fight is such a landmark fight for Keyshawn. Here's a guy who did not run in the fight, was right there for Keyshawn for 12 rounds.
Come on, HLD.
Yeah, I'm speaking facts. I'm just saying he was right in front of him the entire fight. He was not running. He was definitely not running like he did with Tio. I tell you that. He definitely was not fighting off the back foot all night like that.
He made Jermaine Ortiz submit.
Bro, it was the 12th round after we were booing in the 7th round already. We're like, dude, do something.
Yeah, but he made it's different. Like the knockouts, we count those are a part of the journey. But when you make a grown man take a knee,
he wasn't punishing him throughout this entire fight. We were like, dude, do something.
Punished him when he needed to, though.
Really?
He got it done.
I was not impressed. I was not.
You know,
what's up, bro?
And they mercy stopped it, bro.
What was your take on the Ortiz and Keyshawn fight?
I thought he knocked him out, which was pretty impressive to me.
I
mean, like, wow. You know, I thought that's impressive to still, you know, like he was definitely winning on points anyway, so he could have just taken it easy. And instead, he went for the knockout and knocked the dude out. I thought it was great.
Understood.
Knocked him out or they stopped it? I don't remember that.
Body shot.
Body shot, buddy. Yeah.
Body shot. That's grown man punches right there.
Yeah, Keyshawn's talent level is really high, man.
It's high. It's like the ceiling is high. And prior to that, let's put this in context. Like, prior to that fight, he missed the weight with De Los Santos. He's talking crazy to everybody. We haven't seen him fight. And he went in there and did what he told. He said, I'm going to knock you out.
Keyshawn always gets it together in the ring. He never shows up in the ring looking
Are
like
we
shit.
surprised that he's not talking his yak right now?
Oh,
yeah, he's focusing right now. He's not talking because
it's called focus.
He's focused, bro.
Or they got the muzzle on his eyes, or they got the muzzle on him. Like, bro, don't mess up this bag. Just shut up.
Yeah,
Maybe.
you can't miss
You
weight
never know.
this time around, bro. Like,
He's not taking this lightly, bro. He knows. He's not. You could tell. He's not playing. If Devin beats Keyshawn, he's beating one of the best fighters. I think Keyshawn's going to be Devin Haney's best fight
since Loma.
Period. It's going to be a signature fight that's going to be no excuses. Ain't going to be no he was weight bullying. Ain't going to be no he fought this dude. They were old. He fought this dude because you know what I'm saying. This is going to be a fight that's going to legitimately.
Hey Clay, the reason why I mentioned Loma.
What does that mean? Devin signed to the zone is a backbreaker for Zuffa. You don't got to apologize to me, bro. I don't own Zuffa. Zuffa gonna be all right, bro. Y'all got to stop making it the end all be all. I promise you. It is exciting though. I ain't gonna lie. I love.
But I don't think. Hey, one thing I'm gonna say, Keyshawn is not gonna impose the same type of style and fight and grit that Lomachenko imposed on Haney. I know that for a fact.
Oh my God!
He is not on that level. He is not at that level.
The only reason why I bring up Loma is because
the butcher. You want to say Loma, but Loma was older. He was small for the division for 135. There's, you know what I'm saying. There was even a little bit of a hiatus from Loma. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
this fight was going to be his signature fight. It's going to be his fight. It's going to be the one.
Andre Ward asked Devin, what was your hardest fight? And he said Loma. So that's the only reason why I reference and go back to Loma, because him himself said that was the toughest fight he's had thus far.
And you know what? Everybody who's ever fought Loma, when you ask them the question down the line, who was your toughest fight, regardless who else they ever fought, they're always going to bring back it to Lomachenko. And Keyshawn Davis is not on Lomachenko's level. Period.
You'll see.
Yeah, I disagree with you, HLD. I think Keyshawn gives Loma a good run for his money. If Ortiz was able to have about 6 rounds of success, I'm definitely sure that Keyshawn can have definitely 10, 11 rounds of success, 8 rounds of success, or be a very close fight. Loma possibly can get stopped, brother. I've seen Loma lose before, sir. And you're acting as if Loma has never lost, buddy. He lost against somebody that no one thought he would lose to. But he found out very quick, sir. And you look at the guy who he lost to, right? Who was that guy, right? Yeah. So that's why I'm saying, like, a lot of times we get so caught up in the promotion and the advertisement and the hype and how they prop fighters up. No, the bottom line is this. Loma's a great fighter, exceptional fighter, but we all know what time it is, man.
He's a great fighter. He's a great fighter.
Who did he lose to again? Who he lost to again, HLB?
He's a great fighter. Salido? When they robbed him and let the guy hit him in the balls 20 million times, coming in like 50 pounds overweight? Come on, man. We know what happened, bro. Contact.
Hey, that was like his first. That was like his first.
That was second fight. That was his second fight in the pros, too.
Boy, yo, Keyshawn is very underrated with cutting off the ring. And that's exactly what we saw that night with Ortiz. He was cutting off that ring and started doing what he wanted to do. So I would like to see the game plan Devin Haney has for although I got Devin Haney, I want to see what's the game plan for Keyshawn.
Hey Blake, how did you have him winning? What was your
I think Ray is trying to say something.
I got a 7-5.
Yeah, the other thing too, Akeem, I was going to add to what you're saying is if you look at the size difference, there isn't one. Keyshawn's 5'9". Devin's Devin's listed at 5'8", but I'm guessing he's 5'9". So they're both about the same height. The reach is the same. So, it'll just come down to skill level, right? Which is why I kind of co-sign what Clay is saying about how
One is a legitimate one is a legitimate bigger fighter than the other.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I got Keyshawn winning that fight. So,
but Blake, what was your score for the fight? I heard everybody else 7-5. I think Ray said what? I don't know. Ray's had Haney winning, but I didn't get a score card.
I'll say.
So what are you talking about? Which fight?
The Haney and Keyshawn. What's
I'll
the score?
say 7-5.
Oh,
you got a 7-5?
Yeah. I mean, it's hard for me to go against Haney on this one too. Probably 7-5 Haney. But
yeah, I think Keyshawn wins by 1 round.
All right, so I'm the only one with the 8-4 Haney.
I think this fight will be Haney's most competitive fight. I think this will be the fight where you see him really earn it. Like, he's really going to show the world a lot. And I think Keyshawn's going to show the world a lot too. I think it's going to be a fight where if Keyshawn loses the fight, people will be like, I want to see it again because I think Keyshawn can win the next one.
Man, if Devin Haney stops Keyshawn.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah.
Man, if Devin Haney stops Keyshawn.
Wow. And I'm not a big Haney fan, but I'm
Keyshawn stops Devin, whoa.
There's that dude. Hey, man, if Keyshawn stops Devin 444, the zone, good investment.
Hey, we're gonna say, we seen Devin Haney down before. We saw Ryan Garcia drop him 7 times.
I said stop. I didn't say knock down.
He should have been stopped. It was Harvey Doc who just gave him the extra, I didn't see him get fall. Should have been stopped. But I think it's gonna be a great fight. I do look forward to it. Regardless of the fact, I look forward to it. That's why I've been pushing. The other thing I wanted to bring in and I didn't mention is I love the press conference with Devin Haney and with Ryan Garcia and Conor Benn. I've been telling Conor Benn for like 2 years, dude, you got to use that greasy Spanish of yours, man. You're gonna get the culture here in America behind you if you start using that greasy Spanish. And he used it nicely against Ryan Garcia. And guess what? Bro, you got I'm there. Like a lot of people, like, I didn't know he speaks Spanish, bro. Yo no sabía. I'm like, yeah, bro, he speaks that greasy Spanish, and it's a street Spanish is what I'm trying to get at. You know what I mean? It's not a proper Spanish. It's that reggaeton Spanish. You know what I mean? And he's got that. He could galvanize a culture here. If he beats Ryan Garcia and he keeps pushing that Spanish, bro, he's gonna galvanize a following here in the States. That's where he's gonna galvanize his following if he does it right.
I 100% agree with HLD because that Spanish, man, that made a lot of people fall in love with him. They loved it. They loved the Spanish. And he's saying it dirty, too.
Yeah, bro, it's a greasy Spanish. It's the same opposite effect that happened with Canelo. When we started hearing Canelo speaking that greasy English, and hey, man, payday. I know, man. Oh, when he did that, what he do with the American fan base? They're like, oh shit, Canelo speaking English? Oh yeah, I like this motherfucker, right? We liked it. So it's the same effect with Conor Benn. If he pushes that angle, he's gonna galvanize a following here in the States. That he could be, I'm not saying a megastar, but he's gonna have a good following where he could, sell tickets and make big fights if he beats Ryan Garcia, right?
But do you see Conor Benn? Here's the thing, like watching Conor Benn and Prograis, like their punch accuracy was horrible. Like
it was his first fight after cutting so much weight, so I'm giving him a little bit of leeway that maybe the conditioning, all that shit wasn't just on point because he looked emaciated for that fight. I think he's looking better now. It's been some time, and now he's trying to, acclimate back to the 147 division because coming down from 168, I don't think it was. He didn't look healthy for me in that fight.
No, he looked like he was dying.
Yeah, he did. He did. So we'll see how it happens in this fight if he comes in better condition and whatnot. I think he's gonna remember. Yeah, go ahead.
I hope he remembers Ryan got a left hook, and if he come in reckless, like how he comes in reckless, it's gonna be over quicker than he thinks.
I'll
not
tell you
only
what,
the left
Akeem,
hook.
I was just gonna say, I'll tell you what, Akeem, what's gonna make that fight so fun, and me and Clay were kind of back and forth on it when we did the video on our episode on the video section about Garcia Ben. But what'll make it really fun is, and I know Clay will laugh when I'm saying this, I honestly believe that if Ryan wants to make sure he wins this fight, he needs to go back to that Ryan role, bro. Because if he tries to fight Conor Ben straight up, man, Conor Ben likes it like that. He likes it like that. You're not worried about getting hit, Akeem. He likes it like that.
But we keep on mentioning the left hook, but it was the right that dropped Mario Barrios.
That is true.
It was the right that dropped Mario Barrios. So the kid's got power in both hands. It's just that he's just a lot more dynamic with the left hook. Because I'm telling you, it has to be the fastest single punch in all of boxing. Has to be. I don't see anybody throw one single punch faster than that.
I don't even know how he gets it off sometimes, but like he get torque in that thing. Like I seen him move back on dude and hit him with that left hook. Oh my god!
Well, he's the one who invented that. He's got that punching bag, that speed bag that he uses. That's on the spring and shit, and he'd be always showing off. That's his dad's gimmick. He's the one who sells that, and he's been using that forever. And he's a speed demon hitting. It's not just touching it. He hits it with power at an incredible speed. So he's been practicing that single thing over and over since he's little kid and probably 7-8 years old. So he's pretty good at it. I give him that. But you got to remember, the kid has got a right hand, and that's what dropped Barrios and busted him up in that second round. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I think it's gonna be a fun fight regardless. It should be an entertaining fight, just like the Haney and Keyshawn Davis. I think it should be an entertaining fight. So we'll see.
It's funny, he's talking to Conor Ben like he's Shakur. He's like, I've been fighting since I was a kid. You just started. It's not going to work.
But Garcia's in his feelings about the no sabo, man. The thing that Conor Ben called him out, he told him, bro, I'm more Mexican than you. Bro, he's over here now having therapy with his dad. Why did you teach me Spanish? I'm cracking up with
the lead up to that entire event is going to be fun. They're selling tickets, I think, starting tomorrow for pre-sale. But the lead up for that, and when they start announcing some of the undercards, you guys.
Is that in Vegas?
Yeah, T-Mobile Arena. And yeah, the undercards, you guys are. You'll
Where do you think the Haney and Keyshawn fight would be at?
Man, shit, that's got to be
Vegas.
East Coast
That's
fight,
going
right?
to be
That's
Vegas.
got to be East Coast fight. Right? Like New York. Wouldn't it be a New York fight?
Haney's second home is Vegas, and Keyshawn practices out there in Vegas too. He probably wouldn't mind fighting in Vegas.
I was saying
know
earlier,
Haney, before he choose anywhere, he choose Vegas.
I was saying earlier that Haney did really well in that stadium fight over there, the Warrior Stadium.
Hopefully, that'd be really nice if they really get this fight going, man.
They get the fight in the West Coast. I think it'll be a great fight in the West Coast. The West Coast would be a great fight, I think.
And California sucks for stadiums, though. HLD, like they really.
I'm just saying because I just saw how the stadium was filled for that Regis Prograis fight versus Haney. It looked like it was a good crowd, and they sold like maybe 14,000 or 15,000 in the Blue Golden State Warriors stadium, arena, whatever. Yeah, so, I mean, I don't. Haney does not have a big farm. He's saying Vegas. But look, I know the numbers for Vegas and the NMGM Grand. His last fight that he did, I think, was with Jojo Diaz, and that there was less than 5,000 people there for a 20. Yeah, it was bad, and so I don't think that Devin Haney doesn't have. I don't know. Maybe he has more on YouTube following, but supporters that come out to want to pay to go see him. I don't know that he's got that.
I agree with you 100% about that. I mean, I think that's the thing, right? You guys out here who are Devin Haney this, Devin Haney that. How many of you have actually paid the ticket price?
I flew out to see T.O. I flew out to go see Xander. You know what I mean? And I know what I spent. It wasn't 2 cents. But am I gonna do that? Am I gonna spend $10,000 on a trip to go watch Devin Haney.
Nah, man.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. So we'll see, man.
Yeah,
But
because Keyshawn, you already saw, he didn't do a very good job of selling tickets in his last card.
not in his last one, man. It's kind of shameful because the kid really had Top Rank did everything right to put Keyshawn Davis at the top, and all he had to do was, bro, he would have made the weight, he would have beat De Los Santos. Who knows what type of money this kid would be commanding today and where he would be at had he not messed up that fight at his own hometown by missing weight.
Right.
You know, he would, because Top Rank did an amazing job. That entire card would have been all his. But he just messed it up, and right now he's beating Devin Haney. I think that puts him back on the map very well, but we'll see.
No, I agree.
Yo,
I agree.
hey man, that's all I got, man. Clay, thank you very much. Reyes, man, I'm your best friend, bro.
All right, HLD.
Hey, much
Good
love
to
and
have you
respect,
on,
guys.
man. Respect. My brother Clay, I'm sure, is taking a break, y'all. You know, that headache got to him, and, you know, he's got to eat. He's been on for like 5 hours, man.
5.5, man. I'm done, man. I
5.5,
appreciate all you guys in the building, man. Thank you, man. It was a
Over
great
100
conversation.
likes. Yeah, I know, Donnie 956. That's true. I'm hearing the same thing that you're hearing.
What is he
about
hearing?
that. No, Magsayo Cortez is going to end up on the undercard on September 12th. Jaya Pataya, which, by the way, Clay, I told you that lawsuit was coming, brother. I told you the lawsuit was coming.
I thought it was already happening. I didn't even know.
No, they're giving him that belt back, bro. Trust me. They're giving it back. They're going to be like, my bad. Here you go, Jai. So.
Yeah, no, round one. What's up, man? In and out like a robbery. You're muted.
Round one, you're muted.
Yo, y'all hear me? Am I a little low?
Yeah, you good. You're good.
Wait, let me take off my thing.
You back? Round one.
Can't hear me as good, like if I'm not on my earplugs.
You're good. No, we were hearing you. Just unmute yourself. Go ahead,
Okay,
bro.
for sure. Hey guys, man, it is fight week. It is fight week. It is not Shark Week. Let me tell you guys why it's not Shark Week, because we would be finding Nemo right now, and Nemo is ready to take Tim Tszyu out. And I'm really hyped for this fight, man. This is a good pay-per-view card as well, man. What do you guys think about this fight?
The fight's great. I don't think it's a pay-per-view, but the fight is great.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I think the Tim Tszyu versus Errol Spence could be the only reason why. I think I agree with Clay. Clay was saying this on yesterday's show, I think. He was saying that he thinks that's going to be a barn burner. I'm starting to see what he's talking about because I'm watching how Errol's moving, so I could see it like be one of them type of fights. I still think the best fight of this weekend is going to come out of that Zuffa card, though. Me personally, I think one of those fights is going to have everybody standing up on that Zuffa card.
Okay,
Tim Tszyu, Errol Spence is that's a good fight. The rest of the card, I don't know, man. I don't know.
We got a lot of boxing, fellas. We got what we got. Boo Boo Andrade on Friday. We got 2 pay-per-views in AJ Anthony Joshua versus the Pringles can, and then we got Tim Tszyu and Errol. So we got a lot of boxing, and we got Zuffa on Sunday. So, fellas, our boxing is loaded this weekend. I am so hyped. I mean, I don't have the ultimate tier, so $140 down the drains for the pay-per-view. Better be a good pay-per-view. I know that AJ fight, we have her Hamza Shiraz, and we're looking at someone like Josh Kelly in there. So that looking a little solid. I heard Jamal Charlo is out the card, which is a bummer for me. But at least we still got Stephen Fulton fighting. I think it was who was it? Who was that guy he's fighting? But he's fighting someone. I'm looking forward to that Stephen Fulton fight. And man, oh man, I'm very hyped. about this weekend. We have a lot of boxing to talk about the next week.
No doubt. No
Yeah,
doubt.
no, for sure. There's a Pro Box card too. If you
We're
missed
gonna
it.
talk about it next week, bro, because I'm out. I'm tired.
Hey, one more thing before guys. About this Devin Haney situation. We got Devin Haney on the zone, and yeah, man, all roads is and we're hearing Ryan. He's gonna be Ryan Promotion, Ryan Garcia Promotions. He probably be on the zone just like Tio is, and we're hearing Tio just signed a deal. So, guys, we got these 3 fighters. You know, can we see them mix them up in the next year? If these are DAZN fighters, and if
DAZN's gonna put in the big fights,
Haney is gonna sign a kind of deal structured the same way Tio did. So can we see these fighters fight each other within the next year? That's what I'm saying for you guys.
Facts. All the big fights are gonna get made. DAZN's gonna make sure of it.
I agree.
Gonna make sure that's what they're doing. They're gonna make all the big fights. You're gonna see all of them.
Well,
Clay, you know that tomorrow when we do the show, Clay, we're gonna need to be ready for the Devin Haney's ducking Shakur.
Oh man,
nah, ain't nobody saying that.
We can't have.
They already feel
more,
like Shakur ducked Devin already.
Look,
Shakur's already the bad guy.
Devin is the zone, and we got Shakur on Zuffa, bro. We are getting Ryan versus Conor Ben. There is there is nothing could call you out of a fight unless you wanted to, because the money is there, everything is there, and the only thing I see people who like Shakur or Devin Haney fans, you know, it's up and down with this, but it's like, yeah, the money is there. The money is there. If you guys want to fight, the money is there. Y'all gotta agree with it. So, man, to me, Devin signing the DAZN isn't a big deal. Tio signing to the zone, it isn't a big deal. They can make fights with Zuffa fighters, you know, 147 Hitchinson's, or you know, people. I remember my brothers are like, "Oh, what do we see Tio and Richard Hitchinson's?" You know, we can, because the money is right there. We don't need no more this across the street. Oh, we're in the zone, but you're in the rooftop. I'm in the fucking basement. No. We need every fight because the money is there, guys. The fight game is big. Boxing is getting more money that has been thrown into it. Like, the fight's got to be made, fellas. But that's my call, guys. You guys enjoy your night. I love it.
All right, thanks, round one.
No doubt, man. Much love, man. To the next one. Yeah, Angelo, it's good to go, man. We did it again, man. This one's crazy, bro.
This one was
I'm
great.
about to go to bed. You know what I'm saying?
You gonna be all right for tomorrow? Still 2:45.
I'm out of here. Shout out to everybody in the building. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it. Until the next one, at this point.
Gotta aim for the top like, hello, yeah, I can never doubt myself, I know better. All of you critics be acting like you know better. Blowing the smoke, but I know when the dust settles, that I'm in my element. I got breaking my back to make it out, got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help.